Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku survived Dark Souls and returned? Part 3. This story is Souls Hero Academia, rewrite by IAmGuavaFruit. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku sighed, eyes closed as he savored the bowl of piping hot ramen served by the school staff, or more specifically, lunch rush. After the second event, the students were given free reign over the entirety of their lunch break. Those that didn't make the cut were given consolation prizes as they joined further minor games and other shenanigans for the entertainment of the masses that took place during lunchtime. It was kind of funny, seeing a game called Wipeout, with students going through a gauntlet of obstacles while making sure they weren't thrown off the course and into either mud pits, pools of water, or the most horrifying of them all, the sticky gel swamp. Some students managed to get through the gauntlet without much problems, but others were just downright hilarious to watch. While traversing through a tiny ledge with various holes hiding a nasty sucker punch surprise behind them, one of the students got decked in the face and was sent flying into a mud pit. The resulting swears had to be censored in live television due to how explicit they were. No doubt, Nezu had a good laugh at the sudden swear bomb that happened in front of millions of people, old and young alike. Not that it did any good for their reputation as a child-friendly source of entertainment. Then again, would the next event even count as child-friendly? Some food for thought. Oh hey, Midoriya. He looked to the side and saw Tokoyami approaching him, a tray full of meat, nuts, and fruits on hand. Such a fine event, last we teamed up. Indeed, 'twas a revelry underneath the moonlit night. Yep, gotta say, you hold yourself pretty well. Izuku fed himself a long strip of noodles, his tongue lapping at the soup that threatened to spill all over the place. Was fun seeing Dark Shadow manhandle the other students. Quite. Dark Shadow hasn't stopped gloating about how they were unstoppable, as they call themselves. Said entity popped out from behind Tokoyami and cackled like a madman. Yes, watching them scream and run was pleasing to the soul. Dark Shadow then floated towards Izuku with a grin upon their face. You should hang out with Fumi more. You're a good influence on him. You mean bad influence. Tokoyami sniffed as he set the tray down on the table. No offense, Midoriya, but your actions lit a spark within that dreary heart of theirs. Oh, I didn't I? Izuku hummed as he stared into the piercing white eyes of the shadow creature hovering around him, looking at him like he was some kind of idol that was meant to be worshipped. Well then, first things first, Dark Shadow. How about a deal? Yes, my liege. Dark Shadow actually saluted, his shadowy form taking the poise of a militant soldier, causing Tokoyami to nearly choke on the food he was currently ingesting with his beak. Dark Shadow. The avian mutant's feathers puffed up slightly as the shadowy figure connected to him continued to make a fool out of themselves by proclaiming they actively revered the teen before them. Stop, please. I know you like teasing me, but this is just too much. His mysterious and regal tone completely vanished, replaced by a floundering teen who was having trouble with someone close to them. Izuku smirked at the scene, fully aware that Tokoyami was heavily abashed while thanking his lucky stars he had an avian head. However, that didn't detract from the sheer shame he was experiencing by looking into his eyes. Ha, got you this time. Dark Shadow pointed at his host with a smug smile, before turning back to Izuku. Sorry about that, just wanted to get back at Fumi for being an edgelord. I am not an edgelord. Tokoyami's eyes twitched at the label, the bird mutant going back to eating his fill to prepare for the next event. Sure, you aren't. Even without pupils, the sentient Quirk was able to mimic a human's act of rolling eyes. Anyway, peace, Midoriya. Hopefully, you and edgelord here stay friends for a long time. Can't help but worry, ya know. Dark Shadow's tone lowered to that of a whisper, his host completely oblivious to the words uttered towards Izuku. Deal's off, by the way. Can't tease Fumi here if he knows what's coming. Quote. Must you be like this all the time? Diving back into his host's body, the avian teen grunted a bit at the sudden movement, before sighing and going back to eating his food silently. Respecting the teen's silence, Izuku went back to eating his fill. His bowl still wasn't half done, what with him trying to savor the taste instead of filling his belly with sustenance his body no longer needed. The two ate quietly, None of them starting a conversation, content on just eating their fill, only to have the silence shattered by a half-tone teen with a glare that rivaled that of Seath the Scaleless when it found Izuku near the source of his immortality. Midoriya, we need to talk. Todoroki placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, showing that he wasn't taking no for an answer. So, Izuku being Izuku, saw a third way. Hold on, just let me finish my ramen. The bowl was nearly finished anyway, and the half-tone teen, perhaps respecting the sacred act that was lunchtime, removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder. He didn't move an inch from his spot, however, standing still like a statue as he scrutinized every single movement Izuku made. Even with his eyes focused on the bowl of ramen, Izuku could feel the anxiety coming from the avian mutant ahead of him, his tray now devoid of anything. Hell, even Dark Shadow peeked from behind Tokoyami, the sentient Quirk quietly observing the silent observer standing stock still beside Izuku. It was after a painful 2 minutes that Izuku finally finished his bowl of ramen and was quickly dragged away from the table and into a secluded place around the stadium. And if a bunch of people saw the Todoroki spawn drag his classmate around like a sack of potatoes, why bother? There was a strict rule about guests, that is, the masses, interacting with those still in the events, unless they were family or close enough to be considered lifelong friends. They really were taking this security thing through the roof, and frankly, Izuku respected that. Can't have an occasion used to celebrate, as well as showcase the abilities of the students to prospective career heroes so they could be trained on the field with observant eyes, turn into a time for lament because a villain managed to sneak into the venue and cause havoc. Once they were away from prying eyes and ears, Todoroki turned around to face Izuku with a stoic gaze. Izuku tilted his head to the side, a bit curious as to why Todoroki brought him here where no one was around. Actually, scratch that, his senses picked up two presences nearby, one similar to that of the blonde-haired girl who was living with him, and an ash-blonde boy hiding within the thick bushes. So, why'd you bring me here? Izuku crossed his arms and assumed a menacing pose. Do you know about quirk marriages? Todoroki's words caused Izuku to furrow his brows, a hand cupping his chin as he began to ponder. The legal ones are the illegal ones. Izuku's words caused the half-toned teen to blink. He opened his mouth, only for a sound resembling a dying mouse to exit his mouth. What? He stared at Izuku, eyes somewhat wide, a stark contrast from his previous aloofness. What do you mean legal? What I said. There are legal quirk marriages, and illegal ones. Morally dubious, for sure, but still legal. Izuku shrugged and Todoroki wasn't able to speak right after that. After a few seconds of silence, the half-toned teen managed to get his bearings and look Izuku in the eyes. That doesn't matter, he growled as he stared at his left hand. What matters is that you managed to make me use his fire in the last event. Oh, right, kind of forgot about your declaration in the locker room. Izuku chuckled for a bit before he frowned. You still on about that? You do know you aren't going to beat me without using your full power. Didn't the last event teach you? Todoroki's face scrunched up in disgust, his eyes roaming from his left hand and into Izuku's green orbs. I will beat you. Without any further words, Todoroki left, stomping about like a child throwing a tantrum. Once he was gone from eyeshot, as well as earshot, Izuku turned to face the bush with a raised eyebrow. Katsuki, you can come out now. I know you're there. Said Ash Blonde clicked his tongue as he slowly showed himself with his hand inside his pocket. Damned half and half gonna get wrecked one day. He scowled, back hunched slightly as he usually was. Fucker's gonna let a guy die because of his fucking pride. And wouldn't Katsuki know something about that? Maybe not today, but sometime in the near future. Yeah, I can see that happening. Izuku hummed in agreement, a slight frown on his face. But then again, I don't like forcing people to see things my way. That just makes things even worse in the long run. Katsuki's face said that he was a bit befuddled at the proclamation, but otherwise, didn't refute it. Izuku knew why. Deep underneath his mind, he knew that if this was before Izuku died, forcing someone to change, specifically himself, wouldn't make much of a difference. It would remain fake, plastic, and the problematic mindset would still be deeply rooted within the subconscious, waiting for the day it would surface. Anyway, Himei, you gonna sit there all day? Izuku called out towards the wall covering them from prying eyes. Said girl walked out from it with a large grin on her face. Ah, is one of your classmates having daddy issues? Contrary to her looks, Himei was a very smart girl. It didn't take too long to figure out that Todoroki had problems with his father. Just the way he said, his fire, was enough of a clue to paint them a story. And it wasn't a fun one either. I know Endeavor isn't a fucking saint, didn't think he was a cunt to his own flesh and blood as well. Katsuki harumphed. Top 2 hero my ass. Might as well give him an award for child abuse. Oh, does that include my family too? Himei sing-songed while approaching Katsuki. Reeling from the shocking revelation, Katsuki looked at Himei funny. Not you too. Katsuki facepalmed, all the while Izuku watched the interaction go by with an amused smile on his lips. For fuck's sake, how many people in this school have daddy issues? Izuku raised his hand, only for Katsuki to groan into his palm even more. Should have fucking seen that coming. After a few hearty laughs coming from Izuku, with both Himei and Katsuki not joining him for obvious reasons, the three went back to their designated booths where their classmates were waiting for the next event to start. Sadly for Himei, she wasn't part of the Class 1A roster, so he had to head back to her own class. Morosely, she skulked along the hallways, people giving her a wide berth as they saw the crazy in her eyes. She looked back once or twice towards Izuku, and all he did was wave her goodbye as they parted ways. It didn't take long walking through the hallways with Katsuki before they found the booth where their classmates were seated. Izuku saw some free seats right at the edge, the best spot if one wanted to see the action up close. Strolling forward like he owned the entire place, Izuku plopped his ass on the chair regally as one would when sitting upon a throne. With his tushy all warmed and cushioned, Izuku waited for the event to begin. They already had their brackets issued right after the second event, and Izuku was slotted to be the second fight in the first round against his Pinka teammate in the last event. The first match would be Todoroki against some dude from the general classes. And as present mic called upon them with very loud speakers and a bit of showboating, both Todoroki and Shinszo took to the stage. Looking closer, Izuku noted that Shinszo looked a bit nervous, his hands twitching slightly. Nervousness aside, the teen could pass for a direct copy of their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, just because of the dark bags underneath his eyes, save for the hairstyle and color. Midnight strolled over to the side and raised a flag. She gave a few comments about sportsmanship and the rules, and quickly swished it down once she was done, the fight now starting in full earnest. So, ready to make daddy dearest proud. Izuku's superior hearing managed to pick up the words coming from Shinszo, even with the roaring crowd urging them to beat each other up. I'd say, it must make him so proud, seeing his little boy fight with everything he's been taught to do. His fire from last match, exquisite, to say the least. Ah, Izuku somehow knew that Todoroki would lose here. He zoomed into the half-toned teen's face, and no doubt, he was looking at Shinszo with unabated rage. You dare? In an instant, his rageful face turned blank, eyes going dim as his hands previously being raised to no doubt conjure ice fell to his side. Turn around and walk out of the ring. Todoroki did as commanded and walked out without much fanfare. The moment he stepped out onto the dirt, Midnight called the match then and there. The stadium hung with the loud sound of silence. Izuku blinked, and so did his other classmates. One, however, looked like he was palming his face in what seemed to be disappointment. Did Ojiro know something about the Shinszo? Judging by how he forfeited his spot because he couldn't remember what had happened during the second event, he had an inkling as to the capabilities of the indigo-colored teen slowly walking away from the ring. Todoroki, meanwhile, was visibly fuming, face going red as he glared at Shinszo's back as he walked away. There was going to be bad blood between them, and Izuku knew that going forward, Todoroki was going to have problems with his hero career. Sheesh, that doesn't look good for our class. One of our heavy hitters is already down and out. Kirishima winced. The hell was that anyway? Indeed, quite a mind-boggling turn of events. Tokoyami hummed. What kind of quirk does he have I wonder, Hiro? Sue laid a finger underneath her chin. By the way, Midoriya, shouldn't you be heading to the locker rooms, Hiro? You're up next. Oh, right. Izuku stood up and dusted his pants. He had just got here and sat for about a few minutes, only to have the first match be finished in seconds. Thought the first match was gonna go for a few minutes at least. He left his class to their own theorizing as he exited their booth, his feet echoing through the quiet hallways. On the way to the lockers, he heard angry voices coming from one of the corners. His curiosity piqued. Izuku slowly hid behind the corner and eavesdropped on the ongoing situation. Nothing like a bit of drama to spice one's life. Do you have any idea how much you have made a fool of yourself? A giant of a man with a burning mustache, that frankly looked ridiculous and simultaneously cool, loomed over Todoroki, the half-toned teen looking down at the ground with barely concealed hostility. How long is this pathetic rebellion of yours going to continue? Your ice isn't enough, Shoto. Sooner or later, reality will drill itself right into your head. A growl exited Todoroki's throat, but the giant man didn't seem to care. Izuku deemed that it was time to leave. He didn't want to be labeled as a stalker, unlike Katsuki and Himei, the latter of which being obsessed with him, after all, and the next round was about to begin. Leaving the two to their father-son bonding, no matter how fucked up their life was with Todoroki actively hating his own father, Izuku began heading to the locker room to prepare. Izuku's eyes squinted as the light coming from the end of the tunnel proved too much to handle. His feet walked him over anyway, body tense as he psyched himself up for the fight he was going to participate in. Oh, who was he kidding? He was very excited for the incoming match. It wasn't every day they were given the go-ahead to beat each other senseless without much reprimand from the teachers. As he stepped out into the light, he was greeted by the loud cheering coming from the audience stands, the chants making him reel at the sudden attention he garnered from just going out from the tunnel. Maybe he was out of his depth here. Was it too late to back out now? No, why would he say that? Much less think of it. Yes, he had little to no contact with people ever since he'd been chucked into Lordran. Yes, he sometimes had trouble adjusting to normal society after a while. And yes, he sometimes had to force himself to not gut with his bare hands whenever he was in a crowded place because he still wasn't used to crowds. Damn, he forgot he actually had issues, but anyways, all he had to do was just remember that the crowds were nowhere near him, so he had no issue trying to suppress his instincts from lashing out. It was only possible to suppress while in school because he was mostly around those he deemed safe enough to not kill, such as his classmates. Picking up speed, he ignored present Mike throwing out hype by introducing him to the roaring crowds, focusing only on the pink-haired menace. Said menace looked at him with a feverish gaze, lips nearly ripping her face apart as she hopped on stage decked out in mechanical whirrings and steaming hydraulics. What are you wearing? Izuku couldn't help but ask the girl, the pinkett only giving him a big, wide smirk as she showed off her mechanical genius. Not that he could appreciate it. He was mostly into the shining, metal armor that gleamed off light when it was polished. Tell you what, we fight for a few minutes, I show off my baby right here to the investors, and I give you the win. Hatsume's words floated around Izuku's head for a few moments, and he didn't like it. No, Izuku frowned, insulted at being denied a match. Hatsume blinked, clearly not expecting his vitriol at the simple fact of not getting a fight. You will fight me here, and we will not hold back. The full potential of your suit, use it. But it hasn't even gone through extensive testing yet. Hatsume tried to reason, but Izuku wasn't budging. What would the investors think? A tiny flaw is enough to have them not look at my baby, and I can't have that as the future CEO of Hatsume Industries. So this is all about money. Izuku glared at Hatsume, the pinkett's mouth gaping for a singular moment as she cycled the thought in her head. No. It's about getting people to fund my inventions so I can help heroes. Hatsume looked a bit manic. I'm just gonna show you the power of my babies. Hatsume glared at Izuku as she revved up her suit. It hummed as it powered up, neon blue streaks of light coursing through its cables as the pack on her back went to life. Might as well give my baby an extensive test run. Let's see you talk smack about my dreams now. Once Izuku saw Hatsume was serious about the fight, he smirked. He was going to have one hell of a fight now, and he wouldn't dare squander it. He readied himself, poised and ready to strike if ever the pinkett rushed at him with the power of a Taurus demon. He still doubted she could do that, but sometimes, good equipment can help bridge the gap between foes. He learned that by using the Drake's sword he got from cutting off that stupid red Drake's tail that was guarding the bridge. It was a funny story. He wanted revenge because he was burned by the asshole a bunch of times, and he thought that the tail looked like it could make a good weapon. So, with bow in hand, he went to sniping. It was a long-fought battle, with Izuku using the covers of the sturdy pillars holding up the bridge as he aimed for its tail. The Drake didn't like that, and tried to burn him while flying around non-stop. It took hundreds, if not thousands of attempts, but one day, he managed to get lucky. It was fun maiming that Drake with its own tail once he was stronger down the line. Never would he forget the euphoria of using its own limb against it. Anyway, memories of the past aside, Hatsume looked like she was ready to rumble, and Midnight, sensing the anticipation, started the match with a wave of her arm. In an instant, a loud roar of thunder echoed from the machine-clad Pinkett, her body zooming through the arena like a speeding van. Leaning to the right, Izuku dodged a wild haymaker from Hatsume, the girl zooming past him and directly into the edge of the ring. If she continued like that, she was going to lose by ring out. But alas, her suit came prepared, it seems. Jet thrusters allowed her to redirect her momentum, the scorching heat coming from the propulsion system scorching the bricks black. Her head turned towards him with a manic grin, and Izuku returned his own. Now, this was a fight that was fun. He'd have to hold back, not wanting to end a girl's life, but where was the fun in a fight if there was no struggle? Sprinting towards her, Izuku cocked his fist back and launched it against the Pinkett. Hatsume panicked for a moment, showing her ineptitude in close-quarter combat, but managed to regain herself to avoid getting a severe injury. Didn't mean that she was unscathed. Izuku's fist glanced against her armor, but it was enough to damage parts of it that covered her torso. In that split second, Izuku saw the horrified look that Hatsume wore before he sent a sucker punch careening to her abdomen. Hatsume took it and spit flew around as the metal covering her crumpled before Izuku's mighty fist. She was sent flying back to the middle of the arena, hacking and coughing as she tried to get some air into her lungs. Her front plate was near demolished and Izuku could barely see the bruise on her abdomen peeking out from the ruined remains. Ah yes, she decided to wear her tank top because wearing a tracksuit wouldn't fit inside the metal suit. And now, Izuku had to wince because it looked ugly, the bruise a purple blemish contrasting against fair skin. For her part, Hatsume took it like a champ, her knees wobbling but refusing to fall. She looked at Izuku and glared, eyes promising murder for the partial destruction of her invention. Izuku just beckoned her over, further fueling the rage hidden deep within the pits of her core. She slowly hovered her hand over a button located on the back of her palm and pressed it, the suit going taut for a moment, before it straightened out and did a pose. Hatsume herself was cackling madly, Izuku noticing her body going slack. Go, my baby, auto combat mode engage. The suit, now fully automated, groaned as the metal joints creaked. That couldn't have been healthy for the one inside the suit. Izuku blinked when the suit pushed her out of the cockpit, Hatsume still wide and awake as she grinned while the suit rocketed forward towards Izuku. Oh, second phase. Giving me Ornstein and Smo vibes. Izuku grinned and clenched his fist. He wanted to test this hunk of metal with his own strength. He may not be as strong as he was when he defeated Gwyn, he checked, but it was enough to beat this moving piece of metal. Not even using his pyromancies, he swung hard and wide, his right fist colliding against its own metal fist. Flesh met steel, and steel lost, its entire right arm being blown off from the sheer force Izuku had thrown. Hatsume's jaw dropped at the sight, her own invention designed to keep up with physical augmentation quirks, crumpling like foil. Izuku didn't relent, capitalizing on the opportunity by grabbing its other arm as the metal suit reeled and pulled. The first second, it was dislocated from its own socket. By the next second, it was torn off brutally, oil spilling out like blood. Electric sparks came from the torn wiring, igniting the pouring oil, setting it alight. It caught onto Izuku's tracksuit, briefly worrying the onlookers, but Izuku himself paid it no mind. What was a normal flame, compared to the first flame that used him as kindle? His flesh underneath the tracksuit stayed unharmed, but the same couldn't be said for his clothing. Grabbing it, he ripped it apart and tossed it to the ground, before making sure that the suit of metal couldn't fight anymore by tearing its head out like a savage. And he did it all with a large smile on his face. The stadium laid silent, the crowd gaping as they saw the end of the second match. Izuku stood proud, his figure towering over the wrecked remains of the suit that was once Hatsume's invention. Said Pinkett had already fainted the moment Izuku wailed on the suit without remorse. But what got the attention of the public wasn't the win, nor the brutality of it all. No, what they saw were the scars marring Izuku's form, even if it was a heavily toned-down version of what he had gone through in Lordran. Maybe his classmates didn't want to talk about his scars out of respect, or either fear, so not a word was shared about Izuku's figure. That was now moot as the common populace got a clear view of his body, most of the lot going speechless at the sight, while some no doubt salivated. People were just like that. Midoriya Izuku is the winner. Midnight picked her jaw from the floor as she immediately called for the medic bots to go and tend to the injured. Midoriya, go back to your locker room and get dressed. You can head back to your class area and wait there for your next match. Will do. Izuku gave Midnight a salute, while giving Hatsume a somewhat respecting glare. At least her inventions, when it wasn't a prototype, were worthy for field work, and that was something worthy of his respect. He just hoped that the delusions of grandeur weren't going to blind her to the truth of their careers. Turning away, his figure etched an image into the minds of all the viewers. Whether it be for good, or for bad, remained to be seen. Izuku went back to the seats properly clothed and denoting a laid-back appearance. His return was heralded with speechless awe and a hint of curiosity from his peers. Yo, dude, that was sick. Kirishima applauded with a toothy grin, his hand forming a thumbs up as he stood from his seat. Like, goddamn, we knew you were going to win, but that was badass. Indeed. Iida nodded, his arms chopping the air. I have first-hand experience with Hatsume Mei's creations, and I have to say that her inventions are top of the line, even compared to some of the professional support creators of Japan. My brother sang her praises once he managed to see what she had made for me. Damn, how'd you rate her suit then, Iida? Mineta asked while peeking from over his seat. Midoriya here is just too strong to use as a benchmark. I doubt any of us could take him, no offense to all of you. None taken. Sato waved it off, while the other classmates agreed with him. So, Iida, the suit. Now I know the hero support costume classifications, and I assume you all know too. All Might's first iteration was along the lines of AD, since it was just your regular fortified hero support costume. Iida began to rant about other hero suits that had added mechanisms to their bulk, slowly increasing their grade classification. If I were to rank Hatsume's current suit, I'd have to put it around classification B, pushing it to classification A because of its autonomous feature. Damn, that high, Kirishima whistled. How strong is class A again? Kaminari, the well-known class dunce because of his bad grades when it came to theory, asked sheepishly. Kaminari, have you not studied for our midterms? This was one of the questions on the test. The electric blonde turned pale when he heard Iida mention the midterms exam. Oh, shit. Language. Iida was quick to reprimand him by chopping the air. Anyway, since you clearly haven't studied, Hero Support Costume Classification A, or HSCCA for short, is a type of hero support item that could be worn by heroes over their own costume. AB class would have the full set: fortifications, rescue support items, offensive support items for villains, and the rest. A- class would have something more to get its label, such as Hatsume's suit having an autonomous feature that could detach from the wearer and do whatever it was programmed to do, in this case, fighting. As usual, everything went over Kaminari's head, his brain not being able to keep up at the speed Iida explained. Can you please explain one more time? God damn it, spark plug. Jiro palmed her face, followed by Ashido, who was the other class dunce but not on the same level as Kaminari. Kaminari, if you need tutoring, we, as your classmates, can help. Iida offered a helping hand, figuratively that is. It is our responsibilities to help each other when it comes to our schoolwork. So you mean we can copy off of your paper? Ashido butted in, a cheeky grin on her face. You're helping us with our schoolwork, you know, by letting us pass. Ashido, such craven behavior is unfit for this academy. Iida nearly blew a gasket while Ashido cackled to herself at the tease. Iida, relax, she's just teasing you. Uraraka calmed him down with a slight smile. She then turned towards Izuku with a slight frown that no one else caught but himself. Letting the girl stare at him was something he wasn't uncomfortable with, so he let her. Passing by his other classmates, Izuku sat on his spot that he picked out earlier and watched Ismintos fix the stage by using his quirk because frankly, it was too weak to handle Izuku's sudden increase in strength. Well, looks like it's my turn. Wish me luck, ladies. Kaminari winked at the girls, only to get eye rolls from them. Bruh, Sparkplug, you do know you're against Momo, right? Kaminari blinked, head turned towards the Ravenet who looked at him with a determined gaze. Oh shit. Momo stepped onto the arena, body prim and proper as she faced down her classmate, Kaminari, who was the very definition of nerves right now. Recalling her father's words, confidence was the key to facing down men, whether it be on a table or on the field. And now, the third match of the day. First off, the young heiress of the Yaoyorozu company. She's smart, beautiful, and incredibly scary when she puts her mind to it. She's Yaoyorozu Momo. Give her a round of applause. The stadium erupted into cheers, Momo's gut feeling like the butterflies within it were frolicking around with no abandon. This was, however, something she was used to. So, putting up a smile and waving to the crowd, Momo stepped forward without losing her composure. And her opponent. This young lad is quite a trouble magnet. You better watch out, or you're bound to be shocked for a lifetime. He's Kaminari Denki. Give him a round of applause. Dude, not cool. Kaminari glared at the commentary box. Midnight was quick to shush him as she strutted forward, flag in hand. Alright, I want a nice, clean fight. You both will fight until one of you either taps out, is unable to continue, ring out, or I deem it necessary to stop. Midnight raised the flag, both Momo's and Kaminari's eyes staying glued to the piece of cloth. Are you both ready? Not really, but ready as I'll ever be. Midnight narrowed her eyes at the blonde, causing him to squirm in place. Looks like we'll be having some words after the sports festival. Your attitude could use some work. Midnight then looked at Momo. How about you, ready? Yes, ma'am. Momo nodded resolutely, a plan already forming in her head. Then, start. Immediately, Momo tried to create enough static-resistant cloth to cover her body. She read the rules of the tournament beforehand. She wasn't allowed to bring anything her quirk created into the arena, so she had to create it the moment the fight began. Against Kaminari, she was sure she was going to lose if she didn't have some means of defense against his electricity. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. Her eyes widened. She wasn't done creating her defense. Her nerves flared in sudden pain as she felt her entire body shut down. The last thing she saw was the concrete floor as she collapsed, with only a single word echoing through her mind repeatedly. Failure. Well, I guess that's just Lady Luck smiling on Kaminari. Izuku mused as he heard the frustrated groans coming from the girls right next to his seat. The boys, on the other hand, were cheering for the blonde on the stage who was giving out free thumbs up with a derpy grin on his face. Jiro was clutching at her sides trying hard not to laugh at the sight, but Izuku could tell the girl felt sorry for Yaoyorozu. She was one of the favorites to reach second place of the entire festival, after all, so it was sad to see her go out on the first round. Well, what do you expect? Spark plugs quirks faster. Katsuki leaned against his chair and propped his feet up against the backrest of the occupied chair in front of him, Mineta looking at him with a fed-up expression. If Ponytail was gonna win, she'd have to be near instant with her creations, which, news flash, isn't how it fucking works. She's good at planning, strategizing, and setups, but sudden encounters are not how she wanna handle her business. Wow, with how violent and foul-mouthed you are, I thought you had the same IQ as Kaminari. Ashido commented offhandedly, causing Bakugo to nearly blow up. The fuck does that mean, Pinky? Never mind, Katsuki blew up. At least he wasn't being physical. Nothing. Ashido waved her hands, a cheeky grin plastered on her face. She then turned morose as they all saw Yaoyorozu being hauled by the Medibots to the infirmary. Kaminari was given the same treatment because he was currently in derp mode. Still, gotta feel bad for Yaomomo. Want to go and cheer her up when she wakes up, hero. Suyu offered and all of the girls agreed. Anyway, I'm off. Katsuki stood up from his seat and looked at Aoyama, the latter trembling slightly at the intense gaze. "Better prepare yourself, Sparkles. I ain't going down without a fight." Aoyama gulped as he too stood up, following Katsuki out of their class box. "Welp, Aoyama's screwed," Izuku stated, and surprisingly, not a single one of his classmates disagreed. "Yep, press F to pay respect." Mineta nodded sagely, and those who knew the reference clasped their hands together or just plain saluted. Those who didn't were left staring confused at their classmates doing some kind of gesture, but the underlying meaning was there. "How about we bet how long before Bakugo wins?" Sato came up with an idea and almost all of them joined in on the bandwagon. "Winner gets to ask a favor from the losers." 10 seconds. Mineta was quick to voice his prediction, and some of the others who were about to do the same, most notably the girls, halted at the proclamation. It didn't stop them from betting, however. 5 seconds. Hiro. Tsuyu raised her hand, followed by some others who also gave their predictions. Sato wrote them down on the notebook he had brought with him that doubled as a recipe book for sweets. Izuku didn't join in their fun. He just wanted to see the fight up close without having something looming over his head. Katsuki breathed in deeply, the light coming from the end of the tunnel nearly blinding him. Who the fuck designed this stadium? Oh right, it was the goddamned rat. The rat that ran the entire academy. Grumbling to himself, he stepped into the limelight, eyes squinting for a bit as he adjusted to the sun beaming down on him. On the stage, Midnight stood, waiting like the Cheshire Cat in that old American fairy tale, Alice in whatever the fuck land. Funny how it survived the Quirk dark ages when most of the media during that era was lost to time. Stepping onto the platform, he glared at Sparkles, the teen's knees shaking ever so slightly. He did put up an impressive facade of looking like he didn't give a fuck, being his usual flamboyant self. And now, for our fourth match of the day. On one side, we have the ever-aggressive, permanently scowling, and demolitions expert of Class 1A, give it up for Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki was pretty sure Aizawa was giving present Mike hell right about now for that introduction. Oh, on the other side, he's sparkly, he's glittery, he's one of the main reasons why I wear sunglasses inside buildings, Aoyama Yuga. Take the stage, you two boys ready to get rough and dirty. Midnight sensually roamed her hands over her body, hands still gripping on the flag that was to signal their fight. How the fuck are you a teacher at a high school again? Katsuki groaned while Midnight sent her whip flying at him, the lash striking the ground next to him. Language, or I just might have to discipline you, privately. Katsuki groaned even more. How the fuck was this hag teaching high school students without being labeled a sex offender? One of the many mysteries of modern society. And if you must know, I have a teacher's license. No shit. A whip strike near him again, but Katsuki remained unfazed. Anyway, can we just get this over with? HMPH, have it your way, but you really must learn how to speak without swearing. Midnight raised the flag high. I want a clean fight. You will only stop once either of you taps out, is unable to continue, ring out, or I deem it necessary to stop. Am I clear? Crystal. Katsuki boredly waved her off while Midnight looked over Sparkles, who also nodded his head. Then, begin. In an instant, Katsuki propelled himself towards Sparkles, the teen briefly panicking before he used his quirk. Blasting his way to the side, Katsuki narrowly avoided the laser beam that could have dealt some damage, his momentum still not stopping. Sparkles only had a single second of use before he had to stop, and that was enough time for Katsuki to land a devastating hit. Katsuki roared and brought both of his hands together, Sparkles looking like he was about to lose his lunch. To his credit, he managed to move slightly to the side, mitigating the incoming blast. It still sent him flying, but it wasn't enough to get him out of the ring. That said, it didn't look like Sparkles was getting up anytime soon, the rear of his pants emitting a foul smell that alerted both Midnight and Katsuki as to what had happened. I give up. Aoyama admitted defeat, and the entire stadium roared. Oh, Madam Midnight, call the bots, please. Sheesh, poor Aoyama. Ashido grimaced as she watched the blonde being dragged away by the bots, while also preserving what little dignity he had left by draping a white cloth over him. His quirk drawback may not be as disastrous as some I know, but shitting himself on live television. Dude, He'll be lucky if he isn't made fun of by the kids who saw that. Kirishima winced, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Ah shit. Mineta shivered, the thought already haunting him. You think Aoyama's skin is thick enough? If he can survive being looked at like a weirdo, then he could survive some kids. Jiro shrugged, but nevertheless pitied the blonde all the same. Izuku hummed, eyes observing the happenings from the comfort of his seat. If he wasn't wrong, the next match was to be between Kirishima and another from Class 1B, the vine-haired girl. That was going to be a fun match. No doubt, Kirishima was going to lose hard if he didn't ditch his incredibly straightforward fighting style, but to each his own. He fails here, he learns a very useful lesson. On the minuscule chance he won, it meant Kirishima was skillful enough to win against a huge disadvantage. So, how long was the fight? Izuku asked and the rest of his classmates stiffened. Let me see. 9 seconds. Ashido's words trailed off as Mineta began to cackle like a madman. You better not make us do anything fucked up. Relax, I ain't too much of a shit like you think I am. Mineta scoffed. I may be a perv, but even I have my limits. No, I just want you all to dress in cheerleader costumes and cheer for our classmates. Yaoyorozu already made some earlier before she realized I was tricking her. Bruh. Jiro looked at Mineta, disgusted by the purple grape. Oh, shut it, you wanted to bet, and you lost. Now pay up. Mineta grinned as he moved to the corner of their box, extracting a bag full of cheerleader uniforms, the semi-skimpy ones that were common amongst professional cheerleaders. It's simple, before the fight starts, cheer for our classmates. That's it. Fuck, fine. Ashido groaned as the rest of the girls stood up since all of them did bet on the result of the match. You're lucky we ain't cowards. Come on girls, let's go change. Oh right, Kirishima, isn't it your turn next? Sato said, causing the artificial redhead to stand up from his seat. Yep, can't wait to fight against. Who was I fighting again? Shiozaki Abara from Class 1B, Kiro. Suyu helpfully supplied, making Kirishima snap his fingers, a smile making its way to his face. Thanks, Asui. Man, can't believe I actually forgot my opponent. Rubbing the back of his head, Kirishima sheepishly made his way to the exit. Anyway, wish me luck. Good luck, don't end up like Aoyama. Mineta grinned, the redhead sputtering at the tease coming from the pink-skinned girl. We wouldn't want to call you Red Diaper, now would we? Dude, why you throwing shade at my possible hero name? Kirishima was red-faced as he left the area, his classmates busting up a gut as he ran away. Even Izuku was laughing, the joke just too perfect for the current scenario. So, bets. Mineta's grin vanished once he saw that most of them didn't want to make bets. Suit yourselves. Eijiro wasn't smart. Well, he was smart enough to get into UA high school, but that's besides the point. Compared to his other classmates, he was stupid. Maybe not so much considering there was Kaminari and Ashido vying for the place of class dunce. Shaking his head, he clutched at his arms, his breath coming in deep and steady. Calm yourself, Eiji. You can do this. Psyching himself up, he forced a grin up on his face as he marched towards the glaring light at the end of the tunnel. Each step felt heavier and heavier as he continued forth, his grin slipping the moment he stepped out of the tunnel. The reason? One look at his class booth was the answer. He nearly stood like a statue the moment he stepped foot on the soil of the stadium, his grin freezing in place as his eyes twitched ever so slightly. What the hell were they doing? Go Kirishima, hard as rock and tough as nails. His face lit up in abject shame as his classmates cheered him on. Dressed in cheerleader outfits no less. Well, looks like I have no need to introduce one of our contestants. His classmates are doing my work for me. Present Mike didn't help, the blonde teacher probably having one hell of a time. Maybe even Aizawa was silently laughing to himself up in their box. And his opponent, silent as the night and as serene as the forest, the assassin from Class 1B, Shiozaki Abara. Oh, dear lord, to compare me to an assassin is quite the jump. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Said girl collapsed her hands in prayer as light beamed down from above. How that happened, he didn't know. Was it a part of her quirk? Sorry. Anyway, Midnight, the stage is yours. Alright, You two cutie pies. Midnight strutted forward and raised her hand with the flag, as she did the previous matches. I want a nice, clean fight. It will only end when one of you taps out, is unable to continue, by ring out, or if I deem it necessary. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Both Eijiro and Shiozaki nodded, and Midnight gave both of them a smirk. Then, begin. The moment the flag was swiped down, Eijiro immediately hardened his body and charged the girl. He was confident with his hardness, and thorny plants were in the end, just plants. No way could it pierce through. Oh fuck. The vines were piercing through the concrete. Motherfucking concrete. Realizing his mistake, Eijiro tried to dodge to the side, managing to do so but getting nicked for his troubles. The thorny vines glanced by his hardened skin, but it managed to chip off some of it as it passed through. His heart thumped, eyes widening at the feeling of desperation overwhelming him. Just one attack was enough to send his confidence to the gutters. Up until this point, nobody was able to pierce through his defenses when it came to pure, physical strength. He knew Midobro was strong enough to fold him like a lawn chair if he was so inclined, but he opted for grappling. The same could be said for Sato, the other powerhouse in the class when it came to physical strength. So, to see something as feeble looking like a thorny vine managing to cut a chunk of his hardened skin off was sobering. He overestimated himself and underestimated the enemy. Teeth chattering, Eijiro quickly got up and removed his hardening. Using his quirk made him slow, and against Shiozaki's swift vines, that was just defeat just waiting to happen. Sucking in a breath, he ran forward, noticeably faster than he was when using his quirk. His eyes noticed cracking concrete coming from his left side and anticipated events bursting from underneath. Gritting his teeth, he let his body do the work as a vine came out not too long after. He weaved out of the way, his feet still not stopping his rush. Shiozaki was content to stay still, it looked like. A fatal mistake during a fight. Midobro made sure to hammer that into him during their spars. More vines came from underneath the concrete, and using his reflexes honed by Midobro's torture sessions, he bobbed and weaved through the mess of plants, each vine looking as if they were moving in slow motion. As he got close, he noticed more and more vines trying to catch him, some of them even coming from above, making his rush more of a struggle. Sweat dripped down his cheek, breath getting labored as his energy dwindled. He couldn't continue for long. Just one mistake was all it took for him to lose. He just needed to get close. He was an inflexible teen. His quirk making it near impossible to be gymnast level of flexibility like Ashido had, but Midobro's torture sessions were enough to instill in him some form of flexibility. So when he felt something grab rap against his foot, he reacted immediately, hardening his hand and forming a vague knife shape with his fingers and slashed against the offending appendage, all the while twisting like an acrobat. The vine was cut in twain and Eijiro immediately rebounded by using his free hand to launch himself further forward. Red eyes met dark green, and he knew he had his chance. Letting loose a roar, Eijiro charged, hands forward to grab the girl and knock her out with a choke, only for a mass of vines to slam against him during his last stand. Apologies, but it seems I may have underestimated you. Shiozaki's voice was laced with awe, and quite possibly, a bit of guilt. So, do forgive me for holding back. Ack, goddammit. Eijiro wheezed as he felt the weight of a fuckton of plants crush him to the concrete floor, the weight suddenly increasing after his last word left his mouth. Please do not say the Lord's name in vain. Eijiro didn't manage to catch the next of her words, nor Midnight's as he felt his consciousness leave his body. Izuku pursed his lips, eyes glued to the arena as the Medibots hauled an unconscious Kirishima off the stage. Shiozaki was left behind, eyes closed as she clasped her hands in prayer. He grimaced. There was a reason why he shied away from miracles. Why put your faith on those that never even responded? His fingers rolled on the armrest of his chair, sometimes clenching, and sometimes not. As the religious thorn-haired teen left the stage, Izuku let out a breath. No wonder he and Patches got along, they both hated those of the cloth in their own, strange ways. Izuku for being torn down again and again ever since he was conscious enough to decide right from wrong, and Patches for hating those in power that exploited those underneath. Sighing once more, he searched within his mind the next participants in the event, and a smile came across his lips. Looking at his feathered friend, Izuku patted him on the shoulder, eliciting a confused squawk from the teen. Midoriya, mayhaps you tell me why you look like I am about to head to my demise. Izuku used his free hand to point towards the section of the stadium which housed the general classes. Still confused as to the action, Izuku sighed and just straight up told him. Good luck fighting Himei. Izuku just left it at that, the ominous vibe that hung around the air causing the avian mutated teen's feathers to ruffle. All he had to do was think back to the second event to realize how the girl moved. How the girl fought. Dark Shadow, his fun-loving Quirk, suddenly materialized from behind him, his eyes looking a little concerned. Fumi, I don't like the eyes of that girl. Dark Shadow shivered, shadowy claws gripping onto the avian head's shoulders like a vice. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Ow, would you please let go of my shoulders, Dark Shadow? Tokoyami winced as the undoubtedly sharp claws dug into his skin. Ah, my bad. Dark Shadow let go of his shoulders and slunk back into his host's body, but not before giving another word about Himei. Just be careful, Fumi. Something tells me you're not gonna like her fighting you. Any pointers, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked Izuku, his tone betraying his unbothered facade. Nope. Get good. Izuku gave Tokoyami a bright smile and slapped him on the back, eliciting a squawk from the avian head. Good luck out there. Grumbling to himself, Tokoyami left the booth, feathers ruffled as he opened the door that marked his exit. Once he was gone, the rest of the class focused on Izuku, their curiosity worn on their sleeves. Hey, Midori. Ashido, the gossip queen as per usual, was the first to approach him, hands fiddling with a pen and notebook. Can you tell us anything about, what was her name again? Toga Himiko, Hiro. Sue answered with a finger on her chin. Right, Toga, anything you can tell us about her. Ashido leaned forward, stars in her eyes as she entered into matchmaking mode. She likes drinking blood. Izuku shrugged and waved the pinkett off. That's all you're gonna get out of me. You want to ask a question about her? Ask Himei directly. Oh, Himei, pet names already. Ashido grinned, followed by some whistles from the class and outrage from one specific grape-themed midget. Yes, why, is that a big deal? And now it was Ashido's turn to have her jaw drop to the floor, along with some of the class. A big duh, of course it is. Ashido leaned forward even more, her piercing yellow eyes backgrounded by the black sclera making it seem like she was the spawn of the devil himself. You're calling her by a nickname you gave her. And she's fine with it. If that doesn't scream dating, I dunno what is. Dating. Izuku tilted his head at the observation. You think me and Himei are dating? Furious head tilting was his answer, and that in turn just made him more confused. Well, too bad, you're wrong. Izuku shrugged, then looked back at the arena, the rubble still being fixed by Smintos as he used his quirk to fill out the gaps. At most, we're just living with each other because she has no other place to stay. I feel so sorry for that girl. Ashido groaned as she trudged back to her seat. Dude, why your head gotta be so dense? Jiro was next to point at him with her verbal barb. Dense. Izuku tilted his head once more, fingers coming just beneath his chin as he tried to knock his head around with his free hand. It is hard. Oh, for foo, never mind. Jiro groaned into her seat, eyes staring daggers at Izuku all the while. Bruh, and here I thought Midoriya was getting it on with the chick. Mineta slumped into his seat, a sigh of relief exiting his mouth, only for his cheek to be slapped by an extended tongue, courtesy of Sue sitting just a few chairs away. Enough being a perv, Hiro. Sue said while retracting her tongue. Anyway, the arena's fixed. The fight's about to begin, Hiro. As she said that, the entire area went silent, all of their eyes glued to the empty arena waiting to be filled with more teenage blood, metaphorically speaking, that is. Fumikage gulped as his feet guided him forwards towards the light. His heart pounded within his chest, hand gripping against his shirt tightly. He felt his back stir and out came his partner, his other half. Yo, Fumi, ya sure you feelin' good? Dark Shadow grabbed at his shoulders, a habit the sentient Quirk picked up on whenever he was feeling down back when he was little, shitty childhood that he had. I'm fine, Dark Shadow. Fumikage waved him off, but his other half proved better at reading his emotions. Ya know, Boss is a real unit, handling that crazy chick like nothing. Fumikage squawked indignantly at the sudden crude joke. Dark Shadow, cease saying crude things about Midoriya right this instant. Dark Shadow chuckled, his grip on his shoulders lessening. Why not? You know it's true. Dark Shadow floated around him with a knowing grin, his claws still not letting go of his shoulders. You've seen how the girl acts around him. I swear, it's like they're already fucking each other when no one's looking. Dark Shadow. Fumikage's feathers puffed up, quite thankful that no other people could see his embarrassment. Why must you badmouth Midoriya's lady friend? Not like I'm wrong. Dark Shadow let go of his shoulders, a smile hanging on its face. Anyway, you feelin' fine now? I must admit, despite your crude words and disgusting repertoire, thank you for keeping my mind off of things. Dark Shadow slunk back into his body while giving off a faint chuckle. That being said, could you please tone down the crude remarks? It would be wonderful if you didn't try to embarrass me every few seconds or so. Nah. Dark Shadow slithered out for a brief moment just to boop Fumikage on the beak. Waving him away, Dark Shadow slunk back into his host's body as Fumikage used every profanity under the sun to insult his other half. As the light grew stronger and brighter, Fumikage's heart began beating rapidly again. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried about the incoming fight between him and Midoriya's lady friend. As his other half has said, time and time again, he didn't like the way the Class 1C student carried herself. It somehow felt like he was standing right in front of an apex predator, and with his avian mutation quirk, his instincts were more well-developed than others without animal mutation quirks. More steps forward and he could finally hear the loud roaring and cheering of the audience. He felt a deep pit within his gut, his inner introvert complaining about being on the spotlight in front of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people watching his every move. Then he thought back to his childhood days, where his former classmates mocked and berated him for being different. That he wouldn't amount to anything just because he had a bird's head. The only friend he had during that time was just Dark Shadow. A smirk floated up on his face, the pit within his gut subsiding, but still remaining. If only they could see him now. Here he was, in one of the most prestigious academy in Japan as one of the elite few who managed to land himself in one of their hero courses. It was a highly contested spot that even his former classmates weren't able to get in, much less even get a spot in UA's general course. Who was he kidding, with how popular the UA High School Sports Festival was, with even some of the schools temporarily shutting down classes just for the students to watch the festival either in person or at home. There was no doubt that they were watching the livestream. From mocked and berated, to acknowledged and loved. Indeed, today was going to be a banquet large enough to fuel the dark side within him. Now if only he could provide a good showing against Midoriya's lady friend, that would be splendid. He didn't want to be seen as the hero student who lost to a general course student with pure, physical combat. Himiko sing-songed as she skipped through the dark hallways, the light at the end of the tunnel growing brighter and brighter as she approached. While she skipped through, her mind couldn't help but focus on Zuzu, or rather, how he would react to her fighting his classmate. A frown overtook her lips. The hero class were on the spotlight because in a few more weeks, the hero agency internships would be starting as part of their midterm finals. Obviously, the hero students would be sent to the hero agencies to learn under them. The general class would be doing normal school stuff, the support class would be interning under famous support companies, while the management class would be learning under those that handle PR for various hero agencies. It was a bit confusing, but otherwise a simple system. So, there left one thing for her to ponder. Should she hold back against Zuzu's classmate? Just one look at how the bird head handled himself told her all she needed to know, that all his strength was focused on just his quirk. The bird head himself had no combat training whatsoever, and her days slipping through alleyways upon alleyways during her dark time helped in indicating if someone was a danger to her health or not. Bird head didn't give her that sense. His quirk, on the other hand, did. Biting her lip strong enough to draw blood, her mind continued to twist and turn, trying to think of a way to get Zuzu to appreciate her more and more. She didn't want him to hate her, the only person who had accepted her for who she was in the entirety of her life. Her feet mechanically guided her towards the light, and no sooner did her eyes squint as the sun directly above her head shone over her, the screams and roars of the audience nearly deafening her from the sheer noise alone. She thought she had heard it all back during the first and second event, but nope, turns out that they were hyped to see two teenagers beat the ever-living shit out of each other, the animals. And here she thought that they were the civilized ones. Ascending the steps leading to the raised platform in the arena, she came face to face with the bird head, Tokoyami Fumikage, if she recalled correctly. On her right side, she saw Midnight, the NSFW hero that somehow still kept her job teaching literal children. "Alright then, I want a clean fight." She recited the usual things she said towards the other competitors before them, some of which she already knew because she wanted to watch Zuzu closer during his fight against that harlot. Making babies with him. TCH. If anyone was going to do that with him, it was going to be her. "Are you two ready?" Himiko nodded, a slasher grin floating up her face as she assumed a stance. She decided then and there that bird head wasn't going to get special treatment. If he wanted to be a hero, then he better be prepared to fight against a superior opponent. Midnight raised the flag and swished it down, immediately prompting Himiko to rush towards the bird head. She caught him barking something out, but her mind didn't process it as the next thing she knew, she was dodging feral attacks coming from the living shadow connected to the bird head. She skidded across the ground as she tried to regain her balance, the soles of her shoes scraping against the rough concrete. If this was a smooth surface, she was sure that she would have already had her face meet the surface, but with it being rough as it was enough to ensure that she got a good foothold while dodging the attacks from the shadowy Quirk. Her grin didn't fade as she bobbed and weaved. Every now and then, the shadow managed to scratch against her figure, the dark claws drawing a minuscule amount of blood, all the while bird head kept on watching her attentively. See, this was what she was talking about. Bird head himself had nothing to contribute, other than being the anchor to his heavy-hitting Quirk, and if what she saw earlier during the first and second event was correct, then the shadow was weaker in the light. Sucking in a deep breath, she waited for the shadow to assault her once again. It didn't take too long to wait before bird head's shadow took the chance. Muscles taut and ready, she allowed a claw to gash her midriff, cutting through cloth and flesh alike. Blood spilled onto the concrete, shocking both the shadow and its host, and that was enough of an opportunity to finish the match. She lunged, grin still in place as her wound leaked her lifeblood all over the place. Good thing she knew how to position herself when defending against sharp objects, otherwise, she'd have bled to death long before she managed to meet her Zuzu. As she got closer, Bird Head still seemed to be in shock, but his shadow managed to snap out of it and grab at her heels. Still, it wasn't enough to stop her and with a brief tumble, managed to dislodge its claws nipping at her foot. However, that one single moment was enough to snap Bird Head out of his trance and try to back away, but it was too late. With an explosive leap, Himiko clenched her fist and cocked it back. Bird Head for his part, tried to block with his forearms, but her dance with Zuzu during that night, as well as subsequent dances during their free days, she learned a trick or two when it came to knocking someone out with a well-placed punch. As she grew closer, she put her plan into action. Those inexperienced in a street brawl mostly neglected one thing when in a fight, and that was their balance. Bird Head was keen on protecting his torso and head, but the same couldn't be said for his lower body. Feinting a punch was enough to knock him down a peg or two. Snapping her foot forward, her foot impacted Bird Head's leg, the feathered one letting out a pained squawk as he dropped to a knee. Despite her slender figure, her legs were toned, and was also one of her more defining traits, if she does say so herself. Now if only a certain white-haired teen would recognize her advances, then everything would truly be perfect. Now that Bird Head was down, it was time to knock his lights out. Cocking back her fist, she threw her entire strength against his beak with a loopy grin, only for it to miss a mark as she was shoved away by the shadow managing to catch up to her. She grunted as she rolled on the ground, the shadow figure having a surprising amount of mass to manage to body her like a sack of potatoes in the air. She quickly recovered from her roll and went back to her feet, fully knowing that if her legs weren't on solid ground, it was a major disadvantage. Squinting her eyes, her grin dropped as she looked at both Bird Head and Shadow. Looking down, she saw her midriff still leaking blood, and that gave her a limited amount of time before she collapsed from blood loss. Clicking her tongue, Himiko crouched down and prepared to pounce. Maybe she shouldn't have underestimated Bird Head, but then again, his shadow was doing the heavy lifting. Bah, enough. It was time she took this seriously. The battle was a blur from there, with Tokoyami and Himei doing their best to beat one another into submission. Though, looking from his seat, Izuku noted that Himei's was the one losing ground. There just were some things that pure physical prowess wouldn't be able to overcome. He should know, he's been there in Lordran. Plus, Himei was still bleeding, so it was only a matter of time before she collapsed of blood loss. The two continued to dance, Himei dodging Dark Shadow's relentless assault as she did everything in her power to get close to Tokoyami. Sadly for her, after that close call earlier, Dark Shadow opted to stay close to his host, not wanting to risk another situation like earlier. All of a sudden, Himei collapsed to a knee, her arm clutching at the gash on her midriff. At this rate, the wound was going to be threatening to her life, and even Midnight looked like she wanted to call the match off. But that would be disrespectful to Himei. Izuku could see it, the mania behind her eyes, the manic grin etched upon her face. Despite the pain and agony, she was having fun with the fight. Midnight stopping the fight here would make her sulk later and cling to him like a needy child, so he really hoped that she didn't. Tokoyami was smart, however. He knew that all he needed to do was run down the clock, and Dark Shadow sticking close to him to use as his shield was the best strategy he had on hand. If Tokoyami himself knew how to fight, then Himei realistically just had no chance, but he didn't, and that was something the girl was trying to exploit. With a sudden lunge, Himei's lips nearly split her face in half, arms ready to grapple the avian head. Dark Shadow, sensing the imminent danger, tried to stop her, claws extended ready to tear her asunder. So, imagine their shock when Himei just let it happen, her arm receiving another gash, ripping the sleeve off as more blood splattered on the ground. Evidently, both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow didn't expect that, shocking them still, but Himei continued on, shouldering the pain as she grabbed the avian head by the neck. Lifting him up, showing a surprising amount of arm strength regardless of the pain she was suffering, she yeeted him out of the arena like a woman possessed. The avian head flew in the air like a flightless bird, his wings clipped as Dark Shadow tried to rescue him from the fall. It wasn't enough. They were already near the edge of the arena, thanks to Himei's constant struggle and mind-boggling acrobatics, and all it took was a simple fling to finish the fight. Tokoyami landed on the ground outside the arena, the second ring out for the day. The crowd laid silent for a moment, before the stadium boomed as cheers erupted from the audience. And would you look at that? By a hair's breadth, Toga Himiko wins by ring out. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, the excitement in his voice obvious for anyone with 2 ears. That being said, Midnight. Get the Medibots in there pronto. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Izuku could feel the worry and pain latent within Midnight's voice. She was already right next to Himei, doing her best to staunch the bleeding. Tokoyami, for his part, helped the Midnight with stabilizing Himei's blood flow, something he gave his thanks to. Himei wasn't in a good state, and he'd doubt that she would be able to fight in the next match, but knowing her, she'd probably be raring to go after getting patched up by Recovery Girl. Yo, you guys sure she'll be okay? Kirishima looked a bit green. That's a lot of blood. Trust in Recovery Girl, Ashido replied, but there was no denying how worried she was at the sight. No doubt most of the people watching the event would be worried for the girl. She was literally bleeding on the ground, albeit with a smile on her face. Midori, you worried about your girl? Nah, she'll be alright. Izuku nodded to himself, gaining weird looks from the others in his class. Wah, but she's bleeding heavily at that, Toru exclaimed, her sleeves waving up and down like she was trying to imitate a bird. So, Izuku's words caused their jaws to drop. You think people don't bleed in fights? Sure, she might be losing a lot of blood, nothing that some rest and good food can't replenish. Dude, what the fuck? Jiro was the first to pick up her jaw and glare at Izuku. You can't be serious. Seeing that Izuku didn't respond, the punk rocker threw him a disgusted glare. Don't you fucking care about her? Jiro stood up, eyes glaring down at Izuku's confused expression. Of course I do. Izuku tilted his head, but again, she's just bleeding. Not like she lost an arm or a leg. Also, Ashido said it best, trust in Recovery Girl. Jiro didn't respond back, opting to turn around and go back to her seat. Disgust roiled off of her like a waterfall, and Izuku didn't know why. She was just bleeding. What was the problem? Everybody bled when fighting. Hell, didn't girls bleed once a month? So what was the problem with it? The problem, Izuku, is that you think bleeding like that is normal. Katsuki suddenly leaned in close to him, his voice nary a whisper. This is just a fucking competition, not a fight to the death. Izuku pursed his lips. Was this a culture thing? Shaking his head, he watched as Himei was dragged away by the Medibots, a grin still etched upon unconscious face. Furrowing his brows, he thought back to what Jiro had said. Was he downplaying the injuries she endured? Maybe he was, but really, this was the best place to spill some blood in the name of learning so that it doesn't happen in the field. Jiro would learn, and so would his other classmates, that bleeding in a controlled area instead of the field would be much preferable. Higher chances to stay alive, as every professional hero knows. Leaning his head against his palm, he waited for the next contestants to head to the ring, Iida himself standing up at attention and walking towards the exit. Alright, it was his turn to fight, and the one he was fighting against was from their sister class, the Kirishima look-alike. Now that was a thought. Never in his life would he see two identical people, both in looks and in quirks, without even having a smidge of blood relation. Actually, maybe they did have that, but it was so long ago that they barely held any resemblance. Still funny to think that they had the same temperament, same looks, and the same quirks. Tenya was nervous. Truth be told, even with his brother training him over the years, he has never been in a competitive one-on-one before. Much less the fact that hundreds of thousands were going to watch him and scrutinize his every move. Gulping down a thick glob of saliva, his legs pushed him forward, his hands clenched as sweat dripped down his forehead. He could hear the roaring crowd just beyond the light filtering through the exit. Taking in a lungful of air, he straightened his posture and slapped his face. Eyes resolute, Tenya strutted forward like a man on a mission, his confidence levels soaring through the roof. As he stepped into the light, Tenya had to close his eyes just because of how bright it was. Raising his hand to block out the sun, he felt the scorching heat as the sand beneath his boot stuck to his soles. Walking up to the raised platform, Tenya came face to face with his opponent. After much observation, he couldn't help but think to his redhead classmate. Kirishima looked completely alike with his silver twin, save for the eyelashes that went all around his eyes. Present Mike's voice continued to boom all across the stadium, but the beating of his heart drowned it out, Tenya's eyes hidden underneath his glinting glasses. Letting out a low breath, Tenya bowed towards his classmate lookalike. A pleasure to be fighting you today. Raising his head, he looked at the teen resolutely, arms at his side waiting for the start of the match. Reet. Kirishima's lookalike looked at him incredulously. Anyway, teach, you gonna start us or what? He flashed a toothy grin, smashing his fists together as his skin turned a silver hue. Who am I to deny your hot-bloodedness? Midnight smirked as she raised the flag high. Getting into position, Tenya's engines roared to life, the mesh of biological and mechanical mass creating a cacophony of thunder as it exhumed smoke. His opponent's grin grew even larger, his back hunching as he raised his arms, ready to receive his attack. The flag flew down and Tenya wasted no time, zooming across the ground and raising his leg. Bringing it down with the full force of a wrathful god, Tenya's engines burst to life as it propelled his attack even faster. His opponent, however, wasn't fazed. Crossing his arms, Kirishima's lookalike blocked his attack, the sound of metal smacking against flesh metal entering their ears. His vision went white for a moment, deeply regretting his choice of actions, but he had to bear through the pain. Behind his spectacles, Tenya managed to see the toothy grin his opponent had. Tenya's form wide open, his opponent capitalized on his error by grabbing his leg by the engines. His face scrunched up as he felt his exhaust pipes squeeze and tighten underneath his grip. Not wanting to feel the pain even more, Tenya twisted his body midair and delivered a sucker kick to his opponent's head, hoping that he was too busy trying to make pancakes with his right calf. Flesh met metal once again, but this time, his opponent was unprepared for the attack. It still hurt like his mother giving him sandals for lunch and his father a belt for dinner, but it was worth it to see his opponent stumble, his grip against his leg lessening. Yanking his leg back, Tenya circled around his opponent who was still trying to figure out what was left or right and positioned himself behind him. If he couldn't win against him in an all-out brawl, then there was one thing left to do. It left a sour taste in his mouth to do something so cowardly, but he wanted to advance in the event. And so, sucking his inner turmoil, Tenya rushed towards his opponent and leapt through the air, both of his feet ready to push him out of the ring. At the same time, his opponent shook himself out of his dazed state and noticed the incoming missile. Not that it mattered, it was too late to stop him now. He tried to dodge, but his metal frame proved a detriment to the current situation. With no choice but to block, his opponent once again crossed his arms, but this time, he wasn't able to regain his balance. Tenya's dropkick was as devastating as it was comedic. His opponent, not having been able to steady himself, was sent hurtling through the air, his mouth opened wide in abject shock from the sheer force that impacted against him. His scream was drowned out by the cheers ringing from above, and while Tenya knew the fight could be over then and there, he refused to let his guard down. Quickly scrambling back to his feet, Tenya observed his opponent, eyes sharp and steady underneath his spectacles, only to blink when he saw him lying on the soft ground. Emphasis on soft, because the ring was clearly made out of concrete. Iida Tenya wins by ring out. Midnight declared and raised the flag in his favor. The stadium boomed as cheers rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Even with his well-earned victory, his gut twisted and churned, the thought of having won through cowardly means a stain in his mind. Well, that was anticlimactic. Izuku monotoned as he watched Iida and Tetsutetsu walk out of the arena and into the hallways underneath. Both were relatively unscathed, meaning that Iida would still be raring to go in the next round. Good decision by him, though. Can't win all the time with brute force. Preach, brava. Mineta cheered, garnering stares from everybody in the booth, ranging from mild disgust to indifference and confusion. What, you all see my quirk? A bit of thinking later and most of them agreed why Mineta said those words. That didn't stop the girls from giving him a wide berth and eyes that could cause a grown man to shiver. Turning away from the purple midget, Izuku looked at his pink-skinned classmate, said girl standing up from her seat and stretching. All right guys, wish me luck. Ashido grinned cheekily, only for another of his classmates to stand up as well. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on ya, much. Sero grinned back, eliciting a chuckle from his pink-skinned classmate. Go hard on me, dude, you're gonna get rolled. Ashido strutted towards him while flashing a predatory grin, Sero matching it with his own. Guys. Shouldn't you be going down there? Uraraka said from the background, the two blinking for a hot second before they both stuffed themselves through the front door. For some reason, they also made it a race to see who got to the ring first. So, that just happened, Sato mused, and the rest of his classmates burst into light giggles. Izuku didn't, and instead laid his eyes on the arena. He was getting bored. Here he thought there would be flashy fights and gripping cinema. Instead, all he got were one-sided fights that lasted only a few minutes at best. The only fight he was excited during the entirety of its run were Himei's and Tokoyami's. Hopefully, the next fight would be exciting, and if not, hopefully the second round where quite possibly the powerhouses are making their claims. Mina was ecstatic. Finally, it was time to show the world the awesomeness of her pinkness. That, and acid. Her chest ached slightly at the thought of being near ostracized during her childhood. Memories of being ignored and bullied flashed through her mind. Gritting her teeth, she shooed them away, replacing them with the memories of the present. Kind and cheerful friends, not racist classmates, and fun physical lessons. Save for the theories and boring stuff. She thought hero school was all about being heroes and saving people. Why were they learning math, calculus at that? She could understand normal math, like equations and all that pizzazz, but calculus. In a profession where people mostly focused on their bods and make sure that they didn't get social death. It was madness. Cheerfully hopping along, her chest jiggled, a brief frown crossing her face. Oh, how she wished the assets she had were smaller. It gave her a lot of problems when trying to learn dancing. She couldn't even begin to comprehend how Momo functioned properly with those giant behemoths she had as puppers. Not that she hated what she had. She was proud of it. It's just, it got in the way sometimes. She then snickered. Jiro would blow a gasket if she ever heard what she said in her head. She knew the punk rocker wanted bigger boobs, but life ain't fair. Exiting the tunnel, she had to cover her eyes because the light shining down nearly blinded her. Who thought of building the layout like this again? Ah, right, their school principal is, for some reason, a major troll, and with all respect to him, she liked it. However, with her currently being the main victim of one of his trollish mind, she gave the rat a fat middle finger within the confine of her thoughts. As she walked up the raised platform that they would be using as the arena, Mina grinned at Sero, the tapeman grinning back. Last chance to back out now. Mina raised her hand and gave him a wave, her pearly whites sparkling underneath the light. Sero, for his part, grinned back and stretched his fingers, some of his tape extending from his elbows. Hell no. Sero cracked his neck and readied himself. How about you? Wanna quit while you're ahead? Ha, you wish. Mina got ready herself and Midnight, who was listening intently with a smirk on her face, shivered. Oh, you both are making my stomach tingle here. She licked her lips, causing both Mina and Sero to gulp, the sight just way too erotic. Raising the flag, she giggled. Now, pay attention to your opponent. Can't have you too distracted because of little old me. That didn't help things. Mina thought herself as straight, but Midnight here was making it very hard to even think that was the case. Looking at Sero, even he was having trouble not looking at their very hot teacher. She cursed mentally. Why is Midnight allowed to teach hormonal teenagers again? Shaking those thoughts off her mind, she focused on Sero and Sero alone, her acid building up beneath her skin. Her peripheral vision caught the flag going down, and once it reached the bottom, she burst into action. Secreting acid from her soles, the bottom of her shoes opened for obvious reasons, and skated rapidly towards Sero. Her classmate wasn't idle during her charge either. Letting out a bunch of tape from his elbows, he shot it towards her, the speed of which made her nearly do a double take. Looks like Sero was holding out on them. He didn't show that kind of speed during their battle trials, nor their sparring sessions. Dancing around the flying tape, Mina made use of her dancing skills as she cartwheeled, flipped, slid on her elbows as she spun, and one time even did a head spin while she slid on the ground. This garnered no less than jaw-dropping awe as the audience watched on, as they should. Hell, even Sero was a bit flabbergasted at the sight, which counted as an opening. Grinning, she launched herself of the ground and tackled her classmate to the ground. Now, she wasn't one for senseless violence, so that's where her quirk came in. Most people thought of acid as the liquid that melted people, but that was just one facet of it. She could control the potency of her acid, making it as harmless as water but very sticky or slippery, or make it so it could eat through metal like it was paper. Well, the paper part was a bit exaggerated, but the others were still 100% accurate. Raising her hands, she began wailing against her classmate, Sero doing all he can to endure the abuse. Her fists impacted against his forearms, and as a dancer who had one too many falls, being injured there hurts like a bitch. Things were going great for her, until it wasn't. She felt the air escape her lungs as Sero managed to get in a blow right in her solar plexus. Coughing up a bit of spit, her classmate wrapped her in tape and flung her right towards the edge. It took a bit before she managed to come back to her senses. Her eyes widened when she realized that she was nearing the edge and looked at her restraints. They were tight, making it hard to breathe from just how tight it was. That being said, Sero wasn't throwing metal at her, he was throwing tape. And tape was as flimsy as paper. After all, scissors could cut through them easily. At least, she hoped Sero's tape counted as regular tape. So, the moment she neared the edge, she cranked her acid up to 11 and stained them with it. The tape dissolved into crumbs, melting from the acid she had secreted. Likely knowing this was going to happen, Sero threw more tape against her, and Mina secreted more acid. The cement underneath their feet began to sizzle, the acid corrosive enough, it was eating through them as it bubbled. Mina's skin was also getting tingly even with her heightened resistance to acid, what with her pink skin and all. Gritting her teeth through the irritation, she bobbed and weaved through flying tape, flinging acid at those that she couldn't avoid. Even Sero wasn't unscathed from the current onslaught, the strain he must be putting on his elbows a bit of an inconvenience to him as well. Knowing that she wouldn't last long, Mina needed to end this quickly. Already, Her skin was starting to hurt instead of itch. All of a sudden, the tape started slowing down, and she took this as her moment. Rushing forward, Mina tackled him again, and this time, instead of mounting him like earlier, dragged him across the ground while secreting slippery liquid, making everything 10 times easier. Sero struggled against her grip, but with how stained his hands were with the slippery substance, he couldn't quite get a good grasp on her person. Nearing the edge, she pumped her arms full of energy and tossed her black-haired classmate onto the grass below, Sero yelping all the while. The second he hit the ground, Midnight raised the flag, and Present Mike announced her victory. The stadium boomed with cheers and yells, further signifying that she had made it to the second round. Oh boy, victory sure was sweet. Huh, that was actually kind of fun, Izuku said to particularly no one. His observations of the bout reminded him of his sparring sessions with the crestfallen knight when he was trembling and confused after just having been bird-napped by a giant crow. He remembered the despair and dejection in his tone, but he still had compassion to teach him some basic moves before he ventured forth to ring the 2 bells. His chest ached, a frown marring his face. That made his turn to hollow down in the new Londo ruins even more painful for him. He made sure to give him a proper burial right by the spot he used to sit at in the Firelink shrine, giving him the proper respect as one of his earlier tutors. Standing up from his seat, he walked towards the exit of their seating area, the next round's first match being him against the person who beat Todoroki. Midoriya, wait. As he neared the door, he was stopped by one of his classmates. Turning around, he was first greeted by a giant tail, then the concerned eyes of Ojiro. Whatever you do, don't respond to his questions. Why? Izuku tilted his head and Ojiro clicked his tongue. Just don't. Ojiro sighed and went back to his seat, but not before leaving another tidbit of advice. I think that's how his quirk works. Back in the cavalry battle, I had little to no memories of what happened after a few minutes since starting. But I do know your opponent asked me question before that. Be careful. Blinking, Izuku digested what his classmate had said, before shrugging and heading out. That sounded like something exciting to him. He wondered what would happen if he did respond. Hitoshi was confident he would be able to beat his next opponent, even if their new transfer student Toga was intent on praising him like he was the best thing that ever happened in this world. He clicked his tongue. What was so special about him? He was the top scorer of the entrance exam, so surely, he must have a strong and flashy quirk. Fucker probably won the genetic lottery and flew his way to the top. And here he was, not qualifying because his quirk was all but useless against robots. Of all the things to use during the entrance exam, it had to be one of the things that his quirk wouldn't work on. Scowling, he trudged through the dim hallways, the opponent he was about to face reminding him of the times where his quirk was shunned. Just because he had a quirk that looked villainous, doesn't mean he was villainous. Hell, why the fuck are they praising people with quirks that could literally kill a man if used wrong? Just look at All Might. He has super strength on levels unheard of. He could punch buildings down if he so wished. So why are people calling those kinds of quirks heroic? It tore into his mind. Why couldn't he be accepted when those with the same potential for destructive villainy were praised and put on a pedestal? Ah, fuck. His fist slammed into the wall, heart rate skyrocketing as his mind kept on repeating those memories of the past. Fuck. Get a hold of yourself. You're here in UA. They aren't. Reminding himself that those that mocked him failed the entrance exam, he managed to calm down. Vindication was something that allowed him to stay sane, and knowing that he was here, and they weren't, made him feel he was justified in his thoughts. He already humiliated one of the strongest students in the heroic class, the son of the top 2 hero of Japan himself. He could already imagine the faces of those fucks that bullied him. Sighing to himself, he wiped away the sweat that pooled underneath his brow. Making sure that he didn't look like some kind of fool as he exited out into the light, he placed his hands inside his pocket as he slouched ever so slightly forward. Scaling up the stairs leading to the raised platform, he came to a halt just shy of the center. Ahead of him, Midoriya fucking Izuku stood, aloof like he didn't give a shit standing in this arena. It took his blood, sweat, and tears to even get into UA. And even then, it only landed him in the general course. But the student right in front of him, looking as if even standing here on stage was a bother, as if none of this even mattered. It pissed him the hell off. He didn't hear Midnight's banter with the student, nor the roaring crowd waiting with bated breath. No, all he heard was the smug-ass tone Midoriya had while bantering with the teacher. He scowled. Did he think that this was just some sort of game? Well, fuck him then. His eyes caught Midnight's flag raise and fall down, but both Midoriya and him stood still. Well, what are you waiting for? Midoriya asked, his tone infuriating as his demeanor. Aren't you going to use your quirk on me? Do you think this is a game? Hitoshi sneered, and to his utter bafflement, Midoriya responded. Yes. It threw him for a loop for a second, before extreme rage bubbled from deep within. Using his quirk on the team, he pointed towards the edge of the ring and gave his command. Walk out of the ring. Now. He growled out the last word, only for him to blink as ice crawled down his spine. Yeah, nah. Midoriya shook his head. I'm not just going to give you the win. Get out of the ring. I told you to get out of the ring. Hitoshi was too dumbstruck to even notice saliva flying out of his mouth. And like I said, no. Midoriya took one step forward, and Hitoshi took one step back. Maybe your quirk doesn't work on me. A shame. Midoriya shrugged his shoulders as he continued advancing, while Hitoshi took more steps backward. Your quirk's not that bad either. I'd take a gander and call it brainwashing, and if I'm correct, you need a verbal response for it to work. Like, damn, do you know how useful that is? For the first time during the match, Hitoshi stopped, his legs refusing to move as his brain parsed what the smug asshole had said to him. Seriously, there are plenty of criminal cases that could be solved with your quirk. Maybe you could even peacefully calm a person down before things escalate. Midoriya grinned as he stood right in front of Hitoshi, hand against his shoulder, before he frowned. Skin and bones, little muscle. Yikes, you're too unfit to be a hero student as you are now. Even our weakest member has a good set of muscles so they can endure some of our rough training. Himei was right, you really needed a wake-up call. Hitoshi sputtered, brain too confused to even come up with a response. But first, off you go. He was suddenly lifted into the air as gravity took hold of him. He was too in shock that he didn't notice he had already impacted the ground as his back flared in pain. Maybe Nezu'll give you a chance, but work on your body first. I doubt you could even beat Mineta with his stubby legs in a race, while you're like this. With his piece said, Midoriya left the ring, leaving a very confused audience, Midnight, and Hitoshi. Izuku came back to the booth to a shocked class, their jaws opened wide. It seemed that Ojiro had spread the word of Shinsou's quirk, and knowing that it had affected Todoroki of all people, was a bit worried that it would work on him. Too bad for Shinsou, Izuku was too much for him. He noticed that his mind was being assaulted when Shinsou used his quirk on him, but it was laughably easy to just flick them away like they were ants crawling on his skin. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Izuku plopped himself back onto his claimed seat, his classmates staring at him like he was some kind of freak of nature, not that it wasn't already established in previous spars and exercises against him. Perhaps they thought that he would lose in the mental department, but that was far from the case. He didn't survive Lordran just for shits and giggles. It took a certain amount of willpower to not go stark raving mad after dying hundreds of times in gruesome, horrifying ways. And who knows, maybe Shinsou's quirk wasn't fully developed yet. Quirks were biological in nature, after all, and just like any muscle, the more you use it, the more it develops. And now Izuku was left pondering the same question that plagued him every time he saw quirks being squandered and wasted away. Why weren't children allowed, or even encouraged to use their quirks? And then he remembered that children were assholes, and that thought was erased from his mind. Just look at what happened to him when he was younger, even if he couldn't remember all of it. Hey, somebody tapped him on the shoulder. Looking at the source, Izuku saw Ojiro giving him a sheepish smile. So, you okay? Yes. Why are you asking? Izuku tilted his head slightly to the side, eliciting an embarrassed chuckle from the plain-looking teen. And nothing. Ojiro slowly inched himself back to his seat, before stopping for a brief moment to speak. Also, sorry about doubting you. No biggie. You were worried, understandable. Izuku waved him off and Ojiro silently continued back to his seat. By the way, isn't your match next, Katsuki? Quote dot dot dot. Oh shit. The sudden voice caught everybody off guard, even Izuku, before he nodded in understanding. It was him versus Katsuki in the next match, after all. Oh fuck. It was nice knowing you, Sparkplug. Jiro patted him on the back. The electric blonde gulping loudly. Katsuki looked at the electric blonde, and Izuku didn't know what went through his head, but he knew the ash blonde was going to have fun. Get the fuck up. Katsuki stood up from his seat and approached the electric blonde. Said blonde meeped as he sunk into his chair, only to be grabbed by the scruff of his neck and dragged towards the exit. Can I at least write my will? Kaminari joked, only to have his ass dragged even harder. Crocodile tears streamed down his face as the class looked on with teasing jeers and smiles. Kaminari then took on a determined face and looked at the rest of the class. Remember me? No. Jiro was quick to respond, gaining even more laughter from the group. Even Izuku chuckled a bit, just because of how amusing it all was. As the two left, the door closing on their way out, the booth was once again bathed in silence. So, anyone wanna bet? Mineta was quick to ask, before getting shut down again by the girls. Katsuki let go of the dumb blonde once they were outside of the door. Shoving him to the ground lightly, he clicked his tongue and headed for one of the tunnels leading to the arena. As he did so, he heard Sparkplug call out his name, prompting him to stop. I won't hold back, you hear me, Bakugo. He could hear the confident tone hidden underneath those quivering lips. Smirking to himself, Katsuki continued onward. Looks like Sparkplug had moxie after all. This'll be a fun fight. Walking through the hallways, while simultaneously ignoring all the other extras that gaped as he passed by, Katsuki slowly sunk himself into his thoughts, his feet moving on autopilot. He knew Sparkplug was going to be an easy fight. That is, if he survived the first onslaught. He doubted that his body, conditioned to take the force of his own blasts, could survive the voltage Sparkplug can generate. He saw that with Ponytail. If he wasn't fast enough to end it in one shot, then he could see his chances for the next round going bye-bye. But how do you outrun literal electricity? However, there is one thing he did note. Sparkplug had a range with his quirk. He wasn't able to get a good look during their sparring sessions a few days or weeks back, but up there in the stands, with a good view over the entire arena, it was pretty obvious. He had about 2 meters of range, but any more than that and the effectiveness goes down by a substantial margin. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath when no one was looking, he allowed a breath of relief to escape him. He could work with this. Denki was scared shitless for the next fight. Sure, he steeled his balls and called Bakugo out that he wouldn't go down without a fight, but fuck him if he ain't shitting his pants right now. He was currently in the tunnel that connected the arena, and every step he took, his mind treacherously kept on saying to give up. But no, he won't. He's had enough of being the class clown, the jokester of Class 1A. Actually, now that he thought of it, didn't that title fall on Mineta too? Nah, he had the class pervert title, something he wouldn't want to have even if he was indeed a closet pervert. Not that any of that mattered. He didn't want to be known as the one who just went with the flow of the class. He wanted to exceed, damn it. To go plus ultra, also maybe get some hot babes while he's at it, but what woman would even want a second-rate hero? No, he has to be at least top 100 when they graduate, and to even be in the top 100, he needs to be better. And the first step to that is finding his courage. Sure, he's scared of Bakugo, hell, he doesn't even want to fight him in the first place, but if he needs to just to be better, then sign him the fuck up. He'll go down swinging. The Quirk apprehension test placed him at 19th out of the 20 students in the entire class, and it was a wake-up call when he first stepped foot into this school. Ever since that day, he'd continued to push himself, even if he did have cheat days, which was about 4 times in a week. Fuck, he really needed to shape up. Gulping down the fear and steeling his resolve, Denki forced a smile on his face as he walked out of the tunnel, sunlight blaring down on him as if it supported his determination. The crowd cheered and roared for the two of them, but to his ears, it felt like they were pushing him onward, egging him forward to face his fears. He'll show them that Kaminari fucking Denki ain't just the class jokester. He's a motherfucking Tesla conduit. Well now, wasn't that a surprise? Izuku hummed as he spotted both Kaminari and Katsuki exit their respective tunnels. In contrast to Katsuki, Kaminari looked like a bundle of nerves, but the facade he was putting on was fooling not just himself, but the others as well. He smirked. That was a good look. When death stares at you, what use was crying? Laugh at it. Laugh right in its face, because at the end of the day, courage is only found when all hope is lost. What else could a person do, but struggle until the bitter end when faced with that simple fact? But anyway, enough of those thoughts. Now was the time for observing. As they stood just a few meters shy of one another, Midnight gave the two the opening spiel about the rules and whatnot, even if they had already known of it during the first round. As the pro-heroine continued blabbering on, Izuku looked at his classmates, most of those reasonably acquainted with the electric blonde, specifically Jiro and Mineta, had shocked looks on their faces. Damn, Sparkplug looks like he's ready to go to war. Jiro muttered to herself, the midget managing to pick it up with his ears. I hear ya. Mineta cupped his chin. Idiot probably wants to go down swinging against Bakugo. He then muttered about things like he's being left behind and how far he still has to go. Izuku smiled at that. At least the purple midget was finally recognizing he was slowly fading into the background, like those in the audience stands. He could do with lowering his perverseness, but people can't really change their core being, and not a pervert Mineta wasn't. At least he could control his urges. Izuku's head perked up when he heard Midnight suck in a breath, his enhanced ears doing all the work once again, and he looked at the arena. The flag was raised high as the crowd waited with bated breath for the flag to fall. Izuku leaned forward, eyes scanning the stage for every inch of movement, his vision catching Kaminari trembling slightly and Katsuki with his hands in his pockets, no doubt already sweating up a storm due to how hot it was inside with his specific PE pants. The flag was swished down, and immediately the two burst into action, with Katsuki making a run for it while Kaminari chased him around. This got the class scratching their heads for a while until they realized why Katsuki was running. He didn't have resistance to electricity. Izuku snapped his fingers, as the thought entered his mind. Of course, he wouldn't. His quirk was explosions. If anything, he would have resistance to blasts, impact, and heat. So, all Kaminari had to do to win was touch him, or if that didn't work, make it so that his quirk would be able to reach him and knock him out before he went into derp mode. Izuku sighed. Here he thought he would see a real fight, but instead, he got to watch a high-stakes tag match. Oh well, at least it was entertaining enough, watching Katsuki maneuver himself around with his quirk, but if this kept up, he would slowly get tired, increasing the chance for Kaminari to catch him. On the other hand, Katsuki had monstrous amount of stamina. Dare he say it, he could probably go all day through sheer force of will, knowing how hard-headed the ash blonde was, and Kaminari was less athletic than his opponent. For all Izuku knew, Kaminari could be the first to tap out due to exhaustion. As Izuku's mind continued on making predictions and calculations on who would win, Katsuki blasted his way out of Kaminari's path, while simultaneously keeping the electric blonde back because of the force generated from the explosion. Said electric blonde gritted his teeth and waited for an opportune moment to attack, but seeing as how Katsuki was still making sure he wouldn't step close, he was at an impasse. That is, until Katsuki did something that made his eyebrows rise. He made a hand gesture, palm open with his other hand creating circle around it, and it was at that moment, Izuku knew what the ash blonde was thinking. Grinning with his teeth poking out, he heard Katsuki utter a war cry as he let out an explosion. The explosion wasn't large, nor was it flashy. It was controlled, precise. And it sure as hell wasn't melee. Kaminari yelped as he ducked down, a blast of condensed energy flying past him at supersonic speeds. It impacted against the wall, creating a sizable crater in the concrete. Now that was a game changer. Izuku couldn't wait to fight him with that move of his, only to frown when he saw the state Katsuki's hands were in. They weren't shredded beyond repair, nor was it injured very much, but they were damaged. He guessed that Katsuki was still unused with his brand new technique, or maybe he could have just come up with it on the spot. There's no denying its applications, however. Judging by the look on Kaminari's face, even with how pale it was, he knew it was something Katsuki was unused to. And that probably gave him a chance to win this. The two came to a halt for a brief second, before they sprang into action once more. Kaminari once again rushed Katsuki, while Katsuki tried to keep him at bay with explosions and using his newly formed technique every once in a while. The more he used his technique, the more accurate he got. Katsuki was a monster when it came to battle sense, and here in this high-stakes, adrenaline-pumping match, he was getting pushed harder and harder to improve with every shot he did. A few minutes later and his hands looked like its skin was peeling off. It must have hurt like a bitch, but Katsuki wasn't even fazed. He still kept on using his technique, even if it ruined his hands. Kaminari was beginning to slow down, but Katsuki looked like he was inexhaustible. That being said, Izuku knew that the ash blonde was beginning to tire at this point, seeing as how his chest was heaving up and down more rapidly than earlier. Looking at the clock, Izuku hummed once more. A minute left, and going by this rate, it would be a very even match. Who knows who would get to be in the next round? It was at this moment Katsuki made a last-ditch effort to win. For the entire match, the ash blonde kept on running away, ensuring that Kaminari couldn't get to use his quirk on him. Now, he was the one attacking. Kaminari also knew this was his chance to win, so he powered himself up. Izuku could see sparks coming out from his skins, scorching the ground beneath him black as 1,000 birds screeched in unison. This didn't deter Katsuki, instead, it made him even more determined. Raw ag. Katsuki's yells could be heard throughout the stands, the shocks he was receiving no doubt giving him unimaginable pain. But he was Katsuki, and one thing that Izuku knew about the ash blonde was that he didn't give a fuck if he was getting railed. He would simply power through it while gritting his teeth and giving everyone involved the middle finger. A loud explosion echoed throughout the arena, a dust cloud expanding from the point of impact, making seeing what had happened near impossible for the viewers. The stadium, once a cacophony of oohs and ahs, fell silent as the fight beneath went quiet. It took a few seconds before the dust cloud dispersed, and the winner was revealed. Katsuki Bakugo, standing with his hand raised up, Kaminari unconscious outside of the ring. A beat, and then two, and the whole crowd went wild. The stadium boomed with the cries of its audience, their cheers reaching even as far as the sky. Izuku couldn't help but clap at the ending, the fight truly the flashiest of those that came before. He could see Katsuki huffing and puffing, clearly winded from the fight, but the glimmer in his eyes didn't fade, not one bit. He was going to be a fun opponent in his next match. On the other hand, Kaminari was out like a light. Probably had a bad impact against the wall once Katsuki blasted him out of the ring. Recovery Girl truly had her work cut out for her during the sports festival. If it was this destructive during the first year's day, who knows how chaotic the second and third years would be. Damn, didn't think Sparkplug had it in him to drag out the fight that long. Jiro mused, her ear jacks dancing around the area like mini snakes. Still, that's gotta hurt, right? Uraraka winced as she saw the Medibots haul Kaminari's unconscious ass out of view, clearly heading towards the infirmary where he would no doubt be treated. Just imagining being in his shoes. Brr, girl, where's your courage? Ashido glomped the permanently blushing brunette with a wide grin. Why, you scared to get beaten? I'm scared of getting knocked into next week by Bakugo. She pointed towards the ash blonde with a trembling finger. I can already see the bills for recovery piling up. Quote. You do know that our health is practically paid for by the school, Hiro. Sue commented, but that didn't stop the brunette from spiraling down deeper into the recesses of her mind. But what if they make you pay it back when we get our jobs? I don't have to tell you about how bullshit student debt is. By the end of her rant, Uraraka had slipped back into her Kansai dialect, the girl blushing furiously after she realized she had just blurted out her accent after she had tried hard to scrub it out when trying to talk with those other than her parents. Oh, you're from the countryside? Hagakuri asked from her seat, her floating set of clothes jumping up and down as her sleeves waved around in the air. Kind of cute though, your dialect, that is. Uraraka made a noise that sounded the same as a dying cat. She further shrunk into herself as the girls laughed at her actions. By the way, Tokoyami's next, right? Ashido asked and the bird-headed teen nodded, slowly standing up from his seat while dark shadow hovered menacingly behind him. Kind of bullshit how you were allowed to continue instead of Toga because she was too beat up to fight. Indeed, a shameful mark one must bear on my back for all eternity. Tokoyami grumbled. eyes closed as he gritted his teeth. I will not let this opportunity pass, however, and dark shadow shall show the priestess of the light how truly fearsome the dark is. Tokoyami vowed, gaining confused and amused looks from his classmates. One even snorted at the remark and Tokoyami's feathers visibly ruffled. Sure man. Whatever floats your boat, Mineta snickered and dark shadow was this close to jumping the little midget. I shall be going now. Preparing for this fight would be paramount to winning it all. Tokoyami bolted for the door, clearly flustered from the snickering coming from his classmates. Even Izuku had to wince. It was just that cringy, and he sucks at social things. So, who do you think is going to win? Shoji asked, his eyes closed but the ears on his dupli arms wide open. To be fair, the fight could go either way, Hiro. Sue hummed, her eyes looking to Izuku. Midoriya, what about you? Who do you think is going to win, Hiro? To be honest, not sure. Izuku snapped his fingers, his words causing some sort of surprise flowing through his classmates. Both of them, from what I've seen, are shit with close combat. Tokoyami doesn't know how to throw a punch, and I doubt. What was her name again? Shiozaki Abara. Jiro scoffed at him, still angry at how nonchalant he was about Toga's bloody defeat. Right, thank Jiro. She gave him a middle finger, making Izuku raise his eyebrow. Anyway, Shiozaki's probably on the same boat as Tokoyami, no idea how to fight and just letting her Quirk do all the heavy lifting. Dark Shadow can just cut through her vines, but Shiozaki can just create more. So, a battle of attrition. Tenya concluded, his glasses reflecting the light coming from above. That does indeed sound like something hard to predict. Oh, come on, why not we just cheer for Tokoyami? Ashido supplied, her bubbly nature causing the rest of the class to chuckle along. Who cares about who wins? I do. I have a bet going on. Mineta grumbled and Ashido slapped him on top of the head, his purple balls jiggling to and fro. Ow, at the end of the day, it's just a friendly competition. The pink girl grinned as she snaked her arms around Sue and Uraraka. Just enjoy and watch our classmate kick some bnha ass. Isn't that a bit discriminatory, Hiro? Sue raised an eyebrow at the pink-themed girl, only to get a sheepish grin in return. Maybe, but hey, I'm just calling it as I see it. Mina retorted, what else should I call her? She has vines for hair. Point. Sue piped down after that. Well, with that all behind them, Izuku let himself get comfortable in his seat. The next fight was going to be something he was going to pay extra attention to. Who knows, one of them might be fighting him in the finals. Abara slowly walked herself to the arena. Some of the people that managed to catch wind of her during her walk gaped at her, the vines acting as her hair a spectacle to those that had ties with the mundane. Though, that last part was an exaggeration, as far as she knew, she was the only one with vines as hair. The only other person who had some kind of hair-altering quirk was the pro-heroine Uebami, and instead of vines, she had snakes. She was, as far as the entire world was concerned, a real-life Medusa, save for the turning people into stone part. As she traversed down the dim hallway, she clasped her hands and began her prayer to the Lord. Oh, Heavenly Father, hallowed be thy name. As per usual, she recited the textbook start of every prayer taught to them from a young age. She prayed about help for winning the tournament, to help also her opponent because she was kind like that. She wanted a fair fight, and under the light of the Lord, both of them were going to give everything they got and come out stronger than before. She had faith in spades that win or lose, she would be able to learn something out of the fight. Amen. She finished her prayer and opened her eyes, the light from above shining just as strong as it did when she finished her prayer before entering the arena. She smiled, her legs guiding her forward and her chest feeling as light as it could, as if a guardian angel was smiling upon her. Her stride quickened, the cheering coming from the stands not unlike an angelic choir. And here comes Class 1B's assassin. Her smile faded as she glared at the announcer's booth. Present Mike just had to liken her to an assassin, a cowardly pest that murders people for the highest bidder. Not on this Christian channel, he wouldn't. Please, do not compare me to the likes of an assassin. I am a servant of the Lord, and you shall not besmirch the servant of the Holy Father. She clasped her hands in prayer once more as she prayed for the sanctity of present Mike's soul. Well, anyway, it was a miracle that they were even able to hear her voice from way up there, so there must have been some kind of divine intervention. Nonetheless, she looked at her opponent and had to stop herself from making a crass statement. He was just dark, like something from the depths of hell itself. Pray tell, what is going on in that feeble little mind of yours? The dark being snorted as the spawn of the devil slowly exited from his back. Looking at me like some kind of abomination, perhaps. Abara had to hold back from flinching at the statement. No matter how dark one seems, servants of the Holy Father must always love thy neighbors, and as of now, other than some scathing remarks, the being before her had just asked a question pertaining to how she perceived him. She then had to crush that thought. Why was she judging the being before her just because of appearance alone? Sure, he looked like a raven, or a crow, she couldn't differentiate between the two, but that didn't mean he was inherently dark. For some inexplicable reason, the feeling of wanting to bash your head against the wall has risen within my very being. The dark being scowled, and the shadowy figure floating behind him narrowed its eyes at her. Yo, Fumi, wanna be vegetarian for a while? The shadow grinned menacingly, its claws extended as it exuded an aura of certain doom. I'm getting a craving for sautéed vines. Dark Shadow, cease this crass humor right this instant. Don't you see our opponent is getting a bit nervous? And the dark being was right. With how recklessly she used her hair, most people would have thought that she didn't care her hair got damaged, but that was far from the truth. Apologies for my companion, but sometimes he oversteps his boundaries. That being said, I still want to bash your head against the wall. Alright, are you two done exchanging intimidation tactics? Midnight, the unholy skank that she was for teaching them in that outrageous outfit, asked from the sidelines, her smirk all but gone as she played second fiddle to their conversation, no matter how one-sided it was. Both Abara and Tokoyami had no more words to say, and Midnight nodded. She raised the flag up, her eyes trailing the wavy piece of cloth before focusing back on the dark being. Once it was waved down, she let her quirk explode into action. Fumikage didn't idle either, his second half immediately putting a stop to rushing tide of green thorns, the shadowy figure of his second half a steep contrast to the overtly bright vines that glinted underneath the bright light. Fortunately, Dark Shadow had claws sharp enough to cut through the swath's bright green thorns. Fumikage smirked. Just as planned, with the vines covering the sunlight, Dark Shadow was able to increase his strength momentarily, enabling him to rend the vines asunder. Meanwhile, both Fumikage and Shiozaki stared at each other as they let their quirks do the battling. It continued like this for a while, with Dark Shadow's screeching laughs and the loud crashes of the tide of vines echoing throughout the arena, all the while the users stood back and watched, eagerly awaiting for the next moment of opportunity to arise. To be honest, he had little idea the capability of the girl in front of him, but after seeing the amount of vines and thorns being sent Dark Shadow's way, he knew it was only a matter of time before his second half faltered. Looking at Shiozaki, Fumikage narrowed his eyes, the girl herself clasping her hands in prayer as the light surrounding her intensified. He didn't know how and why that was the case, but more light meant more problems for his second half the closer he got. So, he had to decide now. There was no way he was going to win just sitting behind, just like Shiozaki was doing. Steeling himself, he pumped energy into his legs and rushed his way through the falling vines. Dark Shadow, keep her vines busy, Fumikage roared as he dodged some vines that went his way. Cosplaying as a saint or not, his opponent had a great mind to split her attention between him and his other half. You got it, Fumi. Dark Shadow cackled as he tore through the vines that kept on rushing both him and Fumikage. Just hurry up, will ya? I don't exactly have infinite stamina. I know that, Fumikage growled as he dived to the ground, avoiding a tendril of vine that would have wrapped him in its clutches had he not. Better than anyone, Dark Shadow. Sheesh, no need to be stressed. Whoa. Dark Shadow narrowly avoided a giant wave of vines and tore them to pieces with his enlarged claws. Anyways, no need to be stressed, Cole. Vowing to punish his other half later for his remark, Fumikage stood up and rushed towards Shiozaki once more. He was getting the hang of it, dodging the vines thrown at him by his opponent. There were a few mishaps here and there, with him tumbling to the ground when he misplaced his footing, or when a vine came too close for comfort, but luckily, even with his abrasive and teasing self, his other half came to his rescue. He will lessen his punishment for this, but he will still be getting a punishment regardless. Maybe reduce his fruit intake. As those thoughts were buried deep in his mind in favor of dodging the incoming vines, Fumikage skidded across the rough ground of the arena, a vine managing to push him towards Shiozaki after he hitched a ride. His opponent's eyes widened at the act, but did nothing to protect herself save for using her vines again. But it was too slow. His hands found purchase against her face and with a single roar, grappled her to the ground. He knew he wasn't going win with a grapple against his opponent, so he had to think fast. The sudden impact on the ground shocked Shiozaki for a brief moment, and that was enough for Fumikage to call his other half to exact his plan. Dark Shadow. Now, on it Fumi. Dark Shadow ignored the incoming tidal wave of vines and immediately went for the source. Shiozaki's eyes widened in response, but at that point, it was too late. His other half scooped the girl in his arms and immediately tossed her into soil out of the arena. With his opponent's vines still extended from her head, it was impossible to catch herself, and a moment later, she crashed against the soft soil, dust and dirt scraping against her fair skin. The crowd went wild, and Midnight called Fumikage's win. Panting, Fumikage collapsed to the ground at short notice, getting laid softly on the hard concrete by his other half catching him. Yo, good work, Fumi. Dark Shadow caressed his ruffled feathers, his beak eliciting a light snort. If you'll excuse me, I will be letting darkness take me. Fumikage grumbled out, his heart beating rapidly within his chest. I did. Too much moving. I'm gonna have to ask the boss to whip you up to shape in the future. Fortunately, or unfortunately for Fumikage, he wasn't able to hear the incredibly dangerous threat his other half had uttered as he fell into darkness' comfortable embrace. Izuku grinned. Now that was something that got the heart racing. Tokoyami's fight against Shiozaki was something that no doubt got the crowd talking. Like, who wouldn't? A plant conjurer versus a literal stand user. It was the stuff of anime legends, even if their reality is sometimes even stranger than fiction. And to be honest, he was glad Tokoyami won. Whenever he looked at Shiozaki, his gut roiled in itself, and he knew why. He could feel the faith cascading down her every pore, and it irritated him. How could he trust her, when the veritable gods of Lordran turned their once prosperous kingdom into a land of death and disease, the symbol of her faith? True, she worshipped a different deity altogether, but even then, his distaste was paramount. Disregarding his feelings for the devout girl, Izuku looked at the two next students about to duke it out in the arena. Ashido was grinning menacingly, while Iida was chopping his hands all over the place, vowing to the pink-themed girl that they would have a fair and clean fight. Of course, knowing Ashido, she wasn't going to fight fair because 1, Iida is definitely going to steamroll her since he's faster and stronger, and 2, she wasn't the type of girl to play fair. All one needed to do was look at her last match with Sero to know the kind of fighting style she had. Oi, Iida, no hard feelings when I kick your shiny butt. Ashido teased and Iida looked mildly offensive at the jab. Cease your vulgar insults. I demand an honorable fight. Iida chopped his arms again, causing the class to erupt into laughter. Leave it to their classmate with a stick up his ass to say one of the funniest lines once could have before a big fight. It just sounded like something out of a drama show, for Gwyn's sake. Anyway, try as I might correcting your feeble slander, let us continue onwards to our bout. Iida pushed his glasses up, light glinting from its lenses, hiding his eyes. I wouldn't dare let Midnight wait for us. You already know how she is with unruly students. At that, everybody in the class gulped. Midnight may not be a strict teacher, but as teenagers with hormones raging across their body every day, the teacher's actions whenever they messed up was something that did things to their bodies. Of course, Izuku was excluded from this because, he didn't know why, but he was just unaffected by it, as said by Mineta as he cried tears of blood when he realized Izuku just wasn't getting excited while being fawned over by Midnight because he wouldn't react like a normal teenage boy. Does Midnight count as a pedophile when she teases him? He's pretty sure he's older than everybody in the entire school combined, but his body is that of a teenage male. Not like it really mattered. What did sexual tension mean in a battlefield where one of them was going to likely end up as food for the worms? Sighing to himself as to the unwanted eccentricities of one of their teachers, Izuku leaned back against his backrest and closed his eyes. He might not tire, but that didn't mean he had inexhaustible mental stamina. Sometimes, a quick rest was enough to have him refreshed and raring to go without the aforementioned mental strain. So, who do you think is going to win? One of the boys asked, and Izuku determined it to be Sato. I say Iida's gonna win. You blind. Of course, Ashido's gonna steamroll our resident stick-up-the-ass know-it-all. Jiro boasted. Opening his eyes, he spied the punk rocker sporting a sly grin as she looked at the boys. The fuck, what is this? Boys versus girls. Mineta scoffed, only for Jiro to glare at him challengingly. Oh, wanna bet? Hell no. Jiro sneered. If it was any other, sure, but you. Jiro gave him the middle finger. TCH, real mature. Mineta clicked his tongue. The class simmered down as Ashido and Iida finally met in the ring. They exchanged pleasantries, and a bit of teasing on Ashido's part, before Midnight said enough was enough and raised the flag. Once it was swished down, both Ashido and Iida burst into action. The fight wasn't anything special. Sure, there were some highlights here and there, but nothing flashy enough to warrant it being on the same scale as the last match or Kaminari and Katsuki's match. It mostly consisted of Ashido doing her utmost to dodge Iida's sudden bursts of speed, and Iida adapting to Ashido's acrobatics and annoying fighting style. Both of them got good hits in during some trades, with Ashido managing to knee Iida in the face during one of his charges, and Iida amusingly bitch-slapping Ashido away from him in the next. However, there was one part that truly made Izuku, and by extension, most of the male population cringe, and it was the moment Ashido truly won the bout, even with how cheap it was. During one of Iida's charges, he tried something else. Must have been a thing he saw in the movies or anime, a flying kick. The problem was, he was too telegraphed, and reading his move, Ashido did a front roll with her heel up. Her heel collided with Iida's groin, and he managed to shriek a pitch so high, it managed to break a glass ceiling nearby. Okay, maybe that last one was a bit of an exaggeration, but he literally fainted after the very cheap shot, foam oozing out of his mouth. Even Ashido had the look of complete regret as she tried to help Iida, only for Midnight to stop her and call in the Medibots. Ashido looked torn. She really wanted to help, but as a female without the male anatomy of having balls, all she could do was leave it to the professionals. Sheesh, you think Iida could still have kids after that fucked up blow? Mineta, for all but a single moment, forgot his Pervenus as he mourned the possible loss of a brother in arms. Even Izuku mourned him. He knew what it was like to get smacked in the balls hard. The less said about a burning mace finding its way towards his precious jewels, the better. I really hope so. Sato twitched, hands still covering his groin. Getting hit in the gonads isn't pleasant. Is it really that painful, Kiro? Sue asked, a finger underneath her chin. The boys all looked at her, incredulous expression plastered over their faces. What? It's a legitimate question, Kiro. I don't have balls, and neither do the rest of the girls here. Well, she's not wrong. Mineta hummed. Okay then, how painful is it if someone smacks your boob? Perv, I swear to God if you. Jiro was immediately cut off by Mineta waving his hand. Not now, Jiro. You girls want a frame of reference, let us understand first. Mineta looked vaguely serious about this, and frankly, it was a bit surprising. So, how does it feel if someone smacks your boobs, hard? Well, it hurts, but overall, not that much, Kiro. As always, the straightforward, unashamed teen that was Sue replied with a straight face. Okay then, multiply that by 10 and have it spread across your entire body. It can also make you faint, just like with Iida. Mineta pointed towards Iida getting hauled out of the arena, a bunch of the male audience calling out his name and hoping for a quick recovery. That shit is not pleasant. Sheesh, that bad. Jiro hovered a hand over her mouth. That bad. And this time, everybody looked at Izuku as the words left his mouth. As a resident expert of getting hit in the balls. Just don't. Unless they deserve it, then go ahead and make sure they don't contaminate future generations. That's dark. Ojiro shivered at the thought of someone getting their balls physically abused and violated, even against a villain. Wait a second, how many times did you get hit there? Too many to count. Even Izuku had something he was very uncomfortable with. This elicited empathizing nods from the male population of their class. Anyway, it's mine and Katsuki's turn to fight, and I think he's still in the infirmary getting treated by Recovery Girl. Oh yeah, now I feel sorry for the angry Pomeranian. Uraraka offhandedly commented and caused most of the students to snicker at the insulting, but accurate nickname. As he left his class behind, Izuku couldn't help but grin. It was a while since he's fought Katsuki. During their spars, both of them held back, but now it was different. Izuku still had to hold back, knowing that if he threw a full-powered punch against Katsuki without restraint, he could probably turn him into a red paste on the wall. Oh well, holding back or no, he could use the challenge of giving Katsuki a well-earned fight. Katsuki inhaled deeply, eyes moving away from the TV screen showing Four Eyes' defeat, and damn, what a fucking way to go. Before his slow change after what had happened to Izuku, even he would feel sorry for the prick. Getting hit in the balls sucks big time. Standing up from his bed, he heard rummaging coming from behind the curtains. The infirmary beds were structured in a way that there were curtains blocking every side of view, giving one complete privacy from sight if they so choose. The curtains flipped open and in came Recovery Girl, and to be honest, the old hag fucking scared him. No wonder all fucking might listen to the nurse 100% of the time. And not listening to the woman who had total control of your health was also a complete death sentence. Alright, Sonny, Recovery Girl started, clipboard in hand. I've done all I can to make sure you're ready for your next match. Just don't overdo it like last time and you won't have any lasting physical problems down the line, are we clear? Katsuki just nodded. No way in hell was he gonna question the nurse about his health. That doesn't mean he was going to listen to her advice to the letter. Heroes were supposed to go plus ultra, and if he can't even handle going overboard a few times, then he doesn't even deserve the #1 spot on the hero list. Thanks. One word was enough gratitude for the old hag. The old hag herself nodded as well and tapped her cane on the pristine tiled floor. Now go on and get. I still have patients to attend to, and hopefully, you don't end up as one of them again. Recovery Girl turned around and went to another one of her patients. Upon a closer look, Katsuki saw someone he was familiar with. Black, raven hair styled in a ponytail, and assets that he seriously had no idea why a 15-year-old managed to develop. Surely, that couldn't have been fucking safe for her back. Ponytail still must be reeling from getting shocked to hell and back, and he didn't blame her. It took a certain amount of will to push through the pain, and even he barely managed to scrape by. Fucking Pikachu was a powerhouse and he didn't even know it. If he also had range, and a spine, for that matter, then he was screwed, no matter what. Heading towards the door, he grabbed the knob and twisted it open, only to come face to face with Izuku. Oh, you're up, Izuku grinned. And here I thought I was gonna win via default cuz Kaminari shocked your ass way too hard. As if. Katsuki snorted, offended at the thought of being rendered unconscious because of a tiny shock. Izuku only smiled in response and smacked his back, Katsuki grunting from the impact. He shrugged it off and the both of them went their separate ways, the tunnels leading to the arena on opposite sides of the stadium. By the way, hope you can give me a good fight. Izuku said, I know you aren't going to beat me, but you sure are going to try hard as hell, and that's all I want from you. His heart thumped within his chest, fully knowing that Izuku wasn't insulting him, just stating a fact. And what a fact it was. There really was no fucking chance for him to win against Izuku. Hell, he doubted even the third years could win against, or maybe even some of the pro heroes. That's just how busted his once close friend had become. He was a fucking shoe-in for first place, and no one could even contest him, no matter how hard even those from their sister class tried. Izuku looked at Katsuki, a grin etched into his face. All around them, the crowd roared, their fists raised high in an attempt to cheer either one of them on. To the side, Midnight strutted towards them, a sultry smirk on her lips. She raised the flag in her hand, the piece of cloth billowing along with the wind. Katsuki's and Izuku's eyes both momentarily crossed against the flag, before they settled with each other. You better fight with all you have, Katsuki. Izuku egged the ash blonde on, and for a brief moment, the traces of guilt vanished, replaced by ferocious glee. Plus fucking ultra. Deku. Katsuki's menacing grin caused Izuku's heart to soar. Finally, he was going to see Katsuki's untempered ferocious side he had been repressing ever since his death. It's been a while since Izuku had seen it, since the ash blonde was trying his best to change for the better, but sometimes, he just wanted to bring out the worst in people and have them fight him in a no-holds-barred match. Plus points if it was to the point of crippling injury, that way, they knew who was stronger. Sadly, for this world, nobody here is undying, except maybe him, so he had to make do. But now, maybe Katsuki here could get his blood pumping. The flag was swished down and Katsuki immediately burst into action, propelling himself towards Izuku by using explosions. Grinning, Izuku leapt forward to meet Katsuki head-on. Based on how his eyes widened, Izuku surmised that Katsuki was briefly surprised by the act, but his fighting instinct took over as he let off a blast to the side, swerving in the air and dodging Izuku's attempted headbutt. Izuku didn't dare use pyromancy against Katsuki, as that would be overkill, so he just had to settle for good old fisticuffs. His body was a weapon in and of itself, chiseled through the harsh trials Lordran had offered. The ash blonde skidded across the concrete, but immediately stopped himself by using an explosion, and using another one to propel himself against Izuku again, this time against his side. Izuku turned, eyes meeting Katsuki's own, and he thought of not defending the ash blonde's first attack. He wanted to taste how strong Katsuki was, and he might as well give him a freebie. Standing tall and proud, Izuku readied himself, with his arms outstretched, and he knew that Katsuki wouldn't let this chance slide. Oh, for sure Katsuki knew Izuku was letting him hit him, but the number of spars they had during their schooling here taught the ash blonde better than to dismiss it. Katsuki's hands outstretched. The moment his palms got close to Izuku, a spark ignited between them, and everything went white. All Izuku could hear were the loud booms and crackles as a wave of heat rushed over his body. He could feel his muscles singe and scorch, his shirt burning to cinders, and yet, he didn't let the grin fade. Ahahaha. Izuku cackled maniacally, a hand waving away the cloud of smoke that followed the loud explosion, revealing his scorched torso and the menacing grin that decorated his face. Good. More. Show me what you can do. Katsuki. Izuku pumped energy into his legs and closed the gap between them in an instant. Katsuki's eyes widened at the sudden burst of speed that surpassed even that of Iida and tried to counter Izuku's cocked fist ready to punch him into next week. An explosion managed to slightly alter Izuku's punch, but it still managed to graze Katsuki. But that wasn't the end of Izuku's offensive. Hooking his arm around Katsuki's neck, Izuku brought him down and kneed him in the gut. Spittle flew out of the ash blonde's mouth, but he didn't give up. More sweat gathered within his palms, and he slapped it against Izuku's gut. The explosions that followed after managed to launch Izuku away from him for a moment, smoke emanating from his trembling hands. Izuku, however, managed to recover quickly by clawing his hand into the ground and gouging out pieces of concrete. The resulting imagery that exited the gouge left viewers reeling in utter horror, like they had during the first event when Izuku did the same when he was falling through one of the pits. You really are fun to fight against. Izuku stood up with glee, heart pumping in his chest. Shaking the blood off his mangled-looking fingers, Izuku curled them into fists as bone cracked and snapped into position. The fight from there was a blur, as Katsuki tried his best to keep Izuku off and throw him out of the ring, but the white-haired teen was just too stubborn and energetic to even budge. By the 8th minute, Katsuki was already huffing and puffing, but Izuku looked like he was still fresh out of the shower, minus the burns that littered his body and his fingers, as well as toes, that looked like they had been put through the meat grinder. All around them, the concrete floor of the arena had deep gouges filled with traces of blood and scorches, and footing was becoming much of a problem with the amount of debris scattered along the area. And lo and behold, it became even more of a problem when Katsuki nearly tripped against one because he was starting to get exhausted. It was hard to keep track of his surroundings. And that was an opening Izuku took with a mad grin. Katsuki tried to deflect with another explosion, but as opposed to the start where his explosions detonated like C4, now they barely imitated low-powered firecrackers. They weren't enough to stop Izuku's bullish charge, and the ash blonde was finally sent flying out of the ring, his back impacting against the soil as he skidded across the ground. His eyes blurry, he managed to see Izuku approach him with something resembling a smile as he hoisted him up his shoulders. Good fight, Izuku commended, and the stadium's cheers nearly burst his eardrums. Well, it was inevitable that he would lose, but fuck him if he ain't the only one in this entire school that managed to make him look ruffled. Let's fight again next time. Nodding only once, Katsuki was once more sent into La La Land as he felt his injuries and exhaustion catch up with him. The following fight between Tokoyami and Ishido was quite a fast-paced one. Izuku had already known that Tokoyami was going to emerge the winner, as Ishido, despite her proficiencies and strengths, had no answer to Dark Shadow's unrelenting offense. The pink girl couldn't even get close without gaining a few scratches here and there. At least she managed to look cool during her fight. Her breakdancing across the floor while making it slippery with acid was a sight to see. She did it in her last match, but that didn't retract from the cool factor it had coming into this match. Tokoyami was also smart with his decision, him leaving Dark Shadow to basically bullrush the girl while making sure he wasn't anywhere close to the pink-themed menace was a big brain move. He knew he wouldn't win in a fistfight against Ishido, and if he ever was put in a position where he was close enough for her to pummel him, he would have lost the match automatically. The whole fight was basically a cat-and-mouse game, but if the cat was astray and the rat was being protected by its owner, the owner in question being Dark Shadow. It took the better half of 10 minutes, but when Ishido slumped on the ground due to exhaustion, Midnight called the fight then and there. And now, here Izuku was, waiting in one of the locker rooms because they were giving Tokoyami a 30-minute break, and a quick visit to the infirmary to ensure that he was in top shape for the final battle. Izuku understood why. Tokoyami had just finished his fight, and no doubt he wasn't running at 100% capacity. Hell, if he wasn't the way that he is, maybe he too would be running on fumes. After all, a tournament like this is not that dissimilar to a marathon. A person has to know when and where to use tiring moves, but unlike a normal sprint, one mistake can cost the whole match. Izuku hummed as he leaned his head against the hard, metal locker, the cold touch of iron seeping through his hair and into his scalp. He wanted to be alone for a moment, to think things through for the next match. Truth be told, despite the fun fights he had watched and been in, none of them truly scratched the itch he's been having ever since he came back to Japan. Sure, he was enjoying himself a bit with all the spars and fights, but none of them really came close to a fight to the death. The feeling of melting flesh, puncture wounds, and even splaying guts. He missed them. He missed them dearly. It was kind of psychotic of him, to be honest, but Lordran changes a man, and for some reason, he became a grade A masochist. Not in the kinky way, mind you, but a more deranged, psychotic way. It was how he managed to not lose his sanity after every death. If you can't avoid it, you might as well enjoy it. Sighing, he stood up, eyes zooming at the digital clock that hung over the doorway. 15 more minutes until the fight. Pacing around the room, Izuku suddenly stopped as an idea popped in his head. What if he went all out against Tokoyami? Well, not Tokoyami per se, but Dark Shadow. From what he'd seen, as well as experienced during their spars, damage dealt to Dark Shadow does not rebound to Tokoyami. He doubted Dark Shadow would also die if Tokoyami wasn't killed. Slowly, a grin crept up his face. If what he thought was true, then it meant there was a way for him to go all out against a fellow student. Sad to say it wouldn't be against Katsuki or even Todoroki. He wanted to try fighting someone that could create both ice and fire, but a being of darkness was good too. Closing his eyes, Izuku waited for the clock to tick down, every second stretching into what felt like hours. It was when he heard the PA system calling his name that he opened his eyes once more, body energized and ready to cause havoc. It didn't take that long before he was exiting the tunnel and stepping right into the arena, the crowd going wild as they cheered them on. Scaling the steps to the raised platform, Izuku came face to face with Tokoyami, arms crossed and eyes closed. Ah, it would seem fate has dictated for us both to fight in the finals. Tokoyami slowly opened his eyes, red irises meeting with glowing viridescent ones. Alas, I know I stand little to no chance of overcoming you, but I will do my best and show you the darkness that dwells within me. Izuku tilted his head. Tokoyami was being rather eloquent again. Actually, Now there was a thought. Hours spent combing through the net had netted him some cursed knowledge that lurks deep within every high schooler. Why not channel it here and match Tokoyami's brooding figure? Fret not, my feathered friend. Izuku's sudden response got Tokoyami to open his mouth a bit. For thou stands before me, undaunted, your will is sturdy as steel. Oh, how my right arm aches. And now Midnight was cringing at the edgy foreplay. Izuku could even hear the groans coming from the audience seats. He grinned, there was more to show. More to say. Channeling the power of pyromancy, now strengthened by the fragment of the first flame dwelling deep within his core, his right hand burst into flames, his shirt turning into ash starting from the sleeve from the sheer heat. Tokoyami's eyes widened, and Izuku could feel the anxiety coming from the bird head. Midnight, sensing that talk was now over, raised the flag, but glared at Izuku first to put away his flame. Adhering to the command, he waved his pyromancy away, the heat vanishing but still lingering in the form of his bare upper torso. You best prepare yourself, Tokoyami, for I won't hold back this time around. Izuku's mad grin caused Tokoyami to shiver in place, his feathers ruffling at the immense pressure he felt coming from Izuku. Is it too late to back out now? Tokoyami looked at Midnight, and the pro-heroine looked offended, vowing harsh consequences if he backed out in what was the final match. Not really, there was still the topic of third place, of the entire tournament. Making peace with the situation he's been placed in, Tokoyami steeled himself, his feathers smoothing over as a determined glare overtook his face. Very well, if I shall fall to you, Midoriya, then let it be known that I fell fighting. That's the spirit. Izuku's grin grew wider, and then Midnight started the match. Immediately, Dark Shadow made himself known and charged towards Izuku, a demonic screech exiting its shadowy beak. Izuku dodged to the right, the soles of his shoes skidding across the ground kicking up dust. Channeling the flame within his soul, Izuku conjured one of the most basic pyromancies he had ever come across. A regular fireball, but his soul was tempered through the souls of others, mortals and gods alike. What else is a fireball to a god, if not a ball of condensed destruction? Lobbing it directly at Dark Shadow, since he didn't want to be labeled a murderer and a villain if he killed his classmate, the ball of flames flew through the air. Dark Shadow saw this, but instead of blocking it as he had hoped, he instead shrank away, literally and figuratively. Did he have a weakness to fire? That was something he didn't expect for him to have. If so, what he had done might just be overkill. Hopefully he survives. Dark Shadow. Back. Tokoyami, face full of panic after seeing the giant ball of flame hurtling towards him. Even with his state, Dark Shadow was able to hear his other half's words and immediately pulled back, the ball of pure destruction licking at him as he flew away. Izuku saw that pained grimace that touched upon his shadowy beak, and he had to wonder if Dark Shadow actually had pain receptors of his own. Not that it mattered as the ball of flame missed and landed on the concrete ground. Said ground exploded into millions of pieces, also blowing away 90% of the entire raised platform, launching both Izuku and Tokoyami into the air. The ground surrounding the platform also didn't go unscathed, dirt and dust scattering around like a giant cloud of destruction. Even the stands weren't exempt from the explosion, the wind pressure jostling everybody in their seats. He could even hear some swears and curses from the sudden impact, the children crying loudly thinking there was something very wrong. As everything calmed down, the rumbling of the earth and the cries of the people subsided, the only thing left the cloud of dust obscuring their vision. Izuku waited, his feet still on the raised platform, or whatever was left of it. It took the better half of a minute before it dispersed, the destruction his pyromancy had wrought clear to his eyes. Looking around, he saw Midnight slumped against the wall, eyes wide and clothes torn as she beheld the glory that was his pyromancy. Meanwhile, Tokoyami was busy gawking, also slumped against the wall but noticeably unharmed. Possibly thanks to Dark Shadow shielding him from the blast. One thing to note was that he was out of the arena, so that meant it was his win. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. Midnight declared, but not a single cheer echoed through the stadium. Not that he needed the confirmation. Maybe they were just shocked from the sheer destruction he could do if he really wanted to do harm. Come to think of it, did they know that what he threw was the weakest of his pyromancies? Well, disregarding all of that, Izuku left the platform and approached Tokoyami, his red eyes trembling as he got closer. Holding his hand out, Tokoyami looked at the offered limb with visible confusion, only taking it after a few seconds had passed. "You are one scary individual, Midoriya," Tokoyami said, followed by Dark Shadow who crept behind him like a scared little girl. Boss, you wouldn't do that again in our next spar, right? Right." Dark Shadow trembled, his hands clasped against Tokoyami's shoulders. Tilting his head, Izuku hummed for a moment, causing both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to hold in their breath. "Well, maybe not." Izuku settled for a non-answer, since he didn't know what the future held. "Anyway, you feeling fine? No broken bones or anything?" "None. Dark Shadow here saved me from your monstrous attack." Tokoyami rubbed his arms, some minor burns and scratches decorating his skin. "Then everything's fine. Can't say the same for the arena, though, but Smentos is already on the case." Izuku pointed at said hero already doing his best restructuring the area. "So, what say we leave and get something to eat? It'll be a while before the closing ceremony starts. If you are offering, Midoriya, then I will gladly accept." Tokoyami bowed, Dark Shadow doing the same, still trembling from the attack earlier. "Also, I don't normally disclose my other half's weakness, but seeing as to how your flames have affected him, I really do need to state that you refrain from using it again against him." Yep. No ball of destruction near me, boss man. "No siree." Dark Shadow saluted, arm trembling like a leaf as he still hid behind Tokoyami. The sight made Izuku chuckle, at least knowing that what he did didn't leave that much bad will between the two. "Damn, dude, I didn't know you were packing that much firepower in ya." Kirishima greeted with a wave, a toothy grin upon his face. The rest of the class behind him slowly exited their booth, their feet stopping as they spotted Izuku. I doubt even Katsuki could match that on a good day, and knowing him, he's probably thinking of ways to copy what you just did. Huh, now that I think about it, yeah, he just might." Izuku nodded with Kirishima's thoughts. "Anyway, both me and Tokoyami are off to the cafeteria for some food. It'll take a while for the closing ceremony, after all, and there's still Ishido's and Katsuki's match for third place to see." I don't think so." Kaminari, who had gotten better after visiting the infirmary following Katsuki's successful attempt at blowing him up, piped up from the line. "Last I saw him, he was sleeping like a log. I doubt he'd be getting up anytime soon." "Oh, what about Ishido?" Izuku asked and Kaminari shook his head. "Yeah, she's also asleep." Kaminari grinned and approached Tokoyami, snaking an arm around his shoulder as he did so. "Looks like our Ravenhead here did a number on our pink menace, right, Tokoyami? I must admit, she was a rather agile foe, however, Dark Shadow proved himself." Tokoyami gloated and Dark Shadow suddenly appeared from his back, raising a war cry as he did so. However, his mood took a turn as his beak pointed to the ground. "I, on the other hand, am nothing but a burden. If it wasn't for my other half doing all the heavy lifting, I doubt I would have even passed the first event." "Yeah, you're right about that one, Tokoyami." Izuku immediately agreed, despite garnering sudden cries from his classmates about his lack of tact. "That said, I hope this serves as a lesson for you striving into the future." Yeah, this event really opened my eyes." Tokoyami smiled as he regarded the white-haired teen. "Speaking of, could you please unhand me? I dislike being subjected to your body weight." "Whoops, sorry man." Kaminari stepped back, a sheepish grin floating up his face. "Anyways, what was that you said about food? I'm starving after all that fighting. Can we come too?" Uraraka stepped forward, a smile on her face, followed by the rest of the girls of Class 1A. "Well, at least those still conscious enough to stand. Sure, not like I own the cafeteria." Izuku shrugged. "By the way, what should we get for our classmates still in the infirmary?" "Oh, leave that to me." A sleeve raised upward, Hagakuri's sweet tone squeaking from her position. "But, I don't know what to get Bakugo." "Oh, that's easy. Anything spicy for Katsuki," Izuku said, only for him to frown the next second. "Speaking of which, any of you see Todoroki?" "No, we haven't." Iida pushed his glasses up. "I admit, His loss was quite embarrassing, but to not show up in the class booth during the rounds is despicable as a member of our class. Whoa, tone it down there, Iida. Kirishima, as ever the teen full of good vibes, raised his arms placatingly towards the bespectacled teen. No need to get all judgmental towards our resident cold classmate, but last I saw him, he was with Endeavor. Oh, then forgive my scathing remarks then. Iida bowed towards the class. I don't think you should be apologizing to us, Kiro. Sue sighed at the sight. Anyway, shouldn't we be going? Time's running and I want to eat before the closing ceremony starts, Kiro. Then let's not waste any time. Izuku nodded, his hand patting his belly. Hopefully, the cafeteria isn't too crowded. With their pieces said, the class all walked side by side towards the cafeteria. It won't be long until the day comes to an end after the closing ceremony, but overall, Izuku had fun. That being said, he really needed to think on things regarding his pyromancy. He could tell that his body was weaker. The usage of power within during the entrance exam was enough of an example, but his pyromancy stayed the same, and if not the same, even stronger because of the first flame. And since this world didn't like killing, much more so if the one doing the deed was a hero, then that would mean most of his pyromancies would need to be locked up tight against villains. It was still quite head-scratching that villains that had a kill count in the hundreds were just locked up for life instead of given the death penalty. There was always a chance for them to escape, thus increasing their kill count further, but hey, he'll manage that when it's time to do it. For now, he just wants to stuff his belly full and savor the taste that would soon enter his mouth. After all was said and done, the sports festival concluded. Well, at least for the first years. After their portion of the sports festival concluded, Izuku and Class 1A spent the next few days watching the upper years battle it out. It was kind of exciting, in a way. Dozens of flashy quirks were used, to the chagrin of other students that had less than glamorous quirks. But they were vindicated the moment a second year managed to upset the favorite to win using his wits and tactical know-hows. As for his quirk, a simple color-swapping quirk, it was kind of humbling to see what one could do with an unlimited amount of imagination. It was also funny watching his opponent try to guess where he was while camouflaging himself and giving him an attack that would no doubt go down in the annals of history. His asshole must be stinging for days after 4 fingers pierced through his rectum and launched him high up in the air and into the ground outside. Not only did the boys wince at the display, but so did the girls. Although, there were some that looked kind of excited at the display. Izuku wanted no part in that. And after the second year's day, came the third year's. To be honest, Izuku was excited like a child in a candy shop watching all the events unfold. What they went through was a rehash of the first year's events, however much more extreme. More traps, more obstacles, more lethal shenanigans, the works. No doubt, if they weren't trained for the past 2 years, some of them might have gotten debilitating injuries that could have put a stop to their career then and then. What he was focused on, however, were the 3 students that were demolishing the entire thing like it was no issue. Those being Hato, Tagata, and one other he didn't know. Hato was like a comet in the first round, zooming past everything like a child after getting high on candy, while Tagata, his personal favorite just because of what happened every time he used his quirk, just noped out of the first obstacle and no-clipped his way to the finish line. What? It reminded him of his days back in Lordran, where invaders wearing nothing but loincloth gave him one hell of a fight every now and then. There were times where he won, and other times where the invaders chopped his head off then bowed before everything went black. Good times. The last one looked like he would rather be anywhere but there, what with him fidgeting and shaking like a leaf whenever his name was called out by the announcer. Present Mike must have had a sadistic streak, seeing as he mostly focused on the poor antisocial teen. Not that it detracted from his talent. He was a bit confused at first, but when Present Mike so graciously told him and the rest of the people watching what the teen's quirk was, as well as his name, which turned out to be Amajiki Tamaki. Manifest, he called it. Fitting, he supposed. Whereas Hato had mastered flying like a lunatic in the air with spiral waves of doom propelling herself forward, Tagata just saying fuck the map and go straight to the finish line. Amajiki was one of those rushing through the map with naught but their legs and quirks that allowed them some modicum of mobility. That being said, He would forever deny the hiccup that exited his mouth the moment he saw tentacles manifesting over his arms and using it to swing like some kind of demented spider, avoiding most of the pitfalls and bubbly sticky goo pits. Fucking tentacle creatures, man. He had enough of them back in the Duke's archives. The first round obviously ended with Tagata in first, Hato in second, and Amajiki in third, though it was close with one other student who had some kind of boosting quirk that allowed him to move faster every 10 seconds. The following round was also fun to watch because the Big Three, what they were popularly known as, decided that they would be in opposing teams. They all got into the next round, of course, the other students riding along their momentum into the final event. Not that they didn't contribute. Just comparing them to his classmates was like night and day. There was going to be a whole lot of training coming for them in the coming weeks. He vowed to do it. Make him class representative, will they? Oh, they'll regret it. Schemes of vengeance aside, the fights were flashy, sometimes even brutally quick, but there was no doubt only one would come out on top. Tagata won, his bulging muscles on proud display for everyone to see. That, and his ding-ding-dong, because again, he no-clipped through the floor in his clothes to get the win by uppercutting an exhausted Hato. Quirk must have used a lot of stamina, then. Still, it was impressive to know that the Periwinkle-themed girl had that much energy to her, otherwise, she would have crashed and burned just in the first event. Amajiki, sadly, had to draw the shortest straw as he was pitted against Tagata in the first round. Sad to say, he didn't reach the top spots. That honor went to some other student who Izuku didn't really care to remember. And so, the sports festival came to an end. And next came one of the most interesting week-long break he had ever had up until now. So, boring. Izuku moaned as he laid on the bed, his face planted against his pillow, voice muffled. It's been a day and a half since the end of the sports festival, and Nezu had the bright idea of letting the students rest for the remainder of the week. Sure. He could understand it, but when all that was left for his form of entertainment being the mindless scrolling through the net and seeing comments made by anonymous users getting more and more stupid than the last, it was no wonder why he felt the need to vent. Someone feelin' a little tired. Izuku could just hear the Cheshire grin forming on Himei's face, her body weight pressed against his. Or are you just not stimulated enough? He felt her hot breath next to his ear, something slimy lapping against its tips. Himei. Stop being so clingy. Izuku groaned, pushing the blonde, smiling girl away from him while wiping away the saliva that stuck to his ear. Look, I may have the social capability of a rock, but after days of research, I finally know why you keep on sticking to me like glue. Oh, and what is that? Himei's grin grew wider as her cheeks flushed. Izuku snapped his fingers then pointed it in her direction. You think of me like some kind of parent. Izuku concluded and Himei looked entirely flabbergasted. Serves her right. Think she could hide that away from him. I mean, just look at the evidence. You keep on clinging to me like a babe, always asking me for things, like blood, and then become overprotective because other girls just get close to me. Izuku grinned. Face it, you think of me as a father and only want to monopolize my time, and blood. Himei couldn't speak. Izuku's smirk grew wider. Yep, he was correct, wasn't he? Himei was just too shocked to even rebut his answer. But then it changed, and a Cheshire smile formed on her face. Why, yes, you're absolutely correct, Daddy. She stalked him, her yellow, piercing eyes glowing underneath the light bulb hanging overhead. Her form was like that of a cougar, and she was ready to pounce. With a single leap, she crashed into him and threw the both of them to the bed. Izuku blinked, a bit confused at the abrupt change, but otherwise, shrugged and went with the flow. Maybe his theory was wrong, because as much as Himei acted like a spoiled little girl at times, she sometimes sent signals that didn't seem that much childlike in his eyes. Maybe he needed to do some more research. Daddy, Himei purred, well, as much as a human could anyway, and nuzzled her head against his chest. Her hair buns were undone as they cascaded down her back and past her sides, while her nose stuck close to Izuku's clothes. Himei wants some blood. Himei's hungry. Izuku set his eyes on Himei's, her adorable puppy eyes causing him to flinch and relent. Sighing, Izuku rolled up his sleeves and offered his arm, only for Himei to brush it away and lunge for his neck. He felt her fangs dig into his neck, her tongue lapping at the blood that trickled out as her legs squirmed against his lower half. It took a few seconds of feeding until the blonde girl was satisfied, and with a quiet moan, she left a peck on the 2 bite marks that slowly regenerated until all that was left was unblemished skin. Her impromptu suckling done, the blonde girl straddled Izuku's hips and began rubbing herself against him. He could also feel something damp hitting his thigh, but probably not something to worry about. Okay, that's enough. Izuku grabbed Himei's shoulders and pushed her upwards. This startled the blonde vampire for a bit, before she sent one of her more heart-wrenching pouts his way. Of course, this didn't affect Izuku at all, seeing as how her nightly ritual was at an end and ignored the pouting girl. You need to get some sleep. Still need to wake up early and train, otherwise, I doubt you'd be able to keep up with the rest of my classmates. TCH. Himei rolled her narrowed eyes, her legs crossed as she sat on his bed. Not like any of them can even hit me. What was that? Izuku placed his hand behind his ear and tilted his head towards Himei. All he got was an even more devastating pout and a low grumble coming from the blonde girl's throat. That's what I thought. Can't have you sleep deprived when training. Just makes it harder to get stronger. Knowing that he wouldn't budge, Himei sighed and relented, opting to just lie down on his bed and close her eyes. When Izuku became like this, he was as stubborn as a mule, and nothing would ever change his mind. Well, except his mother, but she wasn't here, was she? It was kind of concerning. She was slowly getting more and more scarce the more night fell. Was she doing something this late at night? Another job, maybe. Izuku knew that she had a day job, but putting in too many hours could make her health turn for the worse. He'd have to talk with her tomorrow morning before she went to work. Wouldn't want his mother to go lying in a grave somewhere just because she wanted to make sure he had smooth sailing in his studies. That, and she probably didn't want to lose him again like last time. But for now, scrolling the web sounded good. He might be able to sleep if he forced himself, but frankly, his hands were getting antsy, and the lack of stimulus made him jumpy. Actually, maybe a walk around underneath the moon sounded good. Yeah, that sounded good. It was dark. Very dark. As dark as the darkest of nights he had ever experienced in Lordra. Okay, maybe not. The only time Lordran was ever dark was when he was underground, or in the Darkroot Garden Basin, and they were bright compared to the indomitable darkness that cascaded over the world. Sure, there were streetlights and lit-up signs that establishments used to garner attention, but the farther away you went from the hustle and bustle of the city, the more the dark encroached the surroundings. And frankly, it suited him fine. It felt like he was wrapped around its comfort, its chilling embrace a contrast to the roaring fire deep within his chest. A smirk grew on his face as his feet guided him to places he knew not. A dark alleyway, a closed-off building, a plaza, a budding forest, a beach, one filled to the brim with garbage and, is that a truck? Izuku had to blink. Looking all over, he could see a bunch of stuff that looked worn down and or destroyed, such as broken desks, mangled appliances, maybe even some rotten food. And then there was a truck, just sitting smack dab in the middle. It was a confusing spectacle, and one that piqued his curiosity. Approaching the mountain of trash, he began to scale the thing. His eyes picked up the only entrance being the top, and he was quite confident with his climbing abilities. Placing one hand after the other, he slowly made progress. He ignored the sharp objects that punctured his skin, causing blood to leak out of the cuts. Sometimes, it even went deeper than a normal cut, a jagged piece of metal reaching the bone, but he just plucked it out and continued to scale. His regeneration ensured that he would come out of this climb unscathed. It took a bit of time to climb the whole thing, and even some spilled blood, but it was all worth it, for in his eyes, he beheld the mess that was the entire beach, riddled with filth and objects fading away into dust. His lips pursed. This was no good. What happened to this place? He tried to recall his past memories, but he couldn't. Sighing, he jumped down and landed on some more jagged metal, the sharp edges piercing through his skin and flesh, leaving deep gashes across his legs. He ignored the flowing blood and slowly plucked each of them out. Once they were all out, he watched as his legs reknit themselves, leaving unblemished skin and perfectly healthy flesh. Nodding his head, he took off, leaving behind the dump that was Musudafu Beach. Maybe he could turn this into something worthwhile. A training regimen perhaps. Doubled as, what was it called again? He'll have to consult with the internet again. His legs guided him back to his apartment, and fortunately, he managed to see his mother slowly making her way out of her car, the aged woman looking haggard, with bags under her eyes, but there was no mistaking the smile on her lips as she ascended the steps into their apartment. Talking with her right now might not be wise. She clearly needed the rest. Yes, he'll talk with her in the morning like he had decided earlier. Checking his watch, he noted the time. 3:56 a.m. He was gone that long. Time sure does fly when one is having fun. Not to matter, the internet awaited him, and before the thoughts in his mind dispersed, it would probably be best to write them down. He wondered how Himei would react to this in the morning. The sun rose from the horizon, the light filtering through the blinds. Izuku's eyes twitched, a ray of sunshine directly hitting his face like a blanket. Letting out a deep breath, he scooted up, only to remain unmoving as he felt something restricting his movement. Glancing downwards, he saw Himei with nary a piece of cloth preserving her dignity save for the blanket that covered her frame. It was like this every day, with the blonde girl preferring to sleep in the buff while clinging onto him like a vice. He didn't mind, so long as the girl didn't do anything untoward without him knowing. Grabbing the limb that tangled around his shoulder and back, he slowly pried it off, Himei groaning all the while. He made his way out of the bed, then felt a chilly breeze. He looked down, then saw his willy hanging about. Blinking, he turned around to the bed, noticing his clothes laying neatly on the side, folded and stacked on top of one another. Shrugging, he grabbed them all, took his time to wear each of them, then left Himei to her snoozing. Out in the hall, he could already smell the tantalizing aroma of breakfast being cooked to perfection. Humming a discordant tune while skipping like a kid, Izuku arrived at the kitchen cum dining room with his mother cooking up some fish, which was starting to make his taste buds tingle, while the television nearby was blaring morning news. Also, the rice cooker was already humming to life, the lid moisturized as pearls of white grain lay compact within. After all, no meal is complete without rice. If it doesn't have any, it's just a snack. Mom, Izuku called out and Inko turned around. Her eye bags were prominent, just like earlier this morning, but that cheery demeanor was not something that could be faked. What's for breakfast today? Just the usual, Inko replied, hands still on the frying pan as she turned over the cooking fish. What about you? How's Himiko? Any progress with giving me grandkids yet? Izuku laughed, taking a seat for himself as he waited for his mother to finish cooking. You've asked how many times already? He grinned as he propped up his head with his hand. I don't know, dear, ever since I realized Himiko slept in your bed in the nude. Inko chuckled lightly, while Izuku followed along. During the early days when Himei was still new to their household, his mother would freak out every time she saw Himei clinging to him fiercely, much more so when she was nude. Her knowing that they slept together naked also made her faint 1 or 2 times, but over time, she managed to get used to them being degenerates. Of course, those times gave Izuku no little amount of worries as he took care of his unconscious mother. She keeps on sneaking into my room during the night. Might as well share the bed if she's hellbent on sleeping together. Izuku explained once again. This kind of early banter has been a common occurrence ever since Himei thrust herself into their lives. Also, no, now that's not nice. Inko's tone took a teasing, albeit warning tone. Listen to your mother when she says this, leading a girl on is something you wouldn't want to do. Her brows furrowed as her hands stopped for a brief moment. Much more so with a girl with so many problems like Himiko. True enough. Izuku laid his head on the table, arms splayed across the wooden top as he dragged them from side to side. A frown graced his lips. Was he really making things worse? He didn't really know, and knowing that it was affecting him he just didn't sit right with him. Lifting his head up, he stared at his mother's back, her chubby appearance a thing of the past as she slowly regained her youthful form day by day. So, what should I do? Knowing your personality, I just recommend letting her take the lead. She said after a brief pause, a tinge of worry present in her voice. But before that, you must ask yourself, do you really want it? Izuku went silent. No doubt, He was curious about that part of life, where a man and a woman decided they were going to be together. The problem was he just didn't feel it. He couldn't, not after his experiences in Lordran. Fighting, maiming, killing. He'll do it in a heartbeat if it meant those he cherished continued to live fulfilling lives. Romance, skinship, possible fatherhood. He wasn't so sure. He also wasn't stupid. Himei was clearly attracted to him. So, what if he doesn't know the cues and hints, or other bodily responses to affection? He just knew it. It wasn't rocket science. He ruminated in his mind the possible futures he could have, the decisions and questions he would have. But all that was left was a confused Izuku as he mentally went around in circles, trying to grasp the answer that would have put a stop to his rumination. It was only halted when he felt something placed down in front of him, the sound of ceramic hitting wood echoing through the room. The smell of well-cooked rice and fried fish, followed by miso soup and eggs, assaulted his nostrils, his mind going blank for a moment at the aroma. Yeah, he could deal with that later. Right now, he wanted to eat and savor the grandiose taste that was his mother's cooking. Thanks for the meal. Izuku clapped his hands together and without a second thought, began digging in, all the while his mind replayed the scene from earlier this morning. He wondered how he was going to ask her about that, but that could wait. Now, food and taste bud heaven awaited. Setting his chopsticks down, Izuku let out a burp of content, his hands patting his slightly swollen belly. Thanks for the food, Mom. Anytime, dear, Inko replied, just as full as Izuku was. Too bad Himei was still sleeping, but then again, she liked her beauty sleep, and with class still out, the blonde vampire was happy just lounging about, getting back at the restless nights that were spent in the streets. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you. Izuku garnered Inko's attention as she took the plates and bowls. You've always been going to work early, then coming back late. Like, very very late. Why? Inko stopped in her tracks, plates still in hand. Izuku could hear her breath slowly going in and out of her lungs, rhythmic like a metronome. She laid the plates back down on the table and took a seat, a tired smile plastered on her face. I knew you were going to ask one day, she said, fingers tapping on the table. Just didn't think it would take this long. Inko chuckled again, her fingers stopping for a brief moment, before going back to tapping. This all started after you. After you came back. Izuku could see his mother visibly wince, and to be honest, he understood why. The day he returned from Lordran was a day none of them would ever forget, his mother more so. I just couldn't continue knowing that I had failed my baby boy, not again. She moaned softly into the table, her shoulders trembling slightly. I needed to do something. Anything. To prevent what happened again. Oh, Izuku couldn't say anything to that. He could just feel the love pouring from his mother in waves, but along with those waves, came frustration and anguish, as well as the worry of the past repeating itself. He didn't need to know more. As long as his mother stayed safe and happy, he would not judge her. But then again, coming home late at night while waking up early in the morning to provide for him was something that was causing his mother's health to deteriorate, and that wasn't something he wanted for her. So, he had to ask. He didn't want to. It wasn't his right for being the cause of all her anguish and sorrow because of his fucked up ideals, but it was the right thing to do. To ensure that his mother didn't spiral into madness for trying to make up for her past mistakes that weren't relevant in the future. What are you doing? Izuku gazed directly into his mother's verdant orbs, his own trembling slightly as the feeling of unease welled up within. Why do you always come back late? Her mouth clamped shut, the older woman refusing to say anything as she closed her eyes, hands balled into fists. Her head tilted downward, her bangs shadowing her eyes, and it was clear to Izuku that his mother didn't want to tell him about it, but he was going to keep trying. He didn't like seeing her this way. Mom, please, I need to know. Izuku stood up and approached Inko, his hand laying on her shoulder. Don't be like me. You've already seen the consequences of what I did. Please, don't repeat what I did. If this was in the past, he would have probably smashed his own head before ever admitting that he was struggling with an unhealthy mindset. But now, with his mother going the same route, she remained silent for a few seconds. It stretched into what felt like an eternity, before she sighed then looked Izuku straight in the eye. I'm a vigilante. The confession got Izuku's brain skidding to a halt, a brief gasp of air exiting his mouth like the dying yelps of a pup. He blinked once, then twice, and then another, before he picked the insides of his ear with his pinky finger. "Excuse me, could you repeat that again?" "I said I'm a vigilante." A dry chuckle exited her mouth. "Well, not yet anyway. Haven't made my debut yet. Been trying to get back into shape with the help of Mi-chan. But that doesn't answer the question why you come back so late." Izuku questioned and Inko sighed. "Quirk training," she replied, albeit happily. "Kind of fulfilling, to be honest. Didn't know my quirk could do all kinds of things. Wasn't your quirk attracting small things to you?" Izuku's question got a brief nod from his mother. His brain went into a frenzy, his analytical mind going through different possibilities that his mother's quirk could do. "So, can you, theoretically, pull someone's vein?" Inko blinked. She opened her mouth, only to close it seconds later. Silence once again bathed the entire room, with only the ticking of the clock filling the void. Finally, she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile thread ready to snap. "What did you just say? Can you pull on veins?" Izuku asked again, this time with more gusto. If his mother could do that, then forget trying to protect her, she could just protect herself by making any asshole convulse on the spot. Of course, it could kill the asshole in question, but it was a small price to pay to ensure that his mother was alive and well. "I don't think you should even think about that, dear." Inko looked horrified, hand coming up to cover her mouth as an audible gasp escaped her lips. "Why not?" Izuku tilted his head. It sounded fine in his head. The only one suffering would be the jackass that wanted to harm his mother. Not like it would affect other people as well, since she'll just be pulling on a teeny tiny bit of a vein. I don't think so." Izuku could sense the but hanging in the air, but he didn't pursue it. "But I think I can do it on hair. Maybe clothing." Teeth. Izuku asked once again, and his mother went dead silent. She looked at him for a second, before sighing and standing up, but not before giving him a quick hug and a peck on the forehead. "I think you should go wake up Himiko. I need to go now, I don't want to be late for work." Inko let him go and headed for the bathroom. "Also, would you please wash the dishes? Our talk was quite long." "Okay." Izuku tilted his head as he watched his mother go. Oh well, at least she now had a few ideas on how to use her quirk. Still, he highly wanted his mother to learn how to pull on a vein. It's quick, it's painful, but most of all, it's deadly. She was going to be a vigilante, after all, and one thing Izuku liked about them was that they weren't beholden to the morals of heroes. Oh, how he wanted to just let loose and disembowel a poor sod that thought killing was acceptable against unarmed and innocent people. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Don't expect to not be killed when you yourself are doing the killing. Grabbing the plates at the table, he headed for the sink and gently plopped them inside. He was about to wash them all, before realizing that Himei still hadn't eaten, so he left them there. Might as well wash them all in one go after Himei had eaten. It wasn't long after his mother had left that Himei arrived to have breakfast. As usual, she was half awake, her eyes droopy as her hair laid a tangled mess. "Zuzu, hungry." Her voice lethargic, she scooted closer to Izuku and opened her mouth wide. Not fighting the act, Izuku let her take a bite out of his neck, blood seeping from the punctures and into Himei's mouth. He could feel the blonde girl gulp them down, each gulp gaining more and more strength as he felt more of his blood drain. Once she had her fill, she let go of his neck and beamed a wide smile at Izuku. "Delicious," she said, her arms still hanging around Izuku's back like a noose. "What's for breakfast? I thought my blood was your breakfast." Izuku smirked and gained a light chuckle from the girl. "Sorry, but Zuzu's blood is for snacking only." Himei finally stepped away from Izuku, her eyes roaming around the room with pinpoint precision. It landed squarely on the bowl of rice accompanied by a plate of what he had eaten. With gusto, she sat down and began digging in. Watching her eat was something of a habit with Izuku. He didn't know when it had started, nor why he did so, but it was just something that tickled his chest whenever he did. Taking the seat right beside her, Izuku patiently waited until Himei had eaten her meal, grains of rice staining the side of her lips and crumbs of fish decorating the table as she made a mess of things. It didn't take too long for her to finish, Himei being a fast and non-picky eater after her time in the streets, and gave off a loud burp. "Thanks for the food," she said in a sing-song voice. Grinning at her, Izuku grabbed the tableware and went straight to the sink with Himei following suit. It wasn't a surprise that she did, their morning routine always having them wash the dishes together if they were ever given the task by his mother. The chore was done in a matter of minutes, and while they were putting the dishes back on display, Izuku had a thought. Since there weren't any classes for the both of them today, and with his mother being busy at work, there was nothing the two could do, other than laze around the house or go for a walk. Then again, as the winner of the UA Sports Festival, his name and face were blowing up on the net, and he didn't want to know what would happen if he was out and about in public where there was a bunch of human traffic. He didn't do well with crowds, okay. He didn't want his instincts to go haywire and cause a bloodbath because some dude wanted to take a selfie with him, or something. Plus, it was something he was ruminating ever since he went to sleep that night. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, the same beach he had visited earlier in the night, was looking more and more like a crime against nature the more he researched about it online, and he wanted to do something about it. And no, it wasn't because he wanted to do something right, it was because he just didn't like wasting a perfectly good spot to relax and bathe in the sun like his old pal Solaire used to do. Before he became depressed and all. At least he was looking a bit more like himself during the times he aided him in taking down Gwyn, even if he wasn't a witness to the final showdown. "Zuzu, I know that look. What's on your mind?" Himei asked from the side, a slight pout on her face as she laid a hand on his cheek. "Just thinking of something we could do for the day." Izuku grabbed her hand and gave it a firm grip. "Something fun, I think." "Oh, why, do tell." Himei's grin stretched from ear to ear, her fangs poking from underneath her lip. "It gets boring, being cooped up in the apartment all day long. We could go to the bee." Izuku was interrupted by a girlish squeak as Himei hugged him with the force of a grizzly bear. Finally, the blonde girl giggled coquettishly, her piercing yellow eyes locked into Izuku's own green orbs as she drew heavy breaths. "I thought we'd never have a beach day." "Neither did I, but something came up during one of my nightly walks." Izuku shrugged and slowly pried the girl off him. "Anyway, if you need to get ready, go ahead." He wasn't even able to finish before Himei zoomed off, presumably going to get her things in order for the short trip. So, that was one person up for this impromptu trip, the next was some other blonde who he knew would actually love to tag along. Katsuki Bakugo was someone who would not skip leg day, and knowing the aggressive teen, he would be raring to go and train his muscle groups away from the gym for a change. Plus, there were only a few people that actually went near the place, so they could also practice their quirks once the whole site was clear and clean. In a few months, there was a lot of garbage to be cleaned. "Zuzu, why, why?" Himiko groaned, her previous smile that she wore dropping into a frown as she stared at the veritable mountain of junk across the beach. "I even brought my best swimsuit." "Lemme guess, you didn't let Izuku finish, did ya?" Katsuki commented from the side, a smirk gracing his lips as his head craned upwards to see the top of the pile. The baleful glare the blonde girl gave him was enough of an answer. Fucking knew it. I'm gonna fucking stab you, one of these days." Himiko promised, her yellow eyes hinting vengeance, only for red orbs to glare back, challenging the blonde girl to try. "Anyway, Zuzu, what are we doing here anyway? When you said the beach, I thought we were gonna go swimming." "Not, whatever the hell this dump is." "Yes, it is a dump," Izuku stated, his bag slowly dropping to the ground where it was clear from all the trash. "A dump we are going to clean up. Been reading up on some of the laws and regulations in our country, and it said nothing about cleaning a site that was dirty." "Why?" Himiko moaned, face dug into her palms as she hunched forward. Katsuki snickered at the sight, and once more received a glare that promised pain and suffering. "Where the fuck then are we gonna put the trash then? Doubt even the garbage truck comes along here because look at the size of that fucking pile." Katsuki pointed at the towering mountain of garbage that would no doubt give a germaphobe a heart attack. "Oh, no worries, I have Principal Nezu's contact." "Of course you do." Katsuki pinched the nose of his bridge. "Why wouldn't you? Anyway, what we'll be doing today is simple. Izuku pointed at the pile of junk. We're going to be cleaning this entire place, which will hopefully double as physical training for us. I know Himei needs this a lot, since she doesn't have a quirk specializing in physical enhancements. I do know that you have stronger bones because your explosion quirk, right? He asked Katsuki. Pretty much. Katsuki slouched, hands in his pockets as he glared at the pile of garbage. So, we just gone clean this up. Again. Why? Himiko pouted, clearly not excited to be diving into what could probably be an infestation of germs and bacteria harmful to the body. Do you want to have a beach day with me? Izuku's words were quick to lift the blonde girl's spirits as she immediately moved to grab his shoulders. You promise? Her eyes were distant and muddled, as if she could envision the future. Nodding, Izuku gave her his word, and not long after, was immediately glomped on by the petite girl. Beside them, Katsuki couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, lovebirds, you want to get fucking, get a damn room. Katsuki turned away from the two. Why? Don't wanna watch. Himiko grinned impishly, causing the ash blonde to gag and flip her the bird. What? Don't tell me you swing that way. Fucking no. Katsuki nearly shrieked, the disgust palpable on his face. Just because I don't want to see you two fucking, doesn't mean I'm gay. Fucking hell. Izuku, where the hell do you find her again? In the streets. In an alley, I think. Izuku scrunched his face, the memories of that night a bit foggy. Okay, now that makes a fuckton of sense. Katsuki muttered, taking a step away from the two. Just keep your horniness down, Nosferatu. Why are you calling me that? Himiko grimaced at the nickname. Feels kinda dirty. You drink blood. You have fangs. Need I say more? No, I mean why Nosferatu? Why not vampire? Are you do you seriously not know what that means? Katsuki glared at her, and the more he did so, the more he realized the girl was being serious. Holy shit, and here I thought you'd be a goddamned expert in vampirism cause of your quirk. Fair enough. By the way, can we get started already? Izuku piped up from the side. We're wasting time here just chatting. Less talking, more cleaning. Fuck you for talking me into this, by the way. Katsuki groaned as he began picking up the trash and segregating them into different categories. He already knew that the Takoba beach was a massive dump, and knowing Izuku and his sheer chaotic actions, brought along a pair of sturdy, stain-resistant gloves. Himei followed suit, but didn't complain, humming along to a tune as she grabbed pieces of trash and tossed them into Katsuki's pile haphazardly. Of course, this got the ash blonde to blow a fuse and begin berating her about the proper way of segregating trash, only for the blonde girl to shrug her shoulders and do it again. Katsuki nearly gave Himiko his gender-equal rights and lefts, only for Izuku to stop him and tell Himiko to follow Katsuki. Grumbling, she did as she was told and the three set out to clean the entire beach for the whole day. How in the fuck did a pickup truck get left here? Katsuki blinked as he stared at the truck Izuku had seen earlier in the day. Like, seriously, how? Did the fucking police not check this thing? I thought it was illegal. It is, but I guess this is probably not that worth addressing since villains are more common. Izuku shrugged as he stared at the pile of garbage they had segregated into easily identifiable categories. And I kinda understand that. True. Himiko nodded, albeit grudgingly. At any rate, we can stop for the day. Izuku wiped off the sheen of sweat from his brow, the sun glaring from above as he felt the heat prickle at his skin. It's nearing lunchtime and I know you still have some things to do in the afternoon. Duh, old hag wants me to join her photoshoot. Katsuki grumbled, clearly not liking the idea. The old man said that I was getting a bit popular cause of the sports festival. Said might as well make money out of it with the old hag. Right, I forgot that your mother was a model. Izuku hummed, his memories about the ash blonde's mother a bit muddy. You gonna be late? Nah, it won't start until late in the afternoon. Katsuki stretched his arms, his back arching and stretching creating pops and cracks. Something about a busy day in the studio. Welp, say hello to Mitsuki for me. Izuku waved Katsuki goodbye and the ash blonde parted from the two. Now all that was left were Izuku and Himiko, the two of which were busy admiring their hard work. Then again, their hard work was barely a dent in the mountain of junk that still littered the beach, but a step forward is a step forward. Sue, what now? Himiko squatted down, her hands and clothes stained with the filth that covered the area. Let me just call Nezu. Izuku grabbed his phone, his hands already clean from using pyromancy to burn away the unwanted filth. He'll arrange for the cleanup crew. What about the rest? Himiko waved her hands towards the illegal dump. We're still coming back, maybe with my other classmates next time. Izuku smiled as the phone dialed in Principal Nezu's number. I'll also tell him that it's our job to clean it, so that the collectors won't take the rest as well. Himiko tilted her head at the conclusion her brain had produced. That, and so the rat god can save money. Izuku chuckled. Gwyn knows he needs it for the giant robots in his backyard. Gwyn, Himiko questioned, and Izuku shut his mouth. All was silent for a moment, before the line picked up, Nezu's voice playing on speaker. Oh, Midoriya, good to hear from you, first-year sports festival champion. Nezu's voice was as chirpy as always. So, what is the purpose of your call? I doubt you'd call me for small talk. Just wanted your help arranging a collection service. Izuku explained. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, you've heard of it, right? Ah, yes. Nezu's voice took a turn. A shame it has been reduced to such over the years, but I digress. What about the beach park? We're cleaning it up. There's a lot of heavy things here, so it doubles as physical training. And also serves as community service. Nezu's voice was joyful, ecstatic even. Wonderful news. I'll have a collection group come over right away. Also, don't let them take the rest, just the ones we've segregated. We'll be the ones to clean up this dump, even if it takes months. No problem, Midoriya. This is actually quite productive for a first-year hero student. Izuku could imagine the grin on Nezu's face on the other side of the line. In fact, I might even have your classmates and your sister class partake in it. Oh, thanks. Izuku grinned. I was thinking about letting my classmates join, but I didn't think of 1B. The more the merrier, right? Indeed. At any rate, I'll have to cut this call short. Duty calls, I'm afraid. All right. Thanks for the help, Principal Nezu. And with that, the line went dead. Well, I think we should wait until the collection team arrives. So, what do you propose we do? I'm hungry, Himiko said with a grin. By the way, what was that about a Gwyn? I'll tell you in the future. Izuku sighed. He didn't want her knowing about that part of his life. Not just yet. The weekend passed with nothing out of the ordinary, other than Izuku, Katsuki, and Himei doing their daily routine of cleaning up the beach. The garbage collectors always arrived at 12 in the noon, courtesy of Nezu, and briefly hauled the garbage they had segregated out of the beach dump. After that was done, they just headed back home and lazed around like the teenagers they were. Well, Izuku just liked lazing around. Preferably around a fire, but there was no fireplace in his apartment, and the kitchen stove was a fire hazard, so he stuck to scrolling through the net. Come Monday, it was back to school. Izuku hummed a discordant tune as he put on his red shoes, the final ensemble to complete his uniform. Himiko, meanwhile, was busy complaining about how her knee socks being a little tighter than they used to be. The less said about her underwear, the better. Waving farewell to his mother, Izuku and Himiko were off, one wearing an impish grin as she clung tightly onto her partner, the other just going along with the flow as they headed towards UA High School. The moment they got on the train, Izuku could feel it. The stares, the muttering, the pictures, even though that last one would warrant judgmental stares for the breach of privacy, but sadly privacy was a luxury in this day and age. Kids walked up to him as they gazed in awe at his figure, some of them asking what it was like winning one of the biggest competitions for the youth in the year. It's great. Izuku lied as easily as he breathed. Normally, he wouldn't lie and just tell them straight to their face that winning the whole thing wasn't really that fulfilling because of his very personal reasons that he would like to keep to himself. They'd probably lock him in a crazy house if it was ever revealed that he liked fights to the deaths. Who knows, maybe you'll be on the same stage when you grow up. Waving goodbye to the kid, as well as the mother who had looked a bit ashamed as to what her child was doing, Izuku found a spot right next to the door, Himei landing her chin right above his shoulder. Of course, The act was observed by the passengers and the PDA was making others recoil a bit. The ride was spent in silence, the train car getting more and more congested on each stop, and once it was their turn to depart, they hopped off. It wasn't a long walk to the school from there, and on the way, they got looks from some of the students that were also on their way to their respective schools. Strolling up to the main gate, the stares and whispers were all but nulled. UA students just went along their day as they hurried to their respective class. He guessed that they weren't that much into the sports festival, seeing that they were already in the most prestigious school of Japan. Of course, save for some of the first year's general course, who gave him a wide berth, fear evident in their eyes. "So, I'll see you for lunch." Izuku turned to Himei, who gave him a quick hug and a peck on the cheeks. This garnered some attention, but not really enough to matter. He raised an eyebrow at the action and watched Himei saunter away while whistling, her grin stretched from ear to ear. Okay, first time Himei ever kissed him, even on the cheek. At most, it was just hugs and body contact, and even some neck biting, but a kiss. Something must have gone in her head. Did he care? Not a single bit. Okay, maybe a little, but it wasn't a cause for concern. A brief walk into the building and he was bombarded by congratulatory comments from the student body who passed by. Taking in the compliments, he gave them his acknowledgement as they headed to class. The hallways were otherwise silent. Once he reached his classroom, he didn't hesitate to fling it open and greet his classmates. Exchanging greetings, Izuku found his seat and waited until Aizawa arrived. The room was abuzz with chatter and on the girls' side, giggling. It was kind of a festive mood, and it looked like nobody held any grudges from the sports festival. Well, except for Todoroki, as evident from the scowl on his face that refused to go away. He must still be fuming from the sports festival. The door suddenly opened and all chatter abruptly ceased. With a slow gait, Aizawa strolled into the room, a stack of papers within his arms as he deposited them harshly against the teacher's table. It was a miracle that not a single piece of paper flew in the air from the impact, and Izuku was a tad bit impressed at the feat. "Good morning, class," Aizawa started, followed by the class greeting back with a chorus. "First and foremost, I must congratulate you for a job well done during the sports festival." This got the class frozen in shock. Did Aizawa just compliment them? However, due to how the first year stage was dominated by specific individuals, I'm afraid it has impacted your experience with your internship not far from the horizon. This got the class curious. Yes, they knew that the sports festival was a way to show off their quirks in hopes of landing a hero interested enough to tutor them with their respective agencies. And to be truthful, it was already a given, seeing as how Izuku was in the same year as them, followed by Katsuki, and even with his lackluster performance, Todoroki just because of the prestige his family had. So here, see for yourself. Aizawa handed sheets of paper one by one to the class, each piece designating one of them and the potential list of hero agencies they could intern at. To no one's surprise, Izuku got the highest number of prospects, followed by Katsuki and Todoroki. The knowledge that the half-cold and half-hot team getting the third highest number of prospects did nothing to better the mood of the already irate team. "You'll have until next week to finalize where you're going to intern at." Aizawa went back to the teacher's table and slowly tucked himself inside his yellow sleeping bag. "But before that, we have something more important to deal with. And that's picking your hero names." Suddenly, in came Midnight, bursting through the door with a loud bang as she strutted towards the front. The sight of her succulent hips as they shook from side to side causing the grape midget to drool. The class registered in their minds that yes, it was time for one of the moments in their lives they have been preparing for. For Izuku, it was something he had already given thought to ever since he was enrolled into the school. Plus, it would be paying homage to his old friend back in Lordran. "I'll be giving you all whiteboards to write on, and when I call your name in about 10 minutes, you are going to share with your class the hero name you'll be using." Midnight's smile was radiant, until it wasn't. "However, I can veto the name if it is already claimed, or if it's just too much for the public to handle." With the instructions given, the room fell into silence. However, the mood was uplifting, grins decorating each of the faces inside the room. Except for Todoroki, again, because he was still sulking. Izuku wrote on his whiteboard the name he had already thought of. He wanted to pay homage to the man who had given him hope in a time of near constant suffering, of endless deaths and doing things over and over and over again, hoping that the next try would be different. His marker pen, the temporary type, drew hazardous strokes against the white background of the board, each stroke more jagged, each line more crooked. If one were to see Izuku's handwriting, they would probably scratch their heads at the horrendous attempt at calligraphy, or plain out recoil in disgust. His marker drew the last stroke, and he set it down, a large smile plastered on his face, and this time, it was genuine. Solaire, wherever you are, I hope you've found your son. All right, I think that's enough time. Midnight suddenly declared from the front. Hope you've got the nerves to share, 'cause in this session, laughing at a dumb hero names is par for the course. Just to let you know that what you want is not worth it. That drew a few glances from the class, but otherwise, it was understandable. What better way to get laughed at than by your own peers that also had the possibility to go through them, and not the public who would no doubt mock them into the grave. So, any volunteers? A hand was raised, and to no one's surprise, it was Iida. Why, full of confidence, aren't you? Come on up. Iida stood from his seat, back straight and proper as he marched to the front like a well-organized soldier. Turning around, he displayed his name for everybody to see, and safe to say, it fit. From now on, my hero name will be Celeron, the Swift Hero. Iida's name got an applause from the class, and an acknowledging nod from Midnight. I see that baby bird is trying to live up to its family. Midnight grinned as she gave him a thumbs up. I approve. Heroic, catchy, and also familiar to the Iida household. I thank you, Midnight. Iida gave the teacher a bow and went back to his seat. All right, so anyone else? This time, the floodgates opened as hands were raised. There were names as generic as Pinky for Ashido, as cute as Froppy for Sue, and as ridiculous as I Can't Stop Twinkling for Aoyama. Izuku didn't know why Midnight approved of that, but he guessed that it was because he was just that sparkly. Then came Katsuki, and this one, he was looking forward to. As the ash blonde trudged forward, he gave Midnight a glare for a bit, before turning around with his signature scowl, but his eyes looked different. They seemed pensive, for once. Ragnarok, the hero of redemption. Ah, there it was. His words bathed the room in silence, Midnight looking at him with a small frown on her lips. He was still feeling guilty, and his classmates knew there was a story behind that one. But luckily for him, they didn't want to pry, so they let that go. Disregarding your personal reasons for your name, I think it fits you. I approve. Midnight's frown turned around as she gave the ash blonde an approving thumbs up. All he got was a minor grumble from Katsuki as he trudged back to his seat, a hand in his pocket while the other dangled the whiteboard within his palm. Ah, how about you, Midoriya? My turn already. Izuku grinned as he hopped off like an excited toddler. His chest felt light, like he was on top of the world. Sure, the title he had would bear heavily on him should he ever besmirch the name, but he vowed he would never do so. To do that would be like throwing dung at one of his closest friends in Lordran, and that just wouldn't do. He skipped along to the front, a beaming smile plastered on his face as he turned around, revealing to everyone his hero name. I am hereby called Solarius, the hero of jolly cooperation. Ah, Toshinori, come in, come in. Nezu gestured for the gaunt blonde to come inside. And please close the door, will you? The draft could be rather chilly nowadays. The door closed with an audible click, All Might locking the door as well to ensure their privacy. Now, I assume this has something to do with your decision on One for All. Yes. All Might sighed as he slumped on the couch, eyes closed as he nursed an incoming headache. Night Eye has been extremely adamant about Tokoyami, and frankly, I cannot help but agree. He ticks off nearly everything in the box I have created on a perfect successor. Ah, yes, Tokoyami, third year of the hero course. Top achiever, and might I say, quite the affable persona. Nezu chirped as he stirred his cup of tea. A good candidate, quite possibly the perfect one. But are you sure he is ready to handle the secret of your quirk? I'm running out of time, Nezu. All Might cupped his face, back slouched as he leaned forward. I can maintain my form for 3 hours a day, 5 if I push it. You already know this, and you know it's just going to get shorter and shorter until I can no longer use it. Quote dot dot dot. That is true. Nezu stopped stirring his tea, lifting it up to his snout to gently take in the fragrance. So, are you certain that you are ready to push this onto the young man? Night Eye has given his word. Even if I can't be the one to mentor him mostly, he'll help pick up the slack. All Might sighed once more. But still, I can't help but feel that the fight from 5 years ago isn't over. Ah, you've picked up on that as well, haven't you? Nezu's grin faded, his cup of tea placed back on the table. Picked up on what? All Might looked questioningly at Nezu, only for the rat to tilt his head, confusion etched onto his features. Oh dear, I assumed you were. Nezu said, shaking the stupor off him, his predictions suggesting that All Might should have known about the HPSC hiding something dangerously significant from him, a failure on his part. I'll say this only once, and it stays between us. Sensing the deadly tone underneath the jolly exterior of the rat, All Might couldn't help but gulp. Have you ever wondered where they put the body of All for One after you had killed him during your fight 5 years ago? All Might paled, his face contorting as if he could feel the phantom pains that plagued him years ago. They said something along the lines of cremating him, and burying him in some unknown graveyard. And with things kept on the hush-hush, you can see why this isn't common knowledge. Quote dot dot dot. Shit. All Might couldn't help but swear. Indeed. Shit. Nezu frowned. There is a chance that All for One could still be alive. Not in his prime, but still alive. The weeks had gone by normally. The events after the sports festival were nothing short of brain-irritating normalcy that for the first time in his time back in Japan, Izuku had been craving a good fight. It wasn't this bad during the sports festival, what with the spectacle ongoing with the various contestants and him being one of them. But with the inaction over the weeks, along with the lack of spars since most of his classmates were busy preparing for the midterms exam that would take place before their internships, it was no wonder why Izuku was getting antsy. Sighing on his desk, Izuku slumped down as he groaned out his issues. Said groaning garnered attention from his classmates, most notably, Sue. What's the problem, Hiro? She stood in front of him, head tilting to the side for a bit as her frog-like lips exuded curiosity. Nothing much. Just itching for a fight. Izuku sighed again. No offense to all of you, it's just. The spars aren't doing much. None taken. I doubt any one of us could take you on, after what you showed in the sports festival, Hiro. She shivered a bit, the memory of the basic fireball that looked like a mini nuke ingrained deep into her memory. Just, don't point your fireballs at any of us, okay? Sure. Izuku shrugged, his nonchalance washing off of him in droves, before he perked up a bit. Unless, one of you in the class is willing to fight me while using my pyromancy. Immediately, every single person in the class stood ramrod straight as they shook their heads. Hell, even Katsuki wasn't that keen on fighting him when he had a mini nuke on hand. The sight caused his mood to dampen even more, his head face planted on the desk once more. Sue had already gone back to her seat, the frog-like student waiting for the next teacher to arrive, as with his other classmates. Lo and behold, Aizawa arrived with his yellow sleeping bag and told the class to quiet down so he could get some shut-eye. Today was another day, and he hated it. All right class, I have an announcement, Aizawa said as he stepped into the room, coffee in hand. Another day of monotony, and Izuku was starting to twitch with irritation. However, Aizawa's words made his hopes soar, at least for a moment. Aizawa usually wasn't one for announcements, but when he did, it was almost always momentous. Later this afternoon, we will be going on a trip to one of the facilities in UA. This will count as your heroic studies for the day, Aizawa said as gulped down a cup of coffee he had brought in one sitting. Using your hero costumes is non-mandatory, however, we encourage you to use them to get more experience in a rescue environment. Wait, did you say rescue? Yaoyorozu raised her hand, an inquisitive look on her face. Yes, Aizawa nodded dully. We've mostly been teaching you the basics in combat. What to do when someone wants to punch you, what to do if they have a weapon, etc., etc. However, the core of being a hero is ultimately rescue. Saving those in need, whether from external threats or their own reckless decisions. Today will be that day. But take note, even if today is the first time you're all going to be drilled with rescue, don't expect us teachers to make it easy. His words got the class talking amongst each other, some with bright grins on their faces, and others with slight frowns. Izuku, meanwhile, had his hopes crash down deep into the caverns of his soul as he mourned the loss of some good old fist-to-fist action. Oh well, at least there was going to be action. Just because it was rescuing people, or robots, because he doubted Nezu would allow real live people to be put in dangerous positions just so some brats could learn what not to do while trying to save them. It didn't mean that there wasn't going to be some punching involved. Who knows, maybe one of the scenarios would have a teacher pose as a villain holding someone hostage and they have to rescue said hostage while pummeling the villain into a living vegetable. Okay, maybe that was a bit extreme for Japan, but the point still stands. Anyways, I'd give out more about the trip later this lunch. For now, all of you shut up while I get some shut-eye. And as Aizawa does during homeroom, he whipped out his yellow sleeping bag and morphed into a caterpillar. Izuku smirked at that. Never change, Aizawa, never change. The last class of the morning came to an end, and most of his classmates slumped over. For some reason, it felt like the teachers knew about the rescue bit later in the afternoon, and wanted to make the students suffer for a bit before the true suffering began. Izuku couldn't help but snort at the fact. This was just peak UA at this point. If the students aren't doing their best because they wanted to save their energy for a class later in the day, that wasn't giving plus ultra vibes, now was it? Mon, that math quiz was something, huh? Kirishima sighed, his sharp teeth chomping on a cookie he had procured from his bag. You can say that again. My brain hurts just from remembering. Ashido moaned, fingers rubbing at her temple. Really, I know you two are probably in the bottom when it comes to mathematics, but seriously. Mineta looked at the two with raised eyebrows, a smug smirk lining his lips. Shut it, grapehead. Ashido scowled, her yellow orbs piercing deep into the diminutive teen's soul. What? Just saying. Mineta didn't look apologetic. Hell, he looked even more smug. That was something Izuku could respect. Anyway, wanna get something to eat? Kirishima pushed himself off of his desk as a bright grin overtook his features. I doubt Aizawa is gonna let us wait, so we might as well get going. And just like a tide, Kirishima's words put Class 1A into high gear, with all of them scrambling to get out of the room and rushing to the cafeteria. The meal was quick, with nary a student popping even a bit of conversation as they devoured their food like rabid animals. Once they were done, they immediately beelined for their classroom, garnering no small amount of confusion from the other students. But noticing them being hero students of Class 1A, under the supervision of Aizawa himself, they all just shrugged and went about their business. With their lunch out of the way, the students sat silent, waiting for the time Aizawa came. They didn't utter a peep, and for a second, Izuku thought he was inside a morgue with how dead silent the room was, only for it to be put to rest as the door opened and in came Aizawa. I see you've all finished lunch and came back early. His face was his regular indifferential look, eye bags still prominent as if he was fighting off the lack of sleep with sheer will. Acceptable. As I have said before, we will be going on a trip. Ready your costumes, or PE uniform if you opted out of using them today, and meet me at the front of the building. His piece said. Aizawa left the room, but not before clicking a button on a remote which caused the locked lockers to hiss and open themselves. Some students hesitated, debating whether to wear their costumes. In the end, style won out, even if their first drafts were wildly impractical. At least they'll be able to get some feedback as to how to improve their costumes when they get back. They headed out of the room as one class, also being careful to arrange their desks and lockers before going out since they were students of the school, not barbarians. Outside, Aizawa stood waiting beside the bus that would take them to their destination. I see you all chose your costumes. Let's hope they don't slow you down. Aizawa's dry quip caused some of the students to twitch at the verbal jab. Be sure to note down what your costumes are lacking in the following hours. Trust me, you do not want to make mistakes when you're out on the field. Now, get on. And in old Aizawa fashion, he was the first to get on the bus with nary a care in the world. Immediately, Iida was quick to organize their entrance into the bus to ensure a smooth procedure. Not that it mattered, as when the first student climbed aboard, the seats of the bus were arranged with space in mind. With the students on board, the bus driver was given the go-ahead to drive and off they went. To be honest, Izuku wasn't that excited, but at least there was something new to look forward to. Gotta say, Midoriya, you rockin' that knight in shining armor look you got. Kaminari grinned as he looked over Izuku's entire costume. It wasn't that different from the first iteration, however, with some help from Hatsume, the support student that had helped with Iida's costume get some more bang for his buck, it managed to look pretty shiny. Like, reflective shiny. It gleamed underneath the sunlight, and there were some who reflexively closed their eyes as he passed by. Useful with combat scenarios, but not so much with stealth. But then again, who would bother with stealth when wearing heavy armor into combat? He'd rather fight them head-on than sneak around like a coward. He had his fair share of sneaking in Lordran, and it was some of the worst experiences he had ever had. Like, seriously, how were you supposed to sneak past a bunch of hollows who seemed to track your every move? Maybe there were some incantations or sorcery to help with those, but he didn't want to be bothered learning all of those when he was already busy learning pyromancy from Laurentius and then later down the line Quelana. How'd you rate it? Izuku tilted his head, and the electric blonde pursed his lips for a bit, his brain clearly twisting and turning as it tried to eke out an answer. Maybe an 8 out of 10. No, wait, but it looks so shiny. So a 9. Kaminari hummed while scratching his chin. Dude, just say it's a 10. Kirishima helpfully supplied from the side, his sharp teeth bared for anyone to see. Like, Midoriya looks like some kind of knight straight out of a fairy tale. Feels like I'm in some kind of fantasy world when I step close to him. You mean a cosplay convention? Jiro smirked, her fingers twiddling with her ear jacks. Izuku's mind felt a bit curious as to how that would feel, but he guessed it was a bit too sensitive to ask about, like asking a dude the size of his dong. Bruh, way to ruin my imagination. Kaminari groaned as he leaned back into his seat. Always happy to help, spark plug. The teasing hint in her voice caused the electric blonde to groan even more. Anyway, what about you guys? Any progress on your costume improvements? Izuku asked the rest of his classmates while lifting his faceplate. It was getting a bit too stuffy in there anyway. Yep, surprisingly, Katsuki was the one to answer first. Gave myself some armor. The ash blonde didn't elaborate further, but now that he said it, Izuku could see the first change. He was no longer wearing just a tank top that exposed his shoulders to the elements. Instead, he wore something of a form-fitting undersuit underneath what looked to be sleek plates of armor that was as flexible as he was. It was as practical as it was stylish. Of course, he could do without the cumbersome grenade gauntlets, but it had a purpose in storing his sweat to unleash even powerful explosives, so that was a necessary addition to the outfit. But after Katsuki, no one answered back, except for Mineta, who had gotten rid of the diaper-looking bowl that made him look more of a toddler than a hero. He replaced it with just the normal tight-fitting suit and underwear-looking thing on the outside, and honestly, Izuku preferred the diaper. It was something comical that could help the diminutive teen in combat against villains. Like, who in their right minds would take someone wearing a diaper seriously? Be that as it may, Izuku frowned as he realized that none of his classmates save for the two he mentioned actually made any advancements in their costumes. They said something not knowing how to advance or what they needed. Supposedly, this rescue exercise would give them some ideas on how to improve, and Izuku was fine with that. The more they got ready for the real world, the better. He may not care about life and death as much as he did before. It was a normal way of life that should, under no circumstances, be perverted nor changed, but he would mourn the loss and give a tear-jerking goodbye. We're here. Cease your proclivities and get ready to disembark. And of course, as soon as the bus ground to a halt, Aizawa was the first out of the vehicle, his eyes promising pain if any of them delayed for just a bit. As they got out, their eyes widened at the giant marvel of construction that laid ahead. Ah, welcome, welcome. A voice that was muffled by their helmet greeted them from just beside the entrance. And not a second late. I'm impressed, Aizawa. No time to dilly-dally. The shaggy man groaned as he sucked on a juice box. Then his eyes narrowed when he noticed something missing. Where's All Might? I'm afraid that he has other business to attend to. The other one, dressed in what looked to be like a puffy astronaut costume, held out 3 fingers. Of course, Aizawa groaned at the revelation. All of this, Izuku had heard and seen. The same couldn't be said for his classmates, who were still busy marveling at the giant dome-like structure that dwarfed any of the mega buildings they had visited in the cities. Anyway, we must continue. Can't cancel the class now that they're all here. Aizawa turned to look at them and barked his orders. All of you, front and center. Now. In an instant, the entire class stood in front of the two with rapt attention. As usual, you've traumatized your class. The astronaut sighed as they waved a hand. Good afternoon, Class 1A. My name is Pro Hero 13. Uraraka squealed as she fangirled all over the hero. Why, yes, thank you. The hero looked positively beaming at the acknowledgement. Always nice to meet a fan. Anyway, as I was saying, I am the Pro Hero 13. I specialize in rescue operations with the help of my quirk, Black Hole. The class oohed and awed as the hero continued on. They even demonstrated a glance of their quirk, air being sucked into her fingers as miniature black holes formed on her fingertips. Yes, I know, my quirk is amazing. Their joyful tone suddenly took a dive as an ominous aura radiated from the space-themed hero. However, and I cannot stress this enough, my quirk can easily kill. That put a damper on the mood of all his classmates. All of them shuffled in place, faces of unease looking around as their eyes darted from one another. You first learned the limits of your quirks with Aizawa during your quirk assessment test. Then you learned how to use them in combat during All Might's battle trials, subconsciously limiting them against your fellow students. Then the sports festival came and all of you were pushed to your limits in what amount of quirk usage you can get away with without harming your opponent too much. The hero looked pointedly at Izuku for a moment, a lull in her speech. But that is not all your quirk is meant to be. You've learned how to fight with it, now it's time to learn how to help others with it. That is why I am here, to show you the ropes in tackling dangerous scenarios to save others, to guide and mold you into the hero you can be in the future. Remember this class, your quirk is not meant to destroy. It is meant to save and create. Create futures for the generations that have gone before you, and will go after you. And save those that may have their families mourning them for the loss. A bit morbid, yes, but that is why I am here. Why you are here, and I hope that you will take my class seriously. Thank you for listening. There was silence for a few seconds before applause echoed throughout the area. Izuku's classmates were smiling, beaming even, as they gazed in awe at the hero before them. Anyway, I've taken up too much time. How about we head in? 13 turned around and led them all inside the dome. If you haven't heard of this yet, I call her the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. A marvel of engineering, if I do say so myself. Just when they thought the huge building already looked cool outside, inside was a whole other story. Various biomes for simulating disasters, such as a giant lake with a yacht, mountainous areas, a rainy city, a burning city, a destroyed city, it had them all. Okay, maybe that was exaggerating a little bit, but the choices were already a lot. Plus, they were huge. Anyway, shall we get started? Izuku could imagine the grin underneath the helmet hero, no doubt excited about the day. And to be fair, he was as well. Maybe rescue simulation wouldn't be so bad after all. Blinking his eyes, Izuku pursed his lips as he slowly got up from his prone position. His skin felt hot, the sweat emanating from his skin evaporating the moment they left his pores. Looking around, all he saw was fire. The flames flickering underneath the dome-covered sky casting shadows that danced wildly like a bull in a china shop. Buildings permanently ablaze as the concrete seemed to stand stalwart against the raging inferno. Rolling his neck for a bit, Izuku tried remembering what had transpired that brought him to this forever burning city. His eyes narrowed as the shadows around him coalesced, the ever-screaming crackle of flame and stone humming a discordant tune in his ears. A few hours earlier, the moment they stepped foot into the USJ, all the students marveled at the sight that sprawled before them. There was no small amount of diversity amongst the biomes that decorated the USJ, and none each too similar. The entrance led to a giant path that went even further into the giant dome, a large staircase descending downwards in what seemed to be a plaza. Woo-ah, it really is just like Universal Studios Japan. Kaminari whispered in awe as his eyes roamed the various areas. Say that again when there isn't a burning city just over there, spark plug. Jiro jabbed her ear jack into the electric blonde's side, causing Kaminari to jolt in response. That being said, There was no hiding the amount of wonder hidden in her voice. Izuku chuckled as he mused to himself that the punk rocker was maybe trying to hide her true feelings, but who was he to judge? Geez, lay off me, will ya? Kaminari rubbed at his side, a slight pout on his lips that caused the punk rocker to chuckle in amusement. Hell nah, not when you make these kinds of reactions. And then the two went into their classic love-hate relationship that, frankly, made Izuku wonder whether they'd be an item in the future. Now kiss. Izuku heard the pink menace murmur from the side, her golden eyes staring at the two's direction. At least he wasn't alone in his assumptions as the future of the two. Now then, settle down. 13 suddenly turned towards them as they held up a finger. Before we continue down into the plaza where Aizawa and I will direct your primary objectives during our rescue simulations, I would like to lay down a few ground rules. The class quieted down as they focused their full attention on the space-themed hero. First rule, what we say, you will all follow, no exceptions. 13's glowing white eyes on their helmet narrowed a tiny bit, but just the act caused a chill to go down the spines of Izuku's classmates. In the past, accidents were frequent with students due to how willful they were when it came to exploring the various sites, as well during simulations. Take note, you are here to learn, not to have an excuse to slack off. There was more than just a single audible gulp among the crowd, and Izuku couldn't help but snort quietly at their reactions. Second rule, have fun. 13's eyes turned from a bit scathing to jolly, the sudden whiplash causing no small amount of confusion amongst the teenagers. Even if we are here to learn and progress our craft, it is always imperative to have fun doing so. Having fun when learning is always better than mindlessly trudging along, and I know you all can relate. 13's eyes gestured towards Aizawa for a moment, making the class burst into laughter. Of course, this caused the black-themed hero to scowl in irritation, but otherwise didn't act on it. And last rule, be safe. This ties into the first rule. Make no mistake, despite all of the areas here being simulations of disasters commonly found throughout the world, they are all real, and a mistake on your part can and will result in disastrous consequences. In hindsight, the last rule was very obvious. Like, seriously, there was a burning city for Gwyn's sake. Anybody with a brain knew that, fire bad, was a common phrase over the course of humanity's evolution, and it wasn't going to stop here. With their rules set, the class slowly descended into the plaza, the large area serving as some kind of hub where the students and teachers can meet up in between scenarios. There was even a snack station not that far from here, but no one was currently manning the counter. That changed when Aizawa instantly beelined for the snack station and grabbed a juice pack to suckle on with a bored look on his face. And, just like a man on a mission, he manned the bar and gazed over them like a hawk, his hands grabbing onto his sleeping bag as he laid close to the counter. If anyone needs some refreshments, I'll be here. His dull tone, coupled with the bored look on his face, told them that he'd rather be there than anywhere else inside the USJ at the moment. But don't take this as me not observing your every move. Each action you do during the simulations will be recorded, and I will have some choice words with you when we all get back, am I clear? Yes, Aizawa, the class roared in unison. They knew he was serious, and Izuku doubted his classmates would want to test his patience. There was, after all, the entire class he expelled just last year. They didn't want to share the same fate as they had. Anyway, with that out of the way, group yourselves into 4. We'll go from there, 13 said, and everyone else complied. The following time was spent doing various rescue simulations with his classmate, and by the 4th exercise, their muscles ached, breaths came shorter, and the weight of the simulations felt almost real. Hell, there was even one time where he was grouped with Sue, and in the mountainous area simulating the chilly environment of the peaks, the frog-like girl almost went into hibernation due to the chill. Luckily, they managed to finish the exercise by rescuing the robot that was trapped underneath a pile of snow with only its head exposed. Izuku imagined a real person being buried underneath all that, and, yep, he could tell said person wasn't going to have a fun time. He'd probably need to get frostbite treatment ASAP and probably lose some limbs in the process if it was that severe. And so, on and on it went, his classmates getting more and more tired as time seemed to pass like a blur. And then, it happened. His instincts screamed at him that something was going to happen, and his years of experience told him it wasn't something he could ignore. He immediately went to Aizawa and 13 to tell them about his gut feeling, only to be too late as some kind of portal manifested within the middle of the plaza. It brought him flashbacks to Manu's giant hand kidnapping him through time because of a pendant, but instead of a giant hand straight out of a Lovecraftian horror, people came out, each with a sick grin plastered on their faces as they looked positively ready to shed some blood. One of them, however, looked even more menacing than the others, in no small part because of hand clinging to his face acting like a mask, his eyes a piercing red. He was scraggly, his cerulean hair cutting a striking figure. Where is All Might? The day's plan said he would be around as well. He looked around, and both Aizawa and 13 tensed. Izuku's classmates also looked anxious, and no doubt, a bit scared at the sudden influx of strangers that looked like they were ready to rip them a new asshole. Oh well, maybe the screams of his students will drag him here. And just like a switch had flipped, Izuku entered fight mode. He had no weapon on him save for his armored fists, but he was no stranger to hand-to-hand combat. He zoomed across the distance in the blink of an eye. They weren't even that far anyway, but it seemed they were ready for his sudden action as a portal manifested in front of him. He would have dodged it without a problem. However, the color, the atmosphere emanating from the mist, it reminded him of the portal Manus had used to grab him. So, in his shock, he forgot to dodge and was sent hurtling through a dark fog. It felt like he was ping-balling across a rip between space. And he could sense that the user also had trouble containing him and sending him to where they were supposed to drop him in. After slamming into another cliff-like protrusion inside the mist, his patience ran out and was about to use pyromancy to escape, only to have his action cut as he landed on the ground with a thud. And that led him to now. A scowl formed on his lips. Whoever thought about invading this place would feel the wrath of 1,000 suns lighting up their ass. After they had most of their bones broken, of course. Can't forget about that. He recognized the area, however. If his sense of direction served him right, the exit was to his left, a couple of 100 meters so. He needed to get out of here. To help his classmates combat the threat that loomed over their heads. Oi, found one of them. Looks like a knight, someone said from behind a burning building. Izuku turned around and saw a group of 4 people coming out of the corner, sick grins plastered on their faces. Think he's compensating for something? Hell if I know. Maybe he is. One of them had skin as dark as ebony, his fists feeling just as hot as the core that pulsed within him. Think he'll enjoy being cooked from the inside. His fists were set ablaze, the flickering flame casting shadows upon his face. Huh, hadn't eaten a teen yet. Wonder how they taste. One of the other villains rubbed his tummy, the tusks protruding from the bottom of his lip striking an intimidating sight. To a normal person at least. For Izuku, they were just villains in need of beating. He didn't even need to use pyromancy for these weak pieces of shits. Cracking his neck, he took a step forward, but the only response he got was more jeering. He ignored them and took another, and this time, the group of 4, the other 2 he didn't even acknowledge, realized he wasn't afraid. This got them angry. One of them hurled abusive insults and rushed Izuku, arms ablaze as he tried to land a punch. Keyword being tried. Izuku grabbed the flaming arm, his armor meticulously tweaked and improved by the support course, Hatsume mostly, to try and withstand his fire. Of course, if he tried and did that, forget melting, his armor would instantly turn to ash. The villain's flame wasn't even able to scorch his gauntlets, let alone leave a mark. And his confused expression was replaced with a broken nose as he got a face full of Izuku's fist the next moment, the villain tumbling to the ground in a heap of agony. Izuku didn't stop there, raising his foot and stomping it against the leg of the villain, his cries raising an octave higher as bone broke against his solid boot. With one villain down, Izuku turned to look at the remaining villains, all of them wearing wrathful expressions. This soon turned to fearful ones once he got his hands on them. They didn't deserve mercy for daring to go after his classmates and teachers. They wanted to prey on the weak, instead, they got a predator instead. Izuku just hoped that his classmates were handling things better while he tried to get out of this place as soon as he could. Maybe even find some of his classmates who were also dumped into this area. Tsuyu was not having a good time. In addition to being dumped into the same chilly peaks that nearly made her go into hibernation, now there were villains looking to turn her into either a cum dump. Because of course, villains were despicable like that. Or just a corpse lying on the ground. Probably both once they had their way with her. She jumped to the side, her teeth chattering as she felt her arms grow heavy, eyes drooping as the cold set in. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself even more as she shot her tongue through the air, the slimy appendage managing to smack a villain across the face as they fell into a heap of their own flesh. Bleg, they tasted like shit. Even Mineta tasted somewhat palatable. It was why whenever he was in his pervy mode, her tongue would be the first to smack the horny out of the purple midget. It was stronger than her arm, after all. She raised her arms and blocked a punch heading for her chest, only to cry out in pain when she realized the villain that punched her was one with spikes on her hands, blood dripping down from the wounds the spikes carved through her skin. She hissed. At least the bleeding stamped out the cold for a bit, but she knew this was a losing battle. She needed to run, to get out of this place as fast as she could, but it was proving harder and harder the more the chill set in her bones. The villains weren't making it easy for her either. They knew it was only a matter of time before she collapsed. All it took was one mistake, and things would. Her foot slipped. Suyu's eyes widened as she crashed to the ground harshly, the wounds on her arms widening more as rock and ice scraped against them. Her body felt heavy, her legs refusing to move as she tried to crawl away, only for something to impact her back and pin her to the ground. A gasp exited her mouth as she felt the air leave her lungs. Tears pooled in her eyes as she desperately tried to move, only to have her hands' wrists grabbed and placed behind her back. Her heart sped up, slimy hands roaming around her body as she closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But for a moment, for just a single moment, she cried a plea into the air, a silent wheeze that was drowned out by the laughter of those molesting her. Someone, anyone, help. Izuku snarled as he grabbed a villain's face and slammed it against the ground. He heard her skull crack as her limbs jolted for a moment before they went limp. All around him, bodies of villains were scattered with telltale signs of physical abuse. Some had their limbs bent in ways they weren't supposed to, while others didn't have any on them that were obvious. That being said, if they didn't get any medical assistance soon, they would likely end with permanent injuries down the line. Good. Any less and Izuku would be disgusted with himself. In his opinion, they deserved far worse for trying to go after literal children just starting their first year of high school. So what if their main target was All Might? Dragging others into their feud, especially children, was something that Izuku would count as being deserving of death. The flames licked at his heel, and he frowned. Sighing, Izuku grabbed the villain and threw her someplace far where the flames wouldn't reach her. He gave the same treatment to the others who he sent into unconsciousness, and if they did have some burn marks because the flames licked them while they were down. Sucks to be them, then. Leaving the pile of bodies behind, he finally found the exit after what felt like an hour of searching, only for the reality to have been a few minutes. Hopefully, that amount of time wouldn't be that problematic for the rest of his class. Now that he thought of it, why were they even gunning for All Might? He doubted they had something that could rival the power the #1 hero of Japan had. Unless they actually had one that could fight on par with him. Not gonna lie, Izuku thought that was kind of terrifying. For the others, he meant. Sure, All Might may be a god amongst men on earth, but he can pretty much slap him to kingdom come even with his weakened state. Finally finding the exit to the conflagration zone, the name of the burning city he was just dropped in, he hesitated for a bit, head turning around to gaze at the flickering flames that dotted the landscape. Were some of his classmates actually here? Were they also transported to different parts of the USJ just as the attack commenced? During his own fall through the inky darkness that was probably the quirk of one of the villains, he felt the user struggle against him. Like he wasn't being deposited where he was meant to be. If that was a special case, were his classmates in even more danger? If they made a mistake with him, what about his classmates? Were they dropped into the biomes they weren't suitable to survive? Just that thought alone caused ice to drop down his gullet. He was already getting used to his classmates. His friends. Just the thought of losing them, like those he lost back in Lordran, made him fear for their safety. He scowled. Time was of the essence then. Calling upon the power of the flame within, he channeled a pyromancy that would no doubt cause him to have slight physical issues during its use. He had used this once during the entrance exam, and it cost him his leg, too actually since the other one was broken on impact. Now, with the first flame, albeit a weakened version of it, awakened and pulsing deep within his core, he could maybe counteract the extreme use of his body the pyromancy spell would no doubt do. Feeling the spell pulse within him, it snaked up his arm and into his palm, the primal force of his soul begging to be used. Slamming it against his chest, he felt his senses heighten and his strength surge. With the boost, he could feel that there were more people in the conflagration zone than he thought, and 2 of them felt like his classmates. The rest were unknown to him, so he categorized them as villains. Pumping power into his legs, he sent his reaction time into overdrive. He could feel his nerves fray and burn at the sudden increase of pressure, but the first flame was there to heal them back to peak condition. He gotta say, the first flame working overtime to heal his injuries in real time was way better than when he was using Estus to try and recover. Sure, the weakened body sucked, but then again, why would he need it in Japan where the only probable being that could harm him was All Might, and that other hero in the USA? He zoomed past the burning buildings, past the pile of bodies he had knocked down and safeguarded from the flames, past the street where he landed after falling through the misty portal, and a few seconds later, arrived at a scene that looked like it was straight out of a fantasy book. Lordran, things were weird as hell there. All around him, he could see flames turn to ice and villains encased in mini glaciers. There was an area around the icy zone that was bereft of flames, the mechanisms probably setting the buildings on fire broken due to the sudden temperature drop. At the middle stood Todoroki, his breaths coming out in icy gasps as he glared at the villains that begged for mercy. Welp, looks like the ice and fire user had it handled here. Perhaps his theory about students being sent into zones that clearly disadvantaged them was proving more and more true. And with how they sent Todoroki into a fire-infested area, they probably hoped that the flames would be hot enough to melt his ice. Probably watched the sports festival to get a grasp on the capabilities of the students. Looks like the instant loss proved useful for him after all. Anyway, since the asshole was doing pretty well, he needed to go to the other familiar signature, so off he went. And the more he drew close, the more worried he got because it felt like the familiar blip was slowly weakening. He pushed power into his legs, ignoring the excruciating pain as they broke and mended themselves with each step. It didn't take too long to arrive, and seeing the scene, Izuku quickly leapt into action. Fumikage was the first to act when Midoriya got sent into the portal. It kind of spooked him, actually, because knowing the white-haired teen, he could have easily dodged that without breaking a sweat. So, seeing him distracted threw him for a loop for a moment, before Dark Shadow responded with a guttural roar. Dark Shadow, no, being the rational teen that he was, he tried to stop his other half from falling for the same trap in a bid to avenge his fallen comrade, but was met with the same result. Said result being hurtling through the portal as an ominous chuckle pierced his ears. The darkness swelled for but a moment, only for it to rescind at a moment's notice as bright light peppered his vision. The conflagration zone. Shit, this was bad. The last time he was in here, Dark Shadow cried for mother and hid within his own shadow. At first, it was amusing, but as the simulation progressed, it became more of a burden than anything. It would be fine if it was just a singular, large fire as it could cast a shadow dark enough that Dark Shadow could thrive, but with how the flames spread everywhere and anywhere, there was nothing to help his other half form, not to mention his photophobia. He needed to leave. Luckily, he recognized this place. If his memory served right, there was an exit just not far from here. With his plan set, he immediately started running. No use wasting time when villains could be on his tail. At least Midoriya's sparring sessions gave him some good tips on CQC. A few minutes later he still hadn't encountered a villain. So far so good, but as all people knew, Murphy was watching, and as someone who was familiar with his law, Fumikage cursed when he saw a trio of villains stepping from around a corner. Boss, looks like we found one of the kids. The villain that pointed at him wore what looked to be a gas mask and a red hazard suit. Can I burn him? Go ahead, Pyro. Another villain waved his hand at the villain named Pyro, and the gas mask villain hopscotched with glee while his gloved hands were set ablaze. Pyro laughed maniacally as he lunged towards Fumikage, but the bird-headed teen was ready to respond. Pyro was sloppy, overeager, and typically just rushing in head first with said plan being, burn him to a crisp, and nothing else. Something that Midoriya had drilled into him was bad form when it came to fighting. He sidestepped to the right, dodging the very telegraphed flaming grab, and brought his fist forward, his knuckles slamming into the gas mask of Pyro. A pained cry later and the villain was sent tumbling to the ground. One of the lenses of his gas mask shattered as he let out a groan, slumping over in the next second unconscious. Fumikage grimaced. Perfectly executed combat maneuver aside, his fist was now aching. He could even see bleeding, probably because a shard of the lens managed to nick his skin. Note to self, get some gloves in the next iteration of his costume. If he survived, that is. The adrenaline pumping through his veins managed to dull the pain, and he focused on the two remaining villains. A slow clap was all his response as the lead villain, the one that granted Pyro the go-ahead, approached him with the posture of a relaxed man, his gray business suit in pristine condition, even in this hellscape of an area. Damn, didn't think I'd see Pyro get one tapped like that. Kinda funny, to be honest. He sounded amused, like all this was a game to him. Fumikage growled, feathers ruffled as he felt the threat of this villain skyrocket. What about you, want to take a gander? Sure, why not? The other villain finally spoke, his voice just like a rumbling mountain. It kind of threw Fumikage for a loop though, seeing as how the villain's height didn't match his voice. Somehow, the villain got wind of his thoughts, and a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Okay, I'ma pummel you to the ground. Let's see you laughing when all your bones are broken. Suddenly, the tiny figure grew from the size of a child to a towering behemoth. He wasn't as large as some of the buildings, but he was still large enough that his fist could no doubt hit every single part of his body. Here's tiny. If his voice was like a rumbling mountain earlier, now it sounded like a damn avalanche. Fumikage felt his heart quicken in fear, but he didn't dare show it. Dark Shadow, calling upon his other half. Despite the size and might difference, Dark Shadow manifested from his shadow was snarled, its shadowy fangs bared as it tried to look menacing against the literal colossus. You shall not harm Fumi. Dark Shadow flew towards Tiny, his claws ready to pierce and shred. However, the moment it made contact, his claws bounced off, a smirk forming on the giant's face. He didn't say anything, though, content to just rear his arm back and shoot off his own punch. Fumikage tried to dodge, but the speed of the giant belied his size. Seeing no other way, he closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable, only for Dark Shadow to come back and shield him from the blow. The two were sent hurtling through the air, crashing into one of the buildings as flames petered out from the sudden impact. Fumikage groaned, and tried to stand, only to cry out when something flared on his side. Dark Shadow, meanwhile, retracted back into his own shadow, his other half fully spent after blocking that hit for him. Mentally thanking Dark Shadow, Fumikage tried to stand once more, ignoring the flaring pain on his side. Prying himself off the building, he felt fire lick at his feet and jumped to the side, only to fall to a knee as blood spilled from his beak. That was not a good sign. Huh, you survived that. Tough bird, are you not? The lead villain approached once more, a malicious grin formed underneath his mustache. Upon looking closer, his skin was also gray, while his eyes held inverted colors, his top hat nearly hiding them from view. Too bad, you won't be able to see tomorrow. A pity. The villain raised his hand and what formed next to him chilled him to the bone. It was Dark Shadow, a gray version of Dark Shadow, a pale imitation of his other half. Just seeing it nearly threw him into a frenzy, but his injured state caused him to just kneel there and hope to whatever deity was up there to help save him from this despicable villain. Goodbye. May you find peace in the afterlife. Fumikage just scowled. He knew the villain didn't mean that, the malicious grin on his face still not fading. The imitation of his other half lunged towards him, all while the gray villain and Tiny watched. He waited for the inevitable, for death to come and hold him in its sweet embrace. However, no matter how long he waited, it never came. Opening his eyes, he looked up and saw a silver knight shining amidst the raging inferno. You dare harm my friend, Midoriya snarled, hate thick in his voice. Just the sense of pure loathing radiating from his white-haired classmate nearly caused him to bolt there and then, but his injuries prevented him from doing so. You will regret this. Oh, really? Well then, why don't we put that to the test? The gray villain mocked, clearly underestimating his classmate. Tiny as well, seeing as how he was nearly the size of the building. The imitation of Dark Shadow lunged for Midoriya, only for him to smack it to the side, launching towards a burning building. Its death throes pierced through the crackling flames, its pained woes growing quieter as the flame consumed them, leaving nothing but ash. The sight gave the two villains pause, and that was enough for Midoriya to give them a severe beating. It didn't take long, and knowing that he was safe, Fumikage felt his consciousness slip away. Izuku huffed, the three villains lying broken at his feet. Leaving them alone, Izuku went for Fumikage, carrying him into his arms post-haste. Once he was securely on his person, he zoomed away from the carnage, the flames still going strong, but not spreading further than they were intended to be. As he ran, Dark Shadow made himself known, a concerned look on his shadowy face as he stared into Fumikage's unconscious self. "Thanks boss, for saving Fumi." His voice, so weak, so frail, echoed from his maw. Didn't know how long he would have lasted otherwise. Damned villains. The shadow scowled as he sent a glare towards where the three villains he had beaten to a bloody pulp laid unconscious. Izuku smirked, his legs pushing him further and further to the edge of the conflagration area. "You're welcome." Izuku's face darkened a bit. "I swear, the one who orchestrated this entire attack is gonna have a hard time once I get my hands on them." "Ha, I don't doubt that, boss." Dark Shadow's chipper tune entered Izuku's ear and he was glad to have lifted the spirits of his unconscious friend's sentient quirk. "Anyway, I'm not supposed to be out of Fumi when he's out like a light. So, thanks again." Dark Shadow gave Izuku a mock salute and slowly went back into Fumikage's body. The bird head twitched for a bit, before he relaxed, his previously tense limbs slacking, making it easier to carry him away from this area teeming with villains. Sure, most of them would be waking up either hours or days later from the beating he gave them, but he could still sense unfamiliar groups roaming about the area, some of which unmoving and not by his hand. Looks like Todoroki was doing work without his help. He'd probably be fine without him. It was more important to get Fumikage out of here. Approaching the exit, he swung open the door and felt the breeze hit upon his skin, the raging inferno behind him all but an afterthought as the smell of relatively fresh air hit his nostrils. Now, he needed to get back to the entrance where most of his classmates were relatively safer. He'll just have to run past the plaza where Aizawa was still causing havoc amongst the other villains, while the mastermind, or at least he thought it was chilling by the back side by side with one hulking monstrosity. Squinting his eyes, he could recognize the strength behind its muscles. He dared say it'd be able to go against All Might, and with proper coordination, probably beat the weakened All Might. But alone, it wouldn't amount to much other than probably exhausting the blonde man. As long as it and its boss aren't moving, all is well. Aizawa could beat the weaker villains alone, even if he'll be exhausted by the end. Pushing power into his legs, Izuku leapt over the plaza, garnering the eyes of some villains below. Even the boss had to crane his neck just to see him rocket past them, and Izuku's sharpened vision caught the downturn of his lips underneath the hand he wore over his face. But he didn't do anything yet, just silently staring at him as he briefly flew by and landed right at the top of the staircase, boots skidding across the ground dragging up dust and dirt. "Hoo-wah Midoriya, you're back," Ochako was the first to exclaim as she turned her head. And as that Tokoyami, the rest of the students bar one looked back at him, visible relief in their expressions. They numbered 5, Ochako, the first to greet him, Kota, who was nervously looking at him and back to the mist villain still blocking their way out, Mina, who was forcing a smile as her fingers trembled, Shoji, who still had his eyes on the mist villain, and if he wasn't mistaken, Hagakure because he doubted the villain could even sense, much less see her. "Oh dear, we had an inkling you would be problematic to our plans," Midoriya Izuku. The mist villain stated as tendrils of fog spread out in front of him. "Why, some are even calling you a prodigy in your generation, a veritable monster of a hero prospect." "I aim to please," Izuku sniped back, laying Fumikage on the ground gently. Eyes locked to Ochako, he nodded and the brunette nodded back. Hi's gaze went back to the mist villain, his tendrils ever so slowly creeping in, like a performer preparing the grand finale of his show. "Now then, before we get to the bloody fighting, I'm curious. What is your plan to kill All Might? His classmates tensed, no doubt having heard it from the mouth of the villain already when he wasn't here. For the villain's part, he didn't stop spreading his tendrils and adopted what would have been a thinking posture if even had limbs. Now, why would I divulge such sensitive topics? No. The villain's voice dripped like honey, soothing and tender to the ears. But he could sense it, the mockery in his tone, the superiority, and the tiny, wiggling fear rooted deep within. Alas, our time is almost up, and I wouldn't want my master to keep on waiting. Just imagining his face if I failed to deal with 6 children alone would be torture to my misty heart. In a single stroke, the mist spread. His tendrils, conduit to his quirk, provided the space necessary to blanket the entire area with his mist, but Izuku was having none of that. Judging by his estimates, this villain would hardly give him a fight. He was just shocked earlier because of how familiar the mist looked, but gazing deeper now, it was nothing but superficiality. He zoomed past his classmates, kicking up wind as the mist around them blew into thin air. The mist villain's yellow eyes widened at the sudden action and tried to retaliate, only for Izuku to not give him any chance to breathe. His hands grabbed hold of the metal collar hiding within the misty fog and pulled. He heard a cry of pain coming from the villain, but that didn't give him pause and slammed him down to the ground harshly. Concrete burst into rubble as a cloud of dust spread outwards, his classmates shielding their eyes from the sudden explosion and raining debris. Izuku could feel the villain struggling, squirming about so he could escape and teleport out. It seemed that he couldn't teleport when someone was grabbing him by the collar, something he could take advantage of to neutralize the threat. He didn't dare break it because of obvious reasons, but since he didn't know what to do to knock the villain unconscious, the next best thing to do was keep on slamming him against the ground until those yellow eyes, which he saw squinted at one point so it could have mimicked real eyes, closed. The concrete underneath shook, more debris flying up and he could see the mist around him spasm, but Izuku could still feel him struggling. He slammed him again, and again, and again, and again. Until finally, he felt the villain pause and drop limp. An eyebrow raised, he paused his attempts and slowly brought the villain close to his face. His yellow eyes were gone, replaced with nothing but the mist that looked a bit subdued. Assuming that he was done and out, Izuku haphazardly dropped the villain to the ground as he rolled his shoulders a bit. That takes care of him. You guys all right? Izuku turned to his classmates, only to see dropped jaws and wide eyes staring at him, as well as the villain lying motionless on the ground. Why yes. Shoji was the one who replied, his open mouth hidden behind his mask as clear as day to Izuku. Good. Izuku nodded and looked at the entrance which was still sealed shut. Approaching the doors, Izuku cocked his foot back and let loose a wild kick towards the inanimate object separating them from freedom. Metal gave way to flesh as it burst open, the metal door flying off its hinges and into the empty street outside, the sun peeking out from the edge of the roof just above. I'll assume they have something blocking our communication. Uraraka nodded at his statement and Izuku clicked his tongue. Hopefully, it isn't blocked outside. Any of you brought a phone? Who forgets them in this day and age, duh. Mina quipped while waving her phone, but Izuku could tell the underlying anxiety underneath her perky exterior. I'll go and contact the teachers. She zoomed past him, using her quirk for good measure to get some more speed, and zipped past the entrance and out into the golden sun. Izuku looked back at the remaining 4 and opened his mouth. Are any of you going to follow her? I'll stay. Shoji raised his hand. I can help find our classmates easier with my quirk. I'll go out. Whispered Koda with his head downtrodden. I can't help without some animals to CC control. I'll stay with Mezzo. I can help because I'm invisible. Said an empty space of air. Okay, enough. When Izuku saw Uraraka was about to say the same, he shut them all up. I already know where our classmates are, and I doubt all of you are going to be of much help with that thing in the plaza still on standby. Izuku pointed at the hulking monstrosity just staying still right next to the handyman observing Aizawa fight against the crowd of villains. His classmates followed his finger and saw the same. And that thing, as far as I can tell, is probably reaching All Might's power level. Izuku's sudden bomb caused his classmates to pale. So, realistically, all you guys can do is just wait for help to arrive and guard the entrance. I don't want to risk any of you going home in a body bag because of that thing. Izuku knew that if he were saying this to more egotistical people, no doubt they would have ignored him and went with their plan to help anyway, but with his showing of how strong he was during their entire school time together, they knew he wasn't exaggerating. He rarely exaggerated, after all. I see. Mezzo lowered his hand and hummed, eyes closed as a sweat trickled down his brow. Then, I wish you luck in saving our classmates. He nodded back and didn't even register the various words of encouragement his classmates had said before he zoomed past them into the plaza. First things first, that monster needed to go, and he didn't know how long their leader would hold his leash. Hopefully, his other classmates scattered about the place could survive while he deals with the monster before he could go to them. Katsuki blew one of the villain fuckers to Kingdom Come with an explosion, the villain screaming like a little bitch while clutching at his chest like the crybaby he was. His fingers twitched, the cold seeping deep within his skin, but he didn't let that stop him. Fuckers. Come, all of you. I ain't done yet. His howls pierced through the cold peak, the various villains scattered around him wincing at the sheer ferocity he portrayed. Already, a few bodies lay unconscious beneath his feet, each of them marked with either bruises or scorch marks, and he was glad to add more. His ears managed to pick up movement from behind and he quickly turned just in time to see a villain who had claws for nails pouncing at him, ready to rip him a new asshole. Roaring out his defiance, Katsuki thrust an arm directly towards the villain's face and let loose. The villain's cries of pain were drowned out by the sudden boom and the villain went crashing to the ground, his claws hitting air as Katsuki sidestepped the deadly edges. Another villain decided to try his luck and bombarded him with what looked like ice cubes. Now, the power to generate ice cubes. Lame as all hell, being able to generate them while at the same time shooting them like a fucking minigun. Fucking hurts like hell, but pain meant he was still alive, and if he was alive, it meant he was still good to go kick some ass. Charging blindly like a mad dog, he let loose some more explosions in an attempt to lessen the incoming barrage, and for some reason, it actually worked. Maybe the fucking villain had to reload, or maybe he was just pussy enough that the loud booms made his monk brain go, explosions bad. Either way, Katsuki would be taking advantage of that. Flying through the air by boosting himself with an explosion, Katsuki grabbed onto the villain's face and smashed the back of his head against the ground as he landed. The resounding crack and limb spasm was enough to tell him that the villain would be conked out for a good while. Looking at the rest of the villains, Katsuki just saw red as he went on a rampage. Hell, he even saw someone beg for mercy. As if he'll let them get away with that. They came here, looking to murder children, and now they're asking for mercy. Fuck that, he'll fucking rip them all a new asshole if he had to. Fuckers deserve to get beaten to a pulp. Hell, he'd even send them Izuku's way just so he could use his flame bullshit and torch their sorry asses. All that followed was a haze of red, loud explosions, and the screams of terror by the terrified villains. At the end of it all, Katsuki bent forward, hands on his knees as he panted for breath. There had to be 12, maybe a bit more, lying on the ground unconscious. Fuck, shitty fucking day, he moaned. This was supposed to be a day where he could practice one of the harrowing aspects he desperately needed to learn, instead, it turned out to be this. I swear, when I get my hands on that fucking warp gate. But that would be for later. For now, he needed to move. Shit was getting too cold for him, and his arms have been trembling non-stop, either because of the chill or overuse. A few minutes later he saw a group of villains crowding an area, and when he saw who was in the middle, his blood froze. Then it grew hotter like the blaze of the sun as his eyes saw red once more. Needless to say, a lot of villains would be needing intensive care after he was done with them. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.